Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this season's Crystal League Championship, the CLC. My name is Lewpac, and we have a wonderful weekend of GVG action in the Crystal League. Joining me, of course, is Shozen and Tazzik, as well as Bogul Robinhood, and pretty much the entire GM team and community team as well from Albion Online. The gang is all here. Lads, are we ready to rock? I'm pumped for this one, I have to say.
Yeah, I've been super excited. I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning because I couldn't sleep. I'm just so excited for this tournament. We have more items like weapons, armor represented than we've ever had in a CLC before, and this is going to be wild. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of the better CLCs for sure. The last few we've had been a good run, right? Really good runs. I think this one will be insane because we're coming off of a big meta swing. And so we still don't know, right, what people are going to bring out in terms of pocket picks, potential for a lot of different weapons and armors, as Shozen said. We're looking forward to these matches coming up.
Yeah, I think you guys hit the nail on the head there. There's two things that make for an exciting CLC. That is a big variety of weapons and armor in play, and an even playing field of teams as well in terms of like skill and current form. Like nobody has really dominated the field in the past month. You know, we've got the stats, we've got some front runners, you know, we can see who is there, but you know, we've got a couple of teams. The Cargera team, Next Rex Wen and Mitos are the level 9 winners. We got a bunch. We got somehow, by the way, no pain, no gain. I'm not saying Robinhood was wrong with his, like, he's been our stats man and he's provided us with some amazing intel and stats, but somehow no pain, no gain won 4 level 8s this season, which is especially impressive seeing as they only take place 3 times. So they must be next level to win 4 of them. Is pretty impressive. But you know, we got no pain, no gain and Monkey Team both winning all of their level 8s. And then we got a couple of wild cards towards the bottom. Globo Jim and the Bomb, as we're going to call them. We'll talk a bit more about that team name in a little bit. You know, they sort of scraped in without the results of some of the others. But we did say last weekend that Hooga Labooga team, the Bomb, they were taking some scalps on their way. They got kind of unlucky in their level 8. They only appeared in the last rotation of matches. So they're actually a wild card that I would keep my eye on, definitely. And plus, we got all the regular faces up there, team leaders like Elitan, Chicken, Zerfax. It's good. Nobody stands out, but Tazzik was quizzing me before the tournament about Next Rex Wen, which is a bit of a meme name because these guys have won, what, 5 Rexes so far? Or 4?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on what player we're talking about on the team, right? But they've won more than anyone else, right?
Yeah.
Cargera, Bodavale, Grafis, Shekri, and Beand. Obviously, they have a new player in there, Rune Experience, coming in for the CLC. He's been playing with them for the whole season, doing very well as they ranged.
They had a little period where they were trying a few different people before settling on Ruined. And of course, this is going to be... it's not his first CLC, I don't think.
No, he played last CLC. It's
definitely going to be a pressure situation for him. You know, he's got some big boots to fill in this one. Shozen, do you have a favorite pick or a
yeah? I'm gonna pick Cargera's team.
Wow, how daring and edgy of you. Shozen,
well, every time
I 72 times
that's the thing is every time I pick somebody else to win, right?
Yeah,
they win.
Yeah, I mean. Yes, but I would say unless we said this before, right? It's the lead up to the tournament. There's been a very even matches, right? No one's been miles ahead, but teams tend to like turn on turbo mode, right? If you're old enough to remember, back in the day of PCs, there used to be a turbo button on your PC, right? If you had a 386 or a 486, you could double the clock speed of your CPU with a turbo button. Now, why you would ever have it off, I don't know, but you know, it's like when they get to the CLC, they press the turbo button and all of a sudden everybody just gets wiped because Shozen always picks somebody else as the favorite and then loses. I've been impressed with Chicken this season, though. We saw Chicken win against the top teams using a Blight Staff, which was very impressive. He's very versatile healer. Definitely one of the favorites. And you can't deny as well, obviously, the Iron Gauge team, no pain, no gain. They've had a very, very solid season, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They really came on and just started doing very well. We've enjoyed watching them. They've had a couple of really tight matches, but they've also lost a couple of them against these teams that they're facing off against today. They have not. I can't say any of these teams have really gone perfect.
Well, none
But
of them have, right? Because so the Cargera team only has 2 level 8 wins. The Mythos team only has 1 level 8 win. And of course, no pain, no gain, no monkey. And the monkey team have no level 9 win. So they lost on the final day. Team Korea and Bengalis, neither of them have won a level 8 even. So honestly, like the top 8 teams, there's probably a big gap, I'd say, between the top 4 and the bottom 4.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing that the sort of
that was the determining factor actually for how we determined how they were split. It's those who've won the level 8s and those who haven't, and then it was randomized between it, so everybody had the same shot instead of doing it as a straight seed where the number of matches you won put you in first or second or third or fourth seed. We just took it and put it into 2 seedings and randomized it. So I think that's the fairest way.
We don't have a lot of time, by the way, before our matches get underway. So we will quickly give you guys some information about the format. I don't know if we can make out the brackets for us, Bogul. But we do have a double elimination format, and every match is going to be best of 3. So there's a big change from the regular Crystal League matches. The first change is people know who they're facing in advance, right? They know which their opponent is, and they're able to prep against a specific opponent. And the matches are best of 3 all the way to the final, which is best of 5. So even if you lose a match, it's not over. You can go back to the drawing board, get some more hideously expensive sets, come back and have another go. But these guys are going to have to go through most of the teams, or most of the good teams, if they do want to take the title, of course. Let me just bring up the bracket real quick. So we got the 1 loss will put you in the lower bracket, and of course down there a second loss will put you out of the tournament. We will be saying goodbye to, I believe, 4 teams today before the end of the tournament. I think 4 teams will be out by the end of the tournament today, and 4 teams will be through to the next day. So it could be the top 4 that we're talking about here on the list as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 4 teams going tomorrow. We have 4 teams making it to the second day of the matches. Obviously, the second day of the matches is where the prizes start to actually matter. Right? Yeah, and that's where you might not be losing money for playing in the Crystal League tournament. Obviously, the teams have to bring their own gear. And if Bogul, you want to go to Game View on Cargera and quickly look at his gear, for example, this is the kind of gear that everyone's been running.
Yeah, they're not going to hold back here. I do feel that some of the teams may be hampered by the gear cost. We have seen it before, especially a few rounds in, because the prize format is very top heavy, right? The top 2 prizes are like unbelievable. First and second are going to make billions of silver. Third isn't bad. Fourth is break even potentially. But then that's it. The bottom 4 may potentially throw away $1 billion in gear for nothing. So there's definitely...
But it's for the chance, right? It's for the chance of making it to the top 3. Top 4, as long as you don't in, you'll still be making money or breaking even, right? But top 3 is where all of a sudden you're making insane amounts of silver. But to get there, you have to fight against the best GVGers in the game, best 5v5 crystal GVGers in the game.
Well, you're only making insane amounts of silver if you don't consume your mount. You might be one of those people that just pops the skin and flexes it on everybody because why not? All right, so we have about 1 minute for our first round matches begin. I believe the first match that's going to start is going to be Team versus Mythos. So we got Mythos' Crimsic. Oh no, I'm looking at last season's. I opened last season's.
Next Rex win.
Sorry, Next Rex win versus Bengalis. Yeah.
All right, we got this.
So what's going to be happening is our first match will begin, and then it'll be staggered starts for the rest of them. We've got Monkey Team against the Bob. We've got No Pain, No Gain versus Globo Gym. And then we got Mythos against Team Korea at the bottom. That's what confused me. It was the same players, and they kept the same name. So I saw Mythos, and I was like, oh, this must be the right page. But no, that was definitely the Energy Surge season CLC I was looking at before. So apologies to anyone that got confused there. They got the same names at least.
You know, they got to keep their sponsorship.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, next Rex win, our number 1 seed versus Bengalis. This is going to be quite the match, actually. This first one, I believe these guys are going in, and it'll be myself and Tazzik bringing you this one. I got teleported.
Yep, so you just got to go right back to Cargera.
There we go. There we go then. So we'll be on the point of Cargera, the reigning champions with a new range DPS. We've got Ruined Experience coming in for Carvinan, a new team name, but the same old Rex that they're trying to win. Elitan, Imagini, 0420, Pele, and Relica stand in their way. A 4-1 split and nothing too spicy on the opening, Taz. We're not seeing Boda with those spike gauntlets yet. I don't know if we're going to see the crossbow come out. Probably not. We've got Shekri on the nature. Both teams rocking the nature. Cargera aggro with the Mystic Rocks and the Judy. They're trying to get Zero with the pick here. Mortal Agony goes out. Good save from Pele, but I think his box of tricks is all but empty, and that dot could be lethal. They dive in, and 0420 going to go down. Pele's not making it out of this one. I don't think his Cleric Robe will buy him a few seconds. That was a nice freezing wind, actually. Trying to keep them in place, but not enough to grab the kill. And they will actually manage to retreat. They might look for a flick onto Boda. But Red, you can hear the respawn and the overcharge of Zero as he looks to come back in. Relica in a bit of trouble here. Boda, one more stab will do it. Hooks him in. No Mortal Agony available. 3 autos. Does get a heal. Keeps him alive for a few seconds. One more will do it. Karg with the swap. Pulls him back in. And that's going to be a 10 reset, I think, for the Red here.
Yeah, surely they do 10 reset, especially. I think they should have when they were waiting for the Frost anyway. They were capping mid, right? Ruin was already sitting on mid cap.
Yeah.
So rather than 4v4ing, I think you just swing top and try to get a positional advantage there.
Yeah.
But now it's 2 deaths for Red, right? And that's some nice gear. It's also some morale hits that happened, but very aggressive opening by Cargera and the boys. It's also an exact mirror matchup. Both teams running the exact same build on every weapon, as far as I can tell.
Yeah,
so
nice to see
we'll
as
see
well.
Who plays it better.
Right down to the Fiend Cowl Glaives as well. Actually, Bengalis getting away with pulling a cap back. Uncharacteristically passive from Next Rex here. Didn't decide to push in and look for the 3 cap aggression, which we know is so strong right now. But Cargera gets that Mystic Rocks. Elite and looks like the target here. They've got him low. There goes the nasty wounds on top. They switch targets to Relica. Relica's going to be okay, though. Seed's going to pop inside the Judy. And now Cargera just trying to control this choke and look for the grind. Boda, there's the freezing wind. He's going to look for the flick angle here. Can he find Imagini or Elitan? One of them are low. Imagini into the south corner. One more hit's going to do it. Pops his Cleric. He'll be okay, but they're going to be leaving him behind here. Oh, that's a bad feeling, isn't it? When your boys do the SpongeBob. I'm a head out.
That actually happened to Keeper Imagini. That happened to Imagini in the level 8s, I'm pretty sure, too. I remember I DM'd him like, dude, your team just left you to die.
I think it was the play there. I mean, he might have made the call as well, because sometimes it's better to not like lose more people for one, especially here. This is not looking great for them in this opener. 148 to 114 with another 20 tick imminent. They've really got to put some pressure onto Cargera. They can't just allow him to free play in the back line. I don't know what they want to change here, but
well, look at Imagini. He's stacking at Boda. He's not stacking Cargera at all.
Yeah, Relica is doing some work here. If you don't put any pressure on Cargera, he's just going to be an absolute nuisance. He's historically one of the best quarterstaff players the game has ever seen. And
still ignoring Cargera.
Yeah,
there's not,
like he's full HP with Mystic Rocks, just chilling. Nasty wounds goes out. They are putting some good pressure onto Grafis, though. Maybe they can find something. Relic on Elite Hand looking for it. But Zero, he's getting jabbed down. He's going to get flicked. Should have a blink available. There's the blink. Good freeze. Good sidestep on the harpoon. But Grafis is actually taken down. If Zero can survive, he can't. It's a 1-for-1 trade. I was going to say if he could survive, they would be in good shape here, but they might continue to push here. Litan, they're looking for Cargera now. They may be going on to Ruin. Switch onto Ruin. No Grafis. He's in trouble. He rolls up to the platform. Sheku with the save. Freezing wind locks down the whole team. They're going to find Imagini. Imagini finds the Cleric Robe. He's okay for a few seconds, but he's still stuck in those rocks. The Spiritual Seed gives him a little bit. Relica finds Ruin, though. Imagini, is it going to be another trade yet again? Zero with the freeze. Can't save him, but Boda, he's in a lot of trouble here. If he doesn't have roll, those shards are raining down upon his head. Shekri should be able to save him. He does have Spiritual Seed. He just needs to wait for that pop, I believe. No, it's not out yet. Shekri's in a bit of trouble. This is a bit of a brawl, but these trades are always going to benefit the team with 3 caps, Tazzik.
This tends to be always how Cargera's matches go, right? This team always just aggressively goes, even if they're down a member. They try to trade. Right there, Ruined with a misplay. He sat in the Clarity anti-healing and just went down from half HP to 0 in like 5 seconds. Did not have roll or blink available to help him there, so we'll have to see if they can help this trade now. Ruined also getting flicked back in. I don't think he has roll either.
Look at this split pressure. Ruined is in trouble and Boda, and they're so far apart that Shekri can't find them both. He can't get value from like something like Cleanse Heal here, and it's going to be big trouble for Boda. The resistance pot's going to buy him a few seconds. He knows he's dead, actually. He's not attempting to leave. He's trying to sort of buy a trade or something there. Relica nearly goes down. Alitan is low as well, but the seed goes on to both of them, and you see Cargera just immediately pull out there. He knows he doesn't want to take this fight. Now he's going to go back in after getting healed up himself. They are still running at them, though. Really, they need to be capping. Like, this is not the play right now. Relica might even get taken down. They're trying to get Shekri. If they can get Shekri, they have an opening in this game. They're going to find him. Area of Decay on top. And that Judicator bubble, not enough to keep him going. Grafis is going to drop. Elitan's going to drop. Cargera's probably going to die because no heals are coming. He's got the extra resistances from Mystic Rocks. No, they're not able to finish him. And still no caps. Shekri has already respawned. They're going to eat another 20 off the back of that. Are they
still
just,
no caps?
Are they just trying to farm some gear back here?
Even if you were, right? They just showed they can win fights. Surely you go back have at least one, right? I don't know what that was. Why did they didn't send at least the curse staff or something?
They grabbed one. They're looking for 2, but they've had to pull out, waiting for the reinforcements. Cargera's going to try and force the issue with a cap play. Imagine he gets flicked in. They're going to get on top of him. Instant Mystic Rocks and bang. The dust is gone. That was clean. Ruin might get traded, though. He has roll. I believe he has Frostblink as well. I hope he has. Yeah, there you go. He's going to be okay. Boda may get traded. Judy is down. Should have res pot. Again, he did use it quite late in the last fight, so he might not have res pot. There's the Guardian Helm. There's the sacrifice on top. It's still a 2 cap. Nobody's actually back, like capping the cap back right now. And Imagini is back in the fight. So maybe these guys, I mean, maybe they don't want to close it out just yet. Maybe they think they can just close it out with kills and make some money.
Yeah, and that's always a call that we tend to see this team make, is just, we know we can win fights. Let's try to get some few more kills at the end of it. They have a good position to get one as well. They already killed 0. The Frost Staff is down. It's a 4-man clump on the choke.
In a best of 3, there's definitely that factor as well. Like, if you can take 15, 16 sets off people in game number 1, they're going to be a little bit apprehensive going into game number 2. Relica was looking for the counter cap. I think Cargera's just going to grab it. They got 2 kills. He's gonna watch the back cap. Are they? Yeah, no, they're just gonna. They're gonna grab a kill and choke it out. That's 12 kills for them as well. Poor Imagini died 4 times. 0 died 3 times. Still coming back in that 8-3. Excellent. Relica was down to an 8-2 glaive though, which is still an 8-2 glaive, but when everybody's rocking 8-3 and 8-3 excellent, it's it looks like glaives might have been an issue. Like, because Boda,
everyone was trying to get them, right?
Well, yeah, Boda's on the 8-3, like, good quality, not even the excellent, which is very surprising for him.
I wonder if he has them and he's just decided that he didn't need the IP here. So he's playing very aggressively. They're trading, so he doesn't want to lose a better glaive that he's saving for maybe day 2 or even just against a better team as far as they're concerned.
We should be able to jump straight into another match, by the way. There should be more going on right now.
We should not be able to. Our next match is starting in 1 minute. It'll be No Pain, No Gain.
Wow, they were that quick.
Gym.
They were that quick.
It was an 8-minute match. It was an 8-minute win, real quick.
Okay,
but that's what happens
can we not demolish
for caps?
Can we not demolish each other? Wait, hang on. Is Monkey Team versus the Bomb not underway?
No,
that one is delayed. We're going to match 3. We're going to No Pain, No Gain versus Globo Gym. So that's the I Engage team if you want to head over there.
Yeah, we'll jump on I Engage right then.
They should be going in just under a minute. I Engage. So this is the team that plays some weird stuff, right? Oshi's team has been trying triple melee, whether that is
everybody I heard loves playing against double glaive. Everybody I spoke to said it's such a fun composition to play against, and it provides a lot of strategic
You guys ready for a 25-minute long match?
I can't even keep a straight face.
Ochi's team, they don't run double glaive with a tank though, right? Sometimes they bring out
No,
carrion collar.
we
on
saw
engage.
this.
Yeah.
We saw this a week ago, and Shozen and I were very confused. And this is where the Hooga Beluga team, actually, I believe, was the one took them down in their match. It's an interesting comp, especially with that lack of the hard CC, but they can make it work. And I love this, just going into the tournament and sticking with it, not keeping it as a curveball, but just straight up saying, hey, we heard you like anti-heal, so why don't I bring like a carrion caller?
Oh, and speaking of like just people who can't fund themselves, look at the other team. These guys are running 6-3 excellent helmets. Oh no, I mean only one of them, right? The gear on the other team is not as good as the gear on this blue team or the gear we just saw in that last match.
The overall average though is only like there's only 14 difference, but when you get these like tiny little
BR is 1519. Engage is 1574.
Yeah. Oh, and that's a DPS as well, where it really does matter. And little margins like that can be make or break. But some people might bring their big sets out once they get deeper into the tournament. There is still an IP cap, which does rise throughout the tournament. Right now, we've got a traditional 4-1 split. Remind us also between matches to talk a little bit about openers, because the 4-1 split is the standard, but we have seen a lot of 3-1-1 shenanigans throughout the season as well. I saw one attempt at like a 5-man rush as well to try and snipe the guy doing the 1 split, but didn't work out so well. There is a few different openers though that can be used.
You know what's interesting here? Prince of Death has been full HP the whole match. Lucrative has gotten 5 protection of natures. He's the only one who's taken damage.
Yeah.
The tank in the backline has had no curse stacks, no damage on him by any glaive, right? That's how it goes with triple melee. Your tank is almost free in the backline.
If you're going to play protection of nature in this situation, then you absolutely want to make sure that your 2 frontliners are playing as far apart as possible, so there's no collateral value from the curse. That way you can pretty much guarantee that he's able to just play for free, and protection of nature just becomes such an incredible spell right there. They do obviously have the double frontline to contend with, but that, on the other hand, this frost curse against triple frontline is so strong, isn't it?
But, yeah, Lucrative will go down in that exchange. What's even more interesting than any of that stuff with the double glaive, Dorentin knows who he's playing against. This is the CLC. You know who you're fighting against. He came prepared for the triple melee team. My man is running a Fiend Robe.
Love it.
Yeah, for people who don't know, Fiend Robe and Feeble Aura, right? You pop that, Fear Aura. You pop that, and anyone who touches you within a 4-meter radius has to run away in the opposite direction.
And they can't cast any spells, and you can keep on top of them, and it keeps reapplying itself. So you can like permafear. Would you maybe not prefer?
Well, they actually changed it, so you cannot permafear in a corner anymore. You can only get the debuff like once every 4 or 5 seconds now.
Oh, okay.
So there is some
they
counterplay.
nerfed it because of 2v2s, didn't they?
Yeah. So there is some counterplay to it in 5s now. I'm surprised he's playing it, but maybe
I'd
he
prefer
really
Purity.
thinks it's a play. I would as well.
Because
maybe,
the Purity would also make you immune to the flick and the harpoon. Like it seems to provide a lot more value there. But that 2 kill exchange means that they're looking very, very strong right now.
And triple melee, they want to just walk down at you. Right?
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how red team plays this.
And this is the annoying thing to get out of, because they're so tanky when they push forward. They have double duties. They have 3 guys in plate. Like at this point, would you not bring out the spike gauntlets against 3 plate users?
Get very big value here, even after nerfs, right? 3 plates, it's going to do a ton. They did manage to find 2 to get here. Also, Lucrative isn't even playing Harpoon, right? He is playing Forest of Spears. So they have a lot more damage output than maybe Drenton's team was expecting. Aramis just got destroyed on that choke in a blink of an eye. Prince of Death now, also this whole match has just been sitting on Ochi, who is playing Halifal for when his team is clumping, right? They're triple plate. He can get off those massive heals. And it's a little bit of CC to help out too.
One thing we have seen, though, is a lot of people punishing that Halifal. We saw the teams that have had success against them. Like, the second he goes in, remember, the Halifal got nerfed, so they don't gain resistances anymore. So when he dives in, you're like, wow, your healer just dived into the middle of the fight. That's handy for us. And just drop on him. I love that Aram is playing Armor Pierce as well. Like, honestly, It's so effective, especially the more armor they have. Obviously, the better it is really to strip it down.
Yeah, Dark Matter against triple melee who are running at you, you'll get a lot of value from the bounces, but it doesn't really help you with the kill potential so much. So having
it's spread between 3 of them instead of 2. It's actually less damage to each target, which is kind of what they want and what they're going for. Nabobo dropping low here. Prince with the hyper aggro Judy placement. Lucrative nearly dies. Protection of nature, though. There's this nature seed. 3-man stack. Oh, Lucrative gets a lovely Forest of Spears. A great sync up of these skills. I'm loving this setup. Forest of Spears, I've got a lot of time for here. I almost think that Glaive might not be the right weapon here, though. Like Heron Spear could even be better or something like that to just punish them clumping as 3.
Yeah, on the red team, if Lucrative was running Heron Spear, I still think you try out those Spike Gauntlets. They have 3 plates, right? Spike Gauntlets are the plate killer. If you can just hit them on those 3 guys over and over again, they're also going to be maybe running an Armor Pierce to combo with it too. They can do a lot of damage with that.
The big issue, though, Spike Gauntlets is an entirely new weapon line, and if he hasn't practiced with it, this isn't the time and this isn't the team to bring it out against, is it? You need to be fully confident on the weapon. Like if it was another spear, that would be fine. But like to go to an entirely different weapon line in the middle of the CLC, pretty tough. And it's a 3-cap situation again. We'll see if there's any change up here. Nick on the one hand, Frost. I mean, Prince of Death. I almost prefer a hammer against this as well. Like I feel that anything that punishes this triple front line for just they run in a line together, don't they? We saw the power there of the Freezing Wind, Area of Decay, Forest of Spears. Like that was almost a complete blitz. And when we saw them against, I think it was the Hooga Beluga team, we saw these incredible pole hammer stuns just setting up giga claps. And it was just crazy, Tazzik. Like they were getting absolutely dropped. Plus Ochi, whenever he dove in, that was when they stunned and they just caught them all. It was beautiful. Nabobo and I engage again, taking a lot of pressure. Impaler trying to buy themselves some space, looking for Lucrative. Prince of Death is really shutting down the back. Forest of Spears connects with Ochi as well, and they're actually trying to pull Prince of Death with the harpoon off of their healer, but Lucrative, they've been kited too far. Fear comes in from Durenta, nicely done from him, just trying to get those heals stabilized. Lucrative, Protection of Nature. Can he be saved here? He cannot. And that is what they do. They just get the 3-cap and they're kiting them out because they don't even need to get the kills. They get 20 points every minute anyway. Prince of Death's going to drop here, I think. Nope. Seed's going to pop. Is he able to escape? He's got 2 glaives chasing him. So my money's on no.
I don't think he is
my bet pays off.
Yeah. That was an interesting play by Drenton with the with the Fiend Robe. I think it was even the first time he used it. I haven't seen
I've seen him use it. Yeah, I've seen him use it. He had to go aggro there to save his man, or try to save his man.
The blue team isn't really playing for healer as much, nor should they be when they're able to find these plays and picks onto other people. Like Lucrative is always getting hit. He's had, I think, every protection in nature, at least almost all of them, the entire match so far.
Aramis is down to 8-1, by the way.
Yeah,
our first 8-1 weapon we've seen. You know, the hammer's coming out though, and this is what I would have wanted to see immediately at the start. Like you can get so much value off a hammer on this lineup.
I just don't know how well the hammer and glaive synergize, right? Like I feel like they maybe want to swap that glaive to something. That's true. Well, you can't. I think it's a lot on Nick here on this Frost staff to try to not get out of position like that and put down the damage he can. Dark Matter in the back line.
You can't really Heron Spear anymore, because obviously it would diminish with the hammer. But I definitely agree with you that there's some like different options potentially.
Yeah, it's only because it's triple melee they're playing against, right? If it wasn't triple melee, the glaive would be fine.
There's a good turn onto the range, but Ochi trying to keep his man alive. He rolls, which actually makes him miss the heal. Halaful E comes in. Nick's looking for the caps, but they're going to see it. They're going to need a big hammer stun on this choke. There's the flick onto Durenta. And there's the hammer onto 3. Nice combo there with the pierce. The Bobo actually forced back. They're going to grab this cap, which will buy them potentially a minute. Down comes the Morgana's Raven, though. Lucrative and Prince of Death pull back. Lucrative going to get flicked back into the 4A. He's going to get flicked again, and he's going to get killed, and that's going to be game. They've got 8 points here to 1-4-3, and the blue's just not going to give this up. And I think at this point, red's going to hit the tent. have a little think about how to approach this next one. And I expect to see them come out completely differently in the next one. You know, Prince of Death, Durant, those guys been playing for ages. Nick is a CLC regular, lucrative, Aramis. You know, this is a team made of good players who can put up a better fight than this. Like 7-1, dismantled in 10 minutes.
This one's over.
Yeah, they're gonna come back and expect to see something different in game number 2 though for these guys.
Yeah, I think Duranton's team probably they had this idea, right? And they thought about how this would play out. It didn't play out as how they thought, so they swapped to Hammer. I think they will have other stuff ready to go for the next match.
I mean,
the question is the gear situation for them, maybe though, right? Like Aramis is down to these 8-1s. We'll have to see if they can re-gear it.
He might start on something better the next time. Anything that just gets insane value here. All these players.
Aramis only had 1 death. That was his 2nd set he brought out. I wonder if it was just because they didn't think they had the potential to turn it around. They didn't want to waste sets on it, right? Maybe that's what it was. We do have another match going right now. I believe we're going to be swapping to Lazan Haman in a second. This match just started, so we should be able to get most of it streamed here as the guys are just looting all the bodies over here on the other match.
Yeah, getting their fill of loot. And Rawbit, as we said, he's actually running the Daybreaker as his spear. Chicken is on his Blight Staff, his Meditation Blight Staff, which definitely impressed me with the results they put out. But I mean, I'm still not convinced. Like, I think
it works. I think it works because of the way he's playing it, and I think it works because of the way the other team is playing around it, right? I don't know if, like me and you, we've seen Blightstaff so much back in the day. I don't know if these guys have played against Blightstaff in 5v5 before. And you can abuse Blightstaff. You can abuse the fact that it is playing that aggressively. He is going to be trying to meditate to get it back, right? And it's a lot of spread healing, but he doesn't have that instant heal with anything because he doesn't have Graveguard. He doesn't have Sacrifice, or sorry, he doesn't have Seed. And so you can abuse that.
Nice dodge there from Strat onto the Harpoon. We'll see how it's going to play out. It's 2 caps to 1. Early days in this match, though, Taz. We've got a long way to go. This is still game 1 of their series. Chicken taking a bit of a beating there with the... And
this is what I mean about abusing it, right? He's slow while channeling it. You can just run at him and then CC after. And he tried to meditate there to get defensives back. You're just going to die when you have a guy with Mystic Rocks on top of you. Angs is there. Volnazera playing very aggressively on that Curse Staff. You can easily play against the Blightstaff very well, so I'm with you on that. But Chicken has been historically playing it very well.
I think that anyone but Chicken would struggle. That's not a guy. Like, he's that good that he makes it work. I think for, you know, without full confidence in your team and your healer, I think it just doesn't offer the output of some of the other E's. Like, if it's not inside of Judy, you barely even notice it's on. You know what I mean?
And that's why he runs Meditate, right? To actually make it viable. But then you sacrifice that sacrifice ability. You don't have Graveguard anymore.
Yeah, like this is the bonkers thing, right? Nature traditionally, you know, is a heal over time, but they've always had Sacrifice to fall back on as that big heal to help them out. But like, it's it's just amazing that he keeps his boys up with it. Like, no Seed, no sack. Obviously, as he's using Refreshing Breeze as well, or Healing Breeze, so he can spread the hots to his whole team. But he's he's so vulnerable to Great Curse. And like, against this team, right, I would just run a Heavy Mace. If you're running a Heavy Mace and a Great Curse, what do? They just get no heals.
Look at Chicken. He runs so aggressively when he's in this Blightstaff because he knows the benefits of it. He can't get really locked down until right after it ends.
He gets a little movement speed, doesn't he?
Oh, Ray Orbit with a beautiful Daybreak. Yeah, just taking out Lazanaman.
Snipe. And it's gonna be quite an interesting match because the 3 cappers switch sides. They are pushing for more kills, but right now they are 3 caps against. So you see Strat there going to commit his role and come back looking for the
Ray Orbit
grab here.
He was standing still there for a bit. He's taking a lot of damage. He might actually go down. Look at how little the Blightstaff is healing him. I don't think the team is there ready to take him out. Lasagna Man coming back from the tent now, but Graf in big trouble. He's not going to get hit by that Frost Staff, though. He's going to run out of that one with Cleric Rogue.
Yeah, it's one of those ones like we like the Blight Staff like when you're on top, but it's crucial you don't fall behind on momentum because it doesn't have those big reset mechanics. You can't, if you're falling behind, you cannot stand your ground. You have to kite. It's a very good kiting weapon because he can heal as he runs, which is always a nice feeling. But yeah, when they fall behind now, Fatnex though, great turn. They moved it up to the high ground, grabbed the kill onto Fatnex, but they still didn't grab even a 2-cap off the back of this fight win.
And Chicken is actually overlapping a lot of his stuff. He's popping Orb of Purity while he has Blight Staff E going on. And he's using a lot of his things at once, which might open up a lot of opportunity to take him out once that Blight Staff E ends. But his team is playing so aggressively with him. They run through. They find another pick. They might even get another onto Zakata here. Ray Orbit's running him down onto the choke.
This is some real aggro. Aang's just about gets out of there with the blink, but he's gonna be he's really struggling right now to stabilize. They find Antarcticite though, which is pretty handy, and now they got them on the back foot. Rorbit gonna have to kite, but Chicken. Again, that refresh it, that
red team wants to go tent here. If you're red team, you have 45 seconds until the tent tick. I would be looking to go tent here, right? Like, you're going to lose maybe the 20, but if you can stall it out, you should be okay. Chicken on the back foot might get completely shut down here. He now has no abilities left.
And Tazzik is coming up top. Unfortunately, he's the tank, so there's no way he can even think about the back cap here. He's just going to have to come in behind, and he's going to start probably with the anti-heal, but Strat's going to get picked off. Not ideal for him. The Zanya man wants more. They still have the 2-cap though. Like, if you lose one person a minute but hold the 2-cap, it's actually viable.
And they're going to hold it here.
You lose 4 points.
Fatnex blinking mid. Ray Orbit sees it. He's going to roll, try to get it with the... Oh, he's just going to Daybreak charge in, but he gets rooted away from it. Should be able to cancel it with an auto attack.
Easy auto there for this Daybreaker, but is it going to cost him his life? It is, yeah.
And now it's actually not worth so much because it's 8 points from the 2 deaths to 2.
Still 2 points,
to 10. So it's only a 2-point lead, but now it's only a 9, right? Now it's only 1-point lead because Fatnex gets the cap. That's another point. In the end, I still think maybe just a hard reset tent, go north of Antarcticite there was maybe a better call.
Yeah, you don't ever want to get 3 capped. If you feel you could ninja north and maybe get the reset over there, 100% agree though. Rather than just, again, like, it's a best of 3. It's a 2-day tournament, and the cost of sets is definitely going to factor in. Because there's no there's no incentive for guilds to sponsor you for this. You know, for the season they get points. Some of them might want to sponsor to get their name out there, but the majority of them are just like, well, we don't get anything for this unless you.
This is for pride and prestige, right? Up until the top 3. That's what they're playing for here. Graph immediately going down.
Very quick takedown. That was beautiful sync. Lasagna Man's anti-heal there was beautiful. And Tartaside, he gets the Resi off, but it's only going to buy him a few seconds. And Chicken, the output is just not there.
Yeah, there's the hard reset we've been waiting on. Quick update, by the way. We had another game going on that we did not get to show. It was Monkey Team versus a team full of numbers. That game ended 149-0 in favor of Monkey Team. Very one-sided match. So thankfully, maybe we didn't get to see that. Didn't get to show the other team getting destroyed. But this one's very close.
Yeah, some of the first round matches can be a bit one-sided, but obviously as we get deeper into the tournament, you're going to find a lot closer matches because the best teams will show down, and then the lower bracket is always great because the threat of elimination is constantly there. And those are my favorite matches personally, Tazzik.
Yeah, can we talk for a second too about Graph? He's running some boots. I don't really see people run, right? Boots of Valor with the Premonition. Anytime a glaive runs at him, he can pop that and just instantly run away. He's immune to force movement. That might be something for Durentin and his lads to look into against a double glaive.
Yeah, it's a very it's a bit like a cleric robe, but even harder, honestly. Like because it's only procced by certain conditions, and if you don't proc it, it's like next to useless. And then
it's really hard to use, especially when the other option is Royal Shoes, right? Where you can just iframe roll away. Pop a cleric if needed.
Guaranteed iframe. I mean, Graveguard boots would probably be a bit more of a consistent option, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but if you can play around it well, right, they are actually a really solid choice, the Boots of Valor, because if you get immune to that forced movement for 2 seconds, all of a sudden you're insane just by popping it. But then if he does get stunned, rooted, slowed while doing it, he's immune for 4, right? Yeah. So that's going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting pick.
Yeah,
I tried them. I tried them a lot when they first came out. I was like, these are going to be so good because I think it was like a mace meta or something at the time. in Hellgates and Crystals, and I just found them clunky. It was okay against maces because obviously when they're leaping through the air, you're like, sweet, thanks, mate. Gonna proc myself here, but yeah, if you don't proc them, they just don't feel good, honestly.
Yep.
Like
Blue
2
team bringing
2
this,
seconds is not long enough.
Blue team just brought this from 100 to 100 to now a 60-point lead, but they instantly just lose Fatnex. What happened to him?
Strat was having a fight with Fatnex on the off cap there, and he
1v1 Frost.
Off.
Yeah, 1v1 Frost, and Stratagen ends up winning that. He's now getting that back cap, so his team will only get 10 tick here.
Yeah, and they're about to have an angry Frost Mage coming onto their clothies.
Yeah, he might be pretty low,
on his health, though. Yeah, he might be low. You're right.
Yeah, look at him. He's half HP. He's actually not even that low.
But it's usually like a game of chicken, honestly. Like once one of the Frost Mages goes low, he can't stand his ground and he tries to escape. And obviously, oh wow, Strat is just blasted here. he still had his Morgana. How did he win against Fatnex and still have his Morganas available? That guy's lasagna, man. They had a nice lead, but all of a sudden, Red putting something on the board. It's 6-6 in kills. Very even right now. 7-3 and 8-3. But they killed Chicken. And that is the one they wanted to kill. The Chicken kill is probably going to see the end of this match then, Taz. Like, losing your healer means full reset, doesn't it?
And Chicken's been playing this pretty well, right? I mean, right there, you even saw him. He used his Blightstaff E to absorb the harpoon. He tanked it, but obviously when he's using Blightstaff, he can't be force moved like that, so he just runs it away. But the weakness of the Blightstaff is that if the team can just right click over you and follow you to where you're going to end up at, you're dead. You don't have anything at the end of it.
It's I love Chicken and I love seeing new stuff, but I personally don't feel the Blightstaff is the one. That's going to be what I'm saying. Right, so we got our first match of this round done. We'll see if the Cargera team is already into their second match.
Actually, they're not already into their second match. Next Rex Wen versus Megala is the first match we watched today. Just ended 13-1 in kills deaths in favor of Cargera's team. That one is over.
They are cleanly through then. For the next round.
A quick 2-0 from them. The next match we have starting is in 3 minutes. That'll be Monkey Team against that Numbers team. Monkey Team did just 149-0 them. Yeah. So we'll see if they can maybe make a comeback in the play. The other teams, I'm assuming, need a little more time on gear and maybe to sort some things out here.
I can imagine. I can imagine. What was the match number 2 then? The one that was delayed that did happen. Who won that then out of Monkey Team and the Bomb?
Yeah, that was so Monkey Team ended up winning that one 149-0. Zayo and the lads.
Yeah. Okay. I was expecting, I'll be honest, I was expecting a bit more, especially out the bat from these guys. I was really impressed with the Hooga team on the season finale weekend.
Well, I mean, you have to look at who they're playing. I actually think Zayo, Zerfax, Bokix, Forsaken, Onion, this team, Monkey Team, are probably not the underdogs, but it's one of my picks to go hard. Yeah. Like they have Forsaken is a great nature healer. However he may act outside of GVGs, he's a great nature healer. Bokix is a very experienced player, great player there. Zerfax, one of the first Frost staffs, one of the best Frost staffs. And Zayo and Arctisite are actually my 2 real underdog tank picks. I don't think a lot of people talk about them too much, but I think both of them are insanely good at tanking. They play the role very, very well. Unfortunately, we just saw Arctisite lose his match, but hopefully Zayo showed off the 149-0. Maybe he can do it again against the boys coming up.
Yeah, I'd like to see a bit more from them. Like I said, they're very impressive. But yeah, this is a stacked lineup. You're right, isn't it? And you'd be mad. Who did they lose their level 9 to? Do you know? Because Monkey Team did lose their level 9. I don't know who they fought. I don't know if we got that handy, but yeah, it was very, very interesting. Like that they didn't win their level 9. They definitely would have been one of our favorites, but we knew we were going to see them in the tournament regardless. These guys are a minute from going into their match. We're going to go on Zayo then for this one, I guess.
Yep, for sure. Zayo, they just 149-0. I just hyped them up as well. I'm hoping they can close out 2-0, but there's always the viewer angle, right, Lewpac, where me and you always hope, no matter who our favorite teams are, that they do end up losing a match. So
we like to see the matches go to best of 3, especially when it comes to the finals and stuff like that.
Yeah,
isn't it? Like,
oh, they did lose to Cargera level 9. Okay, makes sense.
But that's the match that I guess nobody wants to get later on.
Yeah, that is the one you want to avoid in as far as you can. The best thing to do is actually roll the random lucky roll where you don't even see Carriera the whole tournament, except for maybe your one loss early on.
Zerfax is a player we've seen like for many, many seasons now. Zerfax and Onion on that range DPS. Onion was traditionally a healer. He was a nature healer for a long time back in the day. But he's really shown his worth as a DPS. This season as well, Zerfax has racked up an impressive 2.5 KD ratio and nearly a 3-to-1 win ratio. So these two are no joke in the backline. 4.06 KD for Onion as well. Someone who used
which is
heal.
A great KD on a curse staff. Yeah, that's a great KD for curse, who's generally a target.
Yeah, he's also experimented a bit with other stuff. So yeah, we'll see how it goes in this match, round number 2 then. And obviously, Monkey team, if they can close this one out, they will secure progression. And of course, the bomb potentially trying to push this to a game number 3. Hooga Luga is on that SOB, and this is what I don't like to see, Shozen. Like he was, Tazzik, he was so impressive with that pole hammer in final weekend, and we see this a lot with the CLC teams. Just like, oh, we've got to go meta for the CLC. We can't, take this. If there's any time to take risks and play your special picks, this is it. Maybe they're worried that people can counter them because they know it's coming. Run more cleanses, whatever. But he was hitting like these 5-man stuns, and the pole hammer's not easy to hit with like that. And it was beautiful.
He was playing it really well. I think the staff balance has more potential, but he's so good at it, he should have stayed to it. And they find DST off the run. Bakix instead of rolling down. Look at Zabata.
Yeah, they're about to get massacred here. They got caught on the choke there. Zeo got the anti-heal off perfectly. Mystic Rocks. There goes the Rotten Ground as well. Sabata's going to drop. Usad might die to the bouncy ball. No, but Hooga's going to go down. 3-for-0 opener. And it's, look at the gear already. What, Praetorm DST on the 8-2. The other team on the 8-3. It does matter. That IP difference does matter, doesn't it?
The IP difference will always have a big effect, more so in the second day. But even today, right? If you are running 100 IP down on a DPS, that's a massive DPS decrease. Yeah. It's a massive HP increase, right? Like you're just losing in stats. And the reason you're losing is because your pockets weren't deep enough to afford more gear. And it kind of sucks that at this stage, we do see that disparity.
Yeah, there's definitely budget issues. There is an IP cap in place, but these guys will gear up just to get 30, 40 IP. Like the
IP cap is 1,500. We have people at 1,580. Yeah. Right? So people go past it every day, every CLC. And now we're seeing a blue very aggressive play down choke, especially with Zerfax popping that Morgana.
Getting absolutely annihilated in that opening volley. He might not even survive because he's still stuck in the Mystic Rocks. He's gonna run out that Judy. He nearly survived. He actually took 2 hits just outside of the Judicator armor that he possibly could have just stood on the edge. Maybe survived a little bit longer, but these nature healers, once they're out of big heals, they really have nothing. And this is a very aggressive opener. Praetorm in a little bit of danger. If Bakix can find him, and he will. Good use of that harpoon. Little freeze there coming out. Hooga, Usad, DST's respawned, but there's already a 3 cap and 5-0. And these guys are staring down a 60-point deficit. 3 minutes into the match.
I think we can see why Zeo and the lads here 149-0 the other team in the last match. I would love to see in this game too. I'm not sure what happened in game 1, whether he did have pole hammer. But maybe change things up, right? You got 149 a minute ago, and now it's already looking like it's going that way again. You want to try something different a bit. Whatever you're doing now isn't working.
We know a few of these teams do have some pocket picks as well. Like I've got the intel on a few different strategies. Obviously, I'm not going to give everything away until we see it, because that could defeat the object of it. Sabata, they do find Onion here, but he pops his cleric. The Judy goes down, and he just mans up. The entire 3-second duration of his cleric, he just sits there and just does as much damage as possible. I love that from ranged DPS. You need ranged DPS that are willing to do as much damage during that. I mean, we saw last tournament, we even see a bunch of DPS using it as an offensive ability. like running into people, getting it procced, and just going hyper aggro. There's another kill. They're trying to harpoon them out the tent, but it
Tried
just
to
seems
catch a
like
cheeky kill there.
it's just
Oh,
one-way
man.
traffic. It really is. Like there's no kill pressure going the other way. Onion got pulled out of position, but he just popped his cleric and manned up. He knew there was no purge. He'd seen it used already, so he was happy enough to just chill.
I don't even know if you saw that, right? Blue team spread pressure is so insane. They had protection in nature, 2 cleric robes, and a roll used in a second of each other.
Yeah.
Right? All of that used because they had 3 people so low. That's incredibly spread pressure that you have there. Those guys aren't even clumped. And they've been able to find those in every match, right? I wonder if it's like in their positioning, in their calls, they have Zerfax going bot, Onion going top, and they purposefully spread out who's hitting who.
Yeah.
Or if it's just an accident because they're so used to playing this way. But it's been insane watching these guys in the last few matches.
Nice pull onto Zerfax there, but they're not doing enough to deal with his Morganas either. Like they're allowing him to get full value out of that. And look at this, 3 clumps on the choke, and it's just freezing wind on top. Down goes your healer, and down goes your frost as he's going to get flicked, and down goes your team into the lower bracket.
Yeah, more than likely. If you're Zayo and the boys, right? Like, you know, you joke around and stuff. Surely you don't do it. But at some point, do you consider letting them get top cap and just getting a few more kills?
Nah, hey, I don't think they come out here. I think, like, you know, they can't brute force this in 90 seconds. I think right now you say, look, we're just feeding gear here. Let's take the out.
They're already down so much gear.
Yeah, let's rewatch it. We're rocking out in 8-1 now against guys in full 8-3 excellent. There is not a guy with lower than an 8-3 excellent weapon. And that base IP is massively different. It's 50 odd plus above the 8-1 after the IP cap kicks in.
So it looks like these guys are going to be sitting tent. We do have another match. It's No Pain, No Gain versus Globo Gym that just started. So whenever we're ready, we can hop over to I Engage.
They're all clapping in the mid.
Clapping. Yeah, they just had enough. I mean, that's a really morale boosting win, right? Like, that's great to have your first game of the day, your first best of 3. They didn't lose a single set. They won 49-0 both fights against a decent team, right? Like, that was a good team. Bugula won their level 9, didn't they?
No, but they looked really strong. They got unlucky, I think, in their level 8, but they demolished the I Engage team in their level 7.
They looked really good over that weekend.
Lucrative gets picked here. So Prince of Death, as we talked about, he started on the hammer this time, which I like that a lot. I really do. The Protection of Nature hammer, Durenton on the Fiend's robe is still happening. They're not willing to give up mid here, but I definitely feel that they've got to be ready. Lucrative has got to be ready to pounce on Ochi. I think that is the weak spot. You've got to be willing to just kite out these 3 frontliners. Keep them curse stacked, keep them pressured with the frost, but Lucrative has to keep that pressure on OG.
Great stun. Yeah, great stun by Prince of Death to just help peel for his team. Unfortunately, they also blew the roll. He could have maybe held that if they communicated that was going to happen, which maybe they're not used to Prince playing the hammer so much, but
there's the hook
him bringing out here is
Ochi.
a great call.
I engage
3-man stun.
Oh, that was beautiful. Nabobo's miles away from his healer right now. He's going to have to run for it. I Engage runs in. The area of decay on the lot of them. Ochi probably has the leap available if he wants to come in and heal his boys. He's going to wait for them to clump a bit more. There's the hook onto Ochi. He leaps in. Armor Pierce goes down. 3-man stun. Cleanse onto Ochi. Now they're trying to pressure Lucrative with the Seed and the Protection of Nature. He's going to push. All 5 of them running from the single glaive of Lucrative. And that's going to give Nick straight on the cap. He's looking for it. They need that. Oh, that's a good stun. That is a good stun. Buying them the space. They're going to get the cap, and Red's going to take control. Not quite in time to get 10 points, but this looks so much better from them, Taz, this time.
Honestly, the hammer is insane for them, right? Prince of Death has found multiple stuns on each one. They combo with the armor pierce, and they actually have potential against that triple melee because now they're pretty squishy, right? And you can do much more pressure to them. And when you have Ochi in that backline, not able to Halifall jump in, and then when he does, you can instantly snap to him. It's incredible pressure on the other team.
Yeah. They're playing it correctly. Like they're learning from the teams that have beat this lineup. It's frustrating to play against. We know that. And there's another pick onto Ochi. He's gonna leap out. There's the stun. Oh, he rolls the stun, but they know he has no mobility now. Lucrative can just run at him if he wants, but they're doing a great job. They realize that as long as they keep this pressure on the stacked up frontliners, look at that, all of them 4 stacks of curse. They're just gonna have to sit and wait for it to reset. Like, they cannot start a fight with 4 stacks like that. And actually, the sickle comes in and restacks 2 of them. No, it didn't restack them. It looked like it did.
Quick IP check. Nick and Aramis are at like 15, 15, 15, 20. That's a good 50 points lower than some of the other DPS.
Yeah.
So they are feeling the effects of that bleed of the sets in that first match. But anone great triple into a quadra knockup.
Archie landed on that. They read it like a book. It was beautiful. But the Judies go down, and that's the problem, isn't it? And they're so
it's still
tanky.
so much pressure. Now they've fallen 2 Judies.
Another 3-man stun. They need to make sure they're also against this carrion caller and the curse. Like, how do red not have a guardian helm? Like, why would you not put a guardian helm in that setup? Right? Versus the Fiend's Cowl of all things. Like, what are they Fiend's Cowling in this matchup?
Yeah, I think the Bobo on the Fiend's Cowl who really should get rid of it. He's never going to have a chance to look at Ochi in the backline, really. What
are you Fiends on Ochi? Are you waiting for his cleric?
He's also running Purity. Is Ochi running Purity?
No, he's running a cleric, bro. But that's like the only thing. Like, you purging his Limhurst? Like what are you trying to purge with that? Like, I understand if they're against the Frost, because obviously you want to purge that Morganas, you want to purge Speedcasters. But here, it's like, a Guardian Helm should be a no-brainer. It removes Morgana's Raven, it removes the bleeds, it removes the curse. You get so much value out of it. Like, and again, he can use it to be more aggressive if he wants. But you see, like, I see this lineup, and I'm like, I wouldn't step out of tent without a Guardian Helm against this lineup.
Guardian Helm would be great. I think Stalkerhood they should actually keep. It helps potential with that combo with the pierces and stuff, but maybe even running some more anti-healing themselves to put in the Judy. Like, imagine if they had another Herd of Tenacity on somebody, right? Instead of that Stalker. So every time they Judy, you have it ready to go on top of it. They just try to shut down what their game plan is. A lot of things to think about.
Some good value here. This could be a 5-man stun. I love the Prince of Death. He has the stun available, by the way, and he's just like running around. They're going to maybe stun fight Ochi. One more hit should do it. Can they kill the healer this time? Oh my goodness, they somehow can't. And this is the other problem, right? The defensive capability, they do finally find Ochi. The 2 glaives offer so much defensive utility and peel. Like, if they do nearly get Ochi, they just flick him away, harpoon him away over and over again. It's going to be red.
How is Barak living for so long? He's just now losing HP. It's interesting, too.
They're playing with him. They're playing for time.
Yeah.
Like, once you've got somebody, if you're a newer viewer and, like, maybe new to the Crystal League, like, it is a legitimate strategy. If you've got somebody dead to rights, you want to take as long as you can to kill them, to delay their respawn, as long as you guarantee the kill. Like, don't take so long that they get away. But
desyncing that death timer is insanely valuable, right? Every second you buy is another 20 tick in your favor.
Yeah, it's huge.
Syncing Brock's death like that. It's a great play right there. It's interesting. If I engage with the Staff of Balance, though, I feel like they maybe could have kept in that 4v5 for a little bit longer.
I mean, he still has some CC with the Q3 on the axe. Like, the Rending Rage is a little bit of CC. It's fairly regular as well. The cooldown's not that long, but it's not the same as having a hammer or an SOB. And honestly, Prince of Death is playing this hammer really nice. Like, he's positioning himself as if he's gonna stun as well. Like, he's trying to bait out any cooldowns. Like, one mistake, like, and they're dead to rights. He's keeping a close eye on Ochi with the cleanse. So there's the cleanse on Ochi. It does get Tutuka. He immediately geyses him after. And now they know that Ochi doesn't have it. They're going to start, like, trying to put some pressure out. Go for the harpoon, but Tutuka's going to body block. Lucrative, trying to get something. He's going to have to stick to his duty.
4-man stun.
Both duties have been used, and now it's big trouble for Blue. All of a sudden, Prince of Death and his boys, it's a 3-man freezing wind as well on the front. They pop their res pots. They go for the hook. They find Tutuka with the hook. He's flicked out of position. Now is the time for the purge, and for some reason, Lucrative doesn't have it. How can he not have the purge? What has he used it on? Who knows? But at this point, they are driving them back. They have the 3-cap, and the points are starting to go in their favor. It's going to be a rapid rotation right now for no pain, no gain. But Globo Jim's already there.
Correction, that was actually a 5-man stun. He caught somebody on the right side there. Red team finally playing to their strengths. They're getting these massive clumps. They're playing it well with the hammer. Prince of Death, as you're saying, playing the CC game beautifully, waiting for everything to be dropped before using that stun.
Mind games, yeah. And look at this. I Engage is at the back fighting their tank, which is a complete dissolution of their strategy. Like their strategy is those 3 at the front should be running someone down, like pulling everybody out of position, causing that pressure. If he's pulling back to root the tank off of his own healer, their strat has already fallen apart. And he goes in with the lead.
What a harpoon.
Yeah, nice pick onto Nick. Nick gets more agony. Doesn't have any big things to save him, but the Renan still had his Fiend's Robe. Prince of Death gets anti-heal. Down goes the nasty wounds as well. Area of Decay waiting for him, and he's going to get picked on the way through. Harpoon comes up to the high ground. Both harpoons whiff for blue. Someone's going to nip off, actually. They're going to break here and potentially cap shortly. Ochi, maybe? Although the flick on the Bobo, they've all got curse stacks, so they can't cap right now. And if red goes back in, blue might end up not getting a cap here. Like they have to get a second kill right now. And they're not.
They didn't even get mid. Yeah, didn't even.
They haven't got mid. Ochi can't do it, and they're all look at the 4 stacks on the front line. Like it's impressive. People underestimate that 4 stack tick, right? When your armor pierced as well is quite substantial chunk of damage.
Yeah, you'd expect at the end of this for Aramis to just do double everyone's damage if he's constantly getting those 4 stacks off on the front line.
Oh, his damage is going to be off the charts at the end. We'll take a look, 2-2, because looking for it, but there's the stab from Lucrative. Now it's 1 minute 40, and this match is going to be tied up at 1-1. And Prince of Death, Duran, and these boys, they know how to play this situation. They know that it's worth dying for if they can hold that 3 cap, as long as they don't get completely dunked. And look, did you see the sidestepping as they retreat? Because they know those harpoons are coming. Some beautiful footwork. It's like watching the Olympic figure skating or something right now. These guys dodging harpoons left, right, and center. Prince of Death is going to get stabilized. They're lining up on that choke. He's going to look for a nice stun here. He wants Ochi, though. He's waiting for Ochi, and Ochi read it nicely. Steps out of there. I engage. Is in a horrible spot. 4 stacked. Armor pissed. Ochi leaps in. Those sickles. The curse damage. Aramis must have some silly numbers right now, honestly. They are. He has got 4 stacks. These area of decays. And, of course, the armor pierce is actually quite a big chunk of damage on its own, despite what it adds. And they pulled out already for the cap.
Yeah, they're going top cap. They know they lose in 40 seconds if they don't get it. I think red team's not going to get there in time to stop Tutica either.
No, unless they had the armor pierce. If Aramis maybe had the armor pierce, he could have done it. But he's not worth rolling for. Like they were 90 seconds off winning, and they're still 90 seconds off winning. I don't think it's that crazy. And now they can just tank up and kite up. Like as long as they're willing to sort of ping pong in and out of mid, they'll be okay. Oh, Area of Decay just on the Bobo. I think the nerves are maybe getting to them here. A little bit of lack of patience and discipline with these E abilities. Nick in a bit of trouble. He's going to roll. Should have Blink available. They purge Protection of Nature. There goes the stun. There goes the Geyser. I engage. Manages to root Aramis. Aramis looking for Ochi with the pierce. Now he's going to roll out. 1 minute has passed. 60 seconds on the clock before Globo Gym can tie this one up. 1-1. Nick is in big trouble, though. Mobility just comes off cooldown in time, but he's already got Barak on him with the glaive. No way to finish. Durenton's going to drop. 45 seconds, and they're too low to contest. Prince of Death gets a lovely stun off, but the rest of them, Lucrative has less than a bar. And now
he's going for they're going for this triple. It could happen.
Nah, that was.
Did they just killed Lucrative and Prince, right?
Yeah.
The death timers 12 minutes in are a lot. It's a possibility here.
Okay. Well, this is going to reset the fight completely, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, 2 deaths and blue team loses, though, right? And we've been seeing consistent deaths coming in for red team, but not for blue. Blue team has only had 2 deaths in this match so far.
I think you just all in Ochi at this point. Ochi or Tutuka, just all in and just.
So here's the thing, right? They're going to get 20 ticked. They have about 100 points. It's around 5 minutes to work with. So far, they've only been able to kill 2 people in 13 minutes, right? But they need to do that in the next 5. Maybe instead of just hard diving, you just play for a cap. Try to buy yourself that double. Go for the 10 minutes instead of the 5-minute loss, and then
these guys are so
happen.
tanky. Like there's always going to be one of these glaives. Think of the Morgana's Raven as well. There's so many ways to stop that cap. And it's.
I wonder if Aramis is considered demonic here as well. Aramis is so strong, but perhaps there's potential.
He's looking for the angle on the whole team here. He is so disciplined with this stun. He's had it up the whole time. He's waiting for maybe them to go onto the choke, so he can
look at Nick.
Them.
Nick is running the other way. He's going for the cap instantly. What a smart play. Prince is holding stun, so we can use it here on this choke as well. This is a great play.
Really good discipline. Nabobo wants here. There should be a second stun available. There's
Swap,
the
stun Brock.
Not going to get it. Nice.
And then
there's
he
the
didn't even use stun.
There's the 3-man turnaround. Ochi has an orb to save the day, and the Prince is going to miss the geyser. They're going to lose that pressure opportunity, so I feel like they're just going to have to chill for a bit now. But that, like you said, they do that, and that buys them a lot more time. They're looking at 9 minutes instead of 4.
Yeah, and they have so much time to work with now comparatively to when they were getting 20 tick that they can take it a bit slower, do what they've been doing to get that lead rather than just monkey running at Ochi. So we'll see how they end up playing this out.
Prince of Death has got the cleanse off of Ochi. So he knows that he has tackle up, and there's like a 15-second window before Ochi gets another cleanse available. And he's going to, 3-man on the front, but they're inside that Judy. These Judy armors are such a pain. You really don't want to dump your DPS into it. Curse is great because you could just stack them up and they're going to be stacked once it ends. But like, for example, you don't want to drop a freezing wind and start Morgana spamming your frost into that energy shield. Nick nearly drops, actually. Protective nature keeping him just about alive, but no bigs available. Nick is going to get picked off and going to be a pushback and drive into a 3 if they're not careful. Aramis gets pulled out of position. Nice guys to try and save him. But yeah, without that frost, the frontliners, they're not in any fear anymore. They're just, let's go for it. Let's just go for it.
Aramis is going to fall.
Aramis is gone, yeah.
And this could be a big turnaround, right? If they end up getting top cap, that's going to put them at 7 to 46.
Or they draw out this fight with their first respawn and send the second one for the last second back cap right on the timer. That's why Barak is sitting where he is. There is a glaive sitting mid doing nothing, and that's because they know the back cap will beat them. Like they are not taking any chances of that back cap because they don't want another match. Like they're using 8-3 and they're not looting 8-3, so every death hurts their economy.
Look at Aramis. Aramis is down to 1493. He has swapped off Druid Cowl though, now running Cultist, trying to get a bit more damage. So maybe the call is what you were saying, and they're trying to now go for quick kill, right? They're just trying to catch someone off guard.
Maybe slap it on one of these glaives and just try and like punish him with the autos. But the glaives will just not attack. They just won't auto for that time. They'll just spam the Q to maintain the stacks and hold off the autos till the cultist. Like, it's great against something like a Frost because it completely shuts out their Morganas, period. It was good against bows, stuff like that. I just don't like it as much against glaives. I don't know what. I'd probably rather even see like a Cowl of Purity just laser them. Like pierce them and then laser them.
Purity might be actually pretty good here because of the stacking.
They're all stacked. They're all stacked up. You hit him with the armor pierce. You hit him with the Cowl of Purity. Drop the area of decay. It's probably all right damage. I feel the damage on that should get buffed though. Honestly, I'd love to see it buffed a little bit to be a viable DPS option.
We'll have to see. 7 to 47 about to come in. Oh, they missed the birdie onto Aramis there, but he's just capping it to try to bait them up so we can get stacks.
Yeah, they're just going to play around this wall. Archie's not going to put himself in any risk unless somebody's on the verge of dying. There's the swap. He rolls the stun nicely. There's the control though onto the choke. Judy's been used. Remember, they do have 2 though, and that's such a huge thing, right? This Judicator cooldown. You never ever want to fight into your opponent's Judicator armor, right? And the opponent wants to place it in a way that forces you to fight there. And they've got 2, and it completely throws off the traditional thinking because they can place 1, and then as soon as you push to try and start a fight, if you commit any big cooldowns, they'll just place the second. Lucrative gets picked off. 3-man freezing wind, but Ochi leaps in. And they're just going to play, like, they're just going to grind this out. They know the situation they're in. They know it's precarious. They're going to play around that wall. They're just going to yo-yo in and out. Ochi's not going to play risky at all. And they're just going to grind this one out 10 points at a time.
They're not going to find him.
Nah.
Yeah, 10 points at a time. I mean, it's standard play. I engage maybe looking to bait them up top.
He knows he's not going to get the 20 here. The armor pierce can come out if needed. That's probably what he'll use. Away. Nah, they're going to stop him.
Yeah, they got it. Nick blew a roll for that, though. They might be able to go in on this. Prince is very low.
Well, which means they kind of have to fight. Now he only has Frostblink available, but there's the guys.
Brock instantly running backwards, though. They're getting rack cap. Brock is running for his life to try to roll and stop that back cap.
Is he going to stop it?
He stopped at the last second.
Goodness. It was so close.
If they had gotten that, if they'd suicided for it, it would have been worth it. It was GG. Yeah, Red Team should have tried to suicide roll CC for something if they could have. I don't think they had an opportunity, though. But another Tentic will come in, putting it to 7 to 23. And now Red has bled through a lot of the time they bought themselves.
Yeah, but if they hadn't ninja'd that top, they'd have been done by now. It would have been
Yeah.
over. So they bought themselves a lot of time. They just haven't been able to do what they need to do with it. Prince of Death in a horrible situation. Nice stun, actually. Comes through. They have got the flicks. 3-man Geyser as well. Air of Decay. He's inside the Judy, so he's going to be able to stabilize and Durant him once again. Using that feint. They can't stop that interruption, though. And then, oh, this is big. This is a big catch. Mortal Agony. Geyser goes down. It's not going to be enough. Barak is 1. I Engage will be game if he goes down. One more hit. They're going to take it. They're going to snatch it. They baited him in with the cap and then annihilated him on a choke. That was just
Let's go into round 3.
Instantaneous. We are going to a game 3 here. 8-4. And Nabobo doing a crazy amount of tank in there. But as expected, Aramis with 165,000 damage. Like 40k above anyone else in the match.
Yeah, red team having almost another 100,000 damage total over the enemy. Just because that curse staff, that frost staff, they're putting through, they're putting this damage onto clumped plate people, right? So look at how much more damage they did. Then look at the kills to deaths. It was 8-4 in favor of blue, who had less damage, right? Because there's less HP to chew through.
If Nick hadn't made that top cap ninja, they never would have been there to make that play at the end. Like they would have been out before then.
And as a quick update as well, Bogul, if you can throw up the Shalon bracket, we did have, while this was going, Midos versus Team Korea's second gameplay out. Yeah. Midos ended up winning against Team Korea, so that is 2-0 with Midos going on to round 2. But we're gonna have so we're gonna have this game be our only round 3, or game 3 of the first round. Then after that, we'll have the losers matches. That'll be Bengalis versus the bomb number team, and then Team Korea versus the loser of this match.
Always nice. Always nice to get a game 3. So we've already got Next Rex Win, Monkey Team, and Mythos through to round 2. And we've got 3 matches in the losers bracket. Next up, obviously, after this match, there'll be a tiny little break. And then I believe we'll be getting straight into the losers round. Best of 3 losers round 1. And that'll be Tazzik and Shozen bringing you through that one.
Yeah,
we should have a bit of time as well before we go.
We've got to give these guys a few minutes to grab some more sets because these matches can get very expensive.
Going to give them a few moments, but while we're doing that, we're going to ease your expenses out there for the viewers. If you can enter the raffle by typing !raffle in chat, your message will be deleted and you'll be entered into a raffle, and we will pull a couple of raffles and some gold codes in just a moment. The gold codes range from 800 to 4,000 gold. So that's a pretty good chunk of change for you to win right now. Not quite as much as a Saber-tooth Rex, but you know, it's still pretty good.
No, it's worth winning, and a little thank you for watching these raffles. Shozen loves a raffle.
I do love a good raffle. It makes me feel good. But how about that second match?
It was nice, and I still felt like I can't help but feel they scraped the win there. But
it was very close. It was very close.
They've just got to stay true to their comp, right? They've just got to keep doing what they were doing. Like, just grab any chance you can to grab that 3 stack. Anytime they stack with those front 3, you've got to punish that. And what was really good was Prince of Death. The way he was stunning those 3. And usually the hammer would immediately follow up with the geyser to continue the CC, but he was waiting for Ochi to leap. He knows Ochi's going to leap in on that 3 every time. And then he gets 4-man geysered, and you can't cleanse a geyser. So really, really nice from him. And I think he can do so much, like with this comp. Maybe I don't know. They won, so what can I say? But I feel that maybe that Glaive could be playing something else. Like if he had something,
I still think right.
Like if he had something that could also get involved with that 3 stack on the front line. Pretty much anything. Not Heron now because of Great Hammer. Trinity. Leap on him with a Trinity.
Trinity, maybe. I thought Trinity, and then I said, no way. It does nothing. I don't think he goes Trinity. I still think Spike Gauntlets if he has any sort of potential.
If he's comfortable with them, yeah. But I guess his job is to harass the front, right? Because Prince of Death is constantly looking for the enemy front line. So somebody has to be harassing their back, sorry. So he has to just he has to keep Ochi honest and Tutuka honest, doesn't he? You can't just allow a ranged DPS to not be attacked a whole match because they'll get aggressive, they'll find the angles, they'll just cause you too many problems. So we'll see we'll see what they want to switch up. I mean, I expect the same comp from
I
Keith from
expect
the
the same
boys.
everything. Yeah, I mean,
No
they
pain,
ended
no
up
pain,
winning. I
no
don't think
gain.
they need to
Gonna
swap
stick
it.
with their comp, yeah.
Yeah. We do have a confirmed match starting time on that as well. It'll be in 5 minutes,
Okay.
18:20 for game 3. After that, we'll go into the losers brackets. We'll go back on iEngage for our POV. Can we actually pull up the player cards for this team as well?
Yeah, give
For
us a quick run
iEngage's
through of the
team?
players, Taz.
Yeah, I need to see the player cards as we go. I don't know what order they're in. Let's go team no pain, no gain first. Yeah. So no pain, no gain. Obviously, as we saw in the last 2 matches, they're a very strong team. Ended up not winning in this, ended up not winning in the game 2, but very clean game 1. Tutica as range DPS. He's been playing with them for a while. We do have, look at that, the kills and deaths and the win loss on there.
Yeah, so
Great
great
KD and win
stats from our
loss.
stats team. Big shout out to Robin, actually, who puts these player cards together.
Mhm.
They're often humorous. They're packed full of useful information. And you could just see basically how much these guys
Ochi,
win.
Ochi with a little bit of a meme. He's saying his favorite meta is Frost meta. Dan, it's a big meme. Ochi hates Frost Staff because they play triple melee, right? So
Yeah.
Frost Staff is a very good counter into triple melee, and I know he hates it. I think all of them put Frost meta as their favorite meta just for the meme. I like that, Ochi. It's a good one there. Look at their KDs and win losses. Didn't he say that the Aramis had like a 4 KD on Curse
Yes,
Staff?
I think somebody did. So yeah, no, it was
Yeah.
Onion had
Oh.
almost a 4.0. It was over a 4.0 actually. It was the highest
Wait,
one I've seen so far.
what is that favorite playstyle say? Can you move your head, Lewpac? What, I can't read.
I'll give you. I've got a link. I've got these. I've got these cards.
Let me check. Yeah.
Hang on. I'll give you. I'll send you a link to the cards so you've got them on your own PC.
I couldn't see what that said.
I should have to move my head. This is a professional broadcast. Can you move your head so I can watch back the stream? Goodness. We can start deleting these as people go out, obviously.
Yeah, iEngage's favorite play style is any comp with Ochi win. I'm waiting to see what did Tutica say? His favorite play style said something about Frost Staff.
Honestly though, Ochi is one of those healers. I mean, I played with him a fair bit, and he's one of those healers that
I love Ochi. Yeah.
You never have to ask for the heal. Like he just keeps an incredible awareness of the whole fight.
Look at Tutica's favorite play style: killing the Frost before he wipes everyone on the planet with Qs. This whole team hates Frost Staff, dude. They want this thing deleted. Everyone on here just
I would just run 2 Frost
Staff.
against them. I'd run 2 Frost against them.
No, I mean 2 Frost and a Curse? Oh, yeah, what are you trying?
Yeah.
I think Curse Staff is insane though, right? Like you need the Curse, so maybe triple backline.
Three backline. You want to go triple front? We'll go triple back.
That's actually pretty good.
Frost fire.
Yeah, that's
Firewall
actually a really
well.
good counter into that, right? If you run fire for Firewall, that would be great. That'd be a great triple backline. We can swap off.
Artillery on the stuns would be.
We're now on Monkey Team's player cards. Monkey Team, obviously. Oh, look at Lucrative's win loss. That's not too good. 0.85. Oh, sorry, not Monkey Team. This is Globo Gym.
Globo Gym is a shout out to the movie Dodgeball, I believe. Isn't that right? Globo Gym is the.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. What's the underdog gym called?
Average Joe's.
Average Joe's gym. There you go. Dodgeball. Fantastic movie.
Renton with a KD of 0.44. We should have maybe omitted that from his.
Prince of Death 0.55. You know, these guys are the.
It's actually our I hate to say this, but this is our second dodgeball reference. We also had the Purple Cobras.
Oh yeah,
which is
did.
Global Gym.
Which
Global
was their
Gym
team as well,
is the
which
Purple
was their
Cobra.
team.
Yeah, this was their team name last time. Yeah,
they obviously just loved that film.
Look at this whole team's KD. Why are all of them so low?
Well, they so these guys are actually pretty much our wild card, right? These guys got into the tournament without winning a level 7.
Jeez, yeah.
So like they if one team had won a level 7, these guys wouldn't be here.
Player on this team with the best
bunch
KD.
of 4s and a 6. Yeah, they just about got in, basically, I would say.
Yeah, I can't believe Drenton win-loss of 1.25, but his KD is 0.44. This man's just getting bodied in every match they fight. Obviously, their favorite meta is Arcane. This team had Drenton tanking with Arcane, and they did very well. They almost won a tournament with him playing Arcane until they got
they did
in the finals.
Yeah,
they did get 03.
all the way.
They did make it all the way. It didn't look close in the end, but they did make it all the way.
That's the 150-0 The 3-1 split, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was the time they got 150 owed.
In the grand final. The only time we've ever seen a 150 in the grand final. Which we did talk briefly about the openers as well. So usually what you're going to see is 4 people go to the top and a ranged DPS goes to cap the bottom. That's what we call a 4-1 split. A 3-1-1 is essentially where you send 3 to the mid, 1 to your cap, and quite often your tank to go and interrupt their cap. It's a very good strat if you pull it off, but a smart team will just turn on your tank and obliterate him before he can connect with the healer. So it's a very risky strat, but if it pulls off, you can actually find yourself with a nice points advantage at the start, because you gain, even with only 1 cap, if the opposition has none, you get 10 per pop. These guys are not back at the fight yet.
No, we actually have a
delay.
Slight delay, yeah.
Yeah, 5-minute delay, I'm assuming, because people need sets, as we saw in those last 2 kind of bloodbaths. Yeah. So 5 more minutes until that game will start. And as you were saying, right, we have only seen 4-1 splits so far in the tournament. Yeah. Generally, you do see some teams try for the 5-0 mid, or maybe even they double up into a 3-2, right? They send 2 guys to the other team's cap and just try to stop it instantly.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever do a 5-0 in this meta. Like, people are so aware of the power of caps. And like, if you feel that you've got a bursty enough lineup that you could just shove them off mid and grab mid instantly, it could pay off. Because then you can, like, you've got that pressure of having someone dip back to make it a 2 cap. But the 3-1-1 is definitely still a solid strat if you've got someone tanky enough.
Yeah, for sure. And I think 3-1, the way that these teams play the opening does have a large impact, right? If you end up doing a 5-0 and the other team 4-1 successfully and they get that back cap, you're in an automatically worse spot, because now it's so much easier to push you back.
You basically have to steamroll the momentum off that 5-0. And it's usually like, who goes to cap? It's usually like the Frost or the Curse. Probably the Frost, because you want the Curse to be generating stacks immediately.
Depends on the enemy team's comp, right? Like against the triple melee, for sure you have your Frost cap and you have the Curse staff get to 4. But if you're up against a triple backline, then you put your Frost staff in mid, right? And your Curse staff is capping. Yeah, it depends on the meta and who you're playing against, sort of. Over here in the Conqueror's Hall, though, I'm seeing these teams are getting ready, so you should be starting in about 3 more minutes. That I was actually going to say, look at how many he's popping.
I know.
What is he doing?
That's a 999 stack. He's leveling his war gloves.
Oh man.
Oh, it's happening.
For some sort of shenanigans, basically. I don't know.
I assume because
maybe they're going the no healer strat. We've seen a 2 healer strat. We've never seen a no healer strat.
I'd like to see that.
I mean, actually, tell a lie. I did do a no healer strat once. With 5 one-hand maces and 1, because it was when they were broken. Jesus. It's just like, I mean, the enemy, put it this way, the enemy didn't have a healer either. Because they just got 5 one-hand mace.
Yeah, back in the day when one-hand mace was insanely dumb.
It's still insanely dumb. Let's not pretend that weapon's still not dumb.
Is it really?
Not for 5s, but like if stacked, it can still be lethal, right? It's a non-artifact one-hander that has a mobility, stun, and damage on a very short cooldown. Right?
Looks like 2 more minutes to go until we start on iEngage. At least this did go game 3, right? Normally, it tends to be a lot of 2-0s on day 1.
We had like one tournament where there was no game 3s. The first ever CLC we did had no game 3s, and then the final made up for it all by going 3-2. All the way to 5. Yeah. It was
that was a great one.
That was a wild one.
And I still think it's our best final we've had, right? Like that was a great final, very competitive. I'm hoping maybe this final has something similar. We'll have to see who ends up going there. A lot of team 2-0ing in a very very one-sided manner, so I have to see how the teams shake up here. I really don't know who's going to end up winning this one as well.
This would be a huge upset in terms of seedings, right? This would be our bottom seeded team taking out our 3rd seed and dropping them to the lower bracket. It'd be a huge, like, the thing is, the way, because of the double elimination setup, right? It's huge, because if you win your first match, you're 1 match away from going to day 2. You're 1 match away from a guaranteed top 4, right? That's and anything can happen in a single match. You know, the comp plays into it, the individual players and play styles play into it. Whereas, you know, you otherwise you got to fight through the lower bracket, which is always unpleasant, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to win all the way out.
Yeah. And you're 2 matches away from a top 2 almost. Do you know what I mean? Like that's crazy.
Right, and
it's all about getting to the money, right? It's all about getting to that top prize.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
shows
You
them-
want to get to day 2. You want to get the prizes because then the sets you've lost are not for nothing. If you get knocked out day 1,
it's all over,
times.
right? And
Bad
you've lost
times.
so much silver. You've lost so much silver. And the lead up to getting here, right? Playing the CLC or playing the crystals to get here does not pay for that gear. They're down a lot of
like
money.
even the best Merc contracts don't pay that much nowadays because of just because of the way it is. It's not so important now. But
Yeah,
here we
season
go.
points have changed. We are going in. We are in, and I'm going to join Lewpac here as Tazzik's going to dip out for a quick moment.
Okay, we got Iron Gage's point of view then. Round 3 of this best of 3. 1-1 is the score. And yeah, Globo Gym looking for a bit of an upset in this first round. Can they do it though? This double melee is still strong. They're still rocking with it. No changes for either side. We're going to see Lucrative on there. But oh, actually what we do see is what we talked about. The 3-1-1.
Yeah.
The
Nice.
3-1-1 split from Lucrative. And now Barak is going to have to dip for the cap. And are they going to stop it or are they going to allow it this time? The thing is they're going to have a 5v4 in the mid. They are going to cap, but they're looking for mid. Iron Gage hasn't seen it. Has he seen it? He's got to find the Raven.
They got
he
him.
hits him with the Raven.
Yep.
Hits him with the
launched
Raven.
that Raven. Well done. It's going to stop the bleed effect here. They're not going to get behind a cap right off the bat. That's never how you want to start a match, especially, as you said, this is the number 3 seed. These guys have been very good this season. They don't want to start this off on the back foot in the loser's bracket.
Yeah, they needed that. So the 3-1-1 looked good at the start, but didn't quite get there. They were a little bit quick on the uptake. Freezing Wind follows up the stun. No guys are going to be used. They're going to flick Nick into a bad spot. He's going to roll, but there still is a second harpoon. Raven going to hit him, but he's got protection nature. There's the second flick onto Nick. VR10, long-standing CLC player, very accomplished in the GVG scene, but he is going to be going down here, and it looks a lot cleaner. Prince of Death, he needs to pop his res pop. Doesn't look like he's getting out of this one. Raven, rooted, controlled. As soon as you get on the back foot against this lineup, Shozen, you get picked apart by those 2 glaives.
Oh, yeah,
so
they
much
can
control.
really put on the pressure, too. A lot of frontline pressure with these 2.
Trying to dodge those constant harpoons and watch out for the flick timings. It's just so frustrating against 2 of them. Although pre-stack and these boys are looking to get straight back into it. Lucrative, Aramis, and Durenton already out there. Here comes Prince and Nick for the 5. Lucrative going to go for the cap. And these guys going to push for the interrupt? I don't know.
I think Iron Gage has got it here. He's just waiting on the Raven there. He's just trying to dodge some icicles, and he does, and then he gets the interrupt, but they're going to go right back. Nope, they didn't go back for it. I thought he was going back.
He's playing in what I call the cap corner, which is this little self pocket there, where the tank can just sit. He can get healed over the wall by Ochi, and he just waits for any cap attempts. And like Red know this, like Globo Gym know that they're not going to grab the cap, so they have to force the issue in mid. Aramis gets in a bit of trouble early on. The Bobo is dropping quite rapidly. First duty used, 4-man armor pierce. Nick flicked out of position. Prince of Death goes through with the stun. Not as clean though. Couldn't find the clothies that time. Another duty going to go down, and these boys trying to stabilize. They do have nasty wounds from the helmet right now, so the heals aren't doing a whole lot. And nice Forest of Spears. Ochi actually ends up walking into that, trying to save his boys, but now he gets them stabilized. The momentum's going the other way. Protection of nature. Nick going to get healed up, but Lucrative, he's in a bit of trouble. Armor pierce goes out. Root onto 2. They pull Nick again. He has the frost blink. There's the Forest of Spears looking for the turnaround. They might look for the cap here, but who's going to cap? They need the heals.
Yeah, they can't cap right now, Lewpac. If they do, and they split that with that low of health, they're going to get pushed, and they're already getting pushed just from their low health.
Yeah, super aggro. Definitely the way to go here. They do have that choke point punish, but Prince of Death and Lucrative, they don't have full HP, so they can't play with the freedom that they want to right now. Nice guys are on to 2.
Nick is
Stun
going.
onto 2. Iron Breaker as well, but nothing else.
Half. Where's the
gonna
stun?
grab it? No,
No, Barak's got that over the top. Yeah, nicely done there. I like how they split that. They sent Iron Gage south, and then both glaives went north to make sure that somebody was going to get in there with that. You can't stun all of them.
Oh, that's a nice
No,
guy.
but maybe you can. There was a beautiful geyser there, hitting 3 people in the choke, stacking them up hard.
They're actually really on the back foot right now.
Yeah,
Prince of
really
Death
good
gets
pressure
a
from that.
4-man geyser into a 4-man stun.
Into the spears.
Oh, nice for us. The spears on top, and now they're capping. Nick, like they could have maybe got kills there, but Nick makes the smart play.
Really good play there, Lewpac. Yeah, absolutely. You want to stop that heavy pressure bleed of those double caps. Like if you're getting 3 capped and you're taking 20 a rotation, it's really going to bleed you down very fast.
See the back and forth as well. Both teams instantly recognizing anytime they've got momentum, both teams will just surge forward if they have it.
Well, now there's a bit of momentum here as Nick BR10 gets slammed down to the ground.
Ochi's getting run down though by Lucrative. Ochi could get traded here. And that would be a crazy trade. Lucrative,
yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Nah, Lucrative knew that he had him dead to rights. So Ochi immediately pulls out. He went nicely aggro and they're able to stabilize Tutuka. Did he roll in for that? I don't think so.
I really like how well they were able to stabilize and hold here, not lose that cap that they worked so hard to get there, not getting further behind on the score, just losing 4 points in a little bit of time, not losing massive rotations and caps.
Nick was looking for the back cap as well. He was mounted looking for it, but they keep an eye on it. They don't want that to happen.
No, this is a very actually I should say both these teams are very experienced. They're not going to fall for anything unless something is going on. You've got to get them engaged first so that their attention is pried away so you can make that attempt at a decent back cap. The best way to do that, make some forward pressure, throw something in there, get them to pay attention to that, and then you can move to the backside.
Yeah, you gotta create absolute chaos if you want to find a situation where you can back cap. Ochi gonna get stunned. Nice timing on that. Nasty wounds as well. Anybody left behind needs to be wary that their healer has been zoned out. And what? So this is the strat, right? This is the strat right now. Rush forward, cause them to kite, and then look for the cap. But Lucrative, that's a 4-man stun into a 2-man geyser. Barak needs to get out of there. Does Ochi have anything to save him with? Rotten Ground goes down. Prince of Death, though, he needs something. Seed comes out. Nick is like, this is their strat. Just pull them about and then force them to push in for caps. That's how you're going to generate the kills. But now Red is full kiting away. And all of that, and we just get the same reset situation as we started with.
Yeah, but they really did a great job of finding the I don't want to say the weak link, but somebody who was a little bit lower there on Lucrative and finding a target that they could really pressure and get them to fall back there. And now they're going ahead onto Durenton here, the leader of the team, and that's going to be a full reset, absolutely. And it could lead to a 3 cap out here with 27 seconds left. That's plenty of time, especially after that stop of Prince of Death, who was trying to get in there to get a stop on that cap, but after the bop he said no thanks.
This one is way cleaner, isn't it? Holy moly.
Yeah, these guys knew what they wanted to do here. They did not want to get sent to the losers bracket. They felt like in the second half of that last match that they were able to get back into control of this, and if it wasn't for already having been bled down so much, I think they could have won that second match as well.
Yeah, and again, they fell for the strat that we've seen tried by Globo Gym here, where they get pushed back and Nick instantly double mobilities to a cap. Like that's what kept Globo Gym in match 2, and that's what gave them enough time to find the double kill they needed. Because make no mistake, if they catch them without these duties, they can kill the front line very, very quick. But I mean, Nick's doing it again. I mean, can they? I don't even think they can contest this strat like over and over again. Nabobo's rolled in, by the way. Nabobo's in huge trouble. If the Renan has fear, he could maybe get feared back. He's actually almost dead. There's the stun. Nabobo, Iron Breaker, Shard, they kill him.
Yeah, really well done here.
If they could, now Nick's doing it again. Nick's dipping for the cap, and
that's the right play.
Yeah, he's not going to get it in time though, so it's going to be a 20-pointer, which is horrible.
Yeah, that's terrible. And that's almost the situation where they might have needed him. Yeah.
It doesn't even put them in a points positive situation cap-wise. Like, all of that is just to get the cap and not be 3-capped. Now they're going for mid, but there's no way Barak's ever letting that happen. He's already up there.
Suicide for that.
So they're taking it in turns, right? And they're selling in whoever has their res pot available. That's the criteria for the interrupt, right? If you've got the res pot, you're the one going. Because you get the interrupt, you immediately pop the res because you know they're turning it around. Durenton kind of aggro there with the sack. I don't think he needed to pop that sack right there. There's a full dive going on onto Ochi. 15 seconds on this rotation. Iron Breaker. Lucrative's forced to pull out. Barak's looking for the interrupt. He doesn't have a res.
He's gonna
time.
go.
He's
He's
probably
gonna
dead.
die
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
Like, there's no way to survive. Now they need more, though. They need to find that second one.
These
maybe
guys
the
are going to
third.
man up for this one because if they can hold for another minute, they just get victory. And with Prince of Death already low.
Nick, the fear! The fear! Oh, he gets it! He got the cap! Unbelievable.
How did he get that cap? Now these guys have to go for a full reset. They shouldn't be...
Durenton's Fiend's Robe grab. Like, that 1 second fear was the difference between not capping and capping. Tutuka immediately
going
goes
around
the
the
other
back.
way.
Barak going around the back.
Here.
Aramis sees him.
Well, I mean, what's he going to do? He can't dismount
I don't know what he's doing there. He's just pulling Aramis.
Yeah, he's going to dismount with no cooldown. So this is a good chance for Red to maybe take a bit of ground. But they basically, they're in that horrible situation. We talk about this a lot in our weekly show.
Too front.
They cannot, they cannot lose anything here. When you're at 10 points, it's so hard to win from this sort of deficit. Maybe they can find a Bobo here. There's the freezing wind. The shards are raining down.
Good save.
And Nick getting some good value here.
Great save there by Ochi again. I am really impressed by all of our healers in the CLC. Some great plays by these guys. They don't get enough attention.
No Judy available. And you see, as soon as there's no Judicator for that clump, they get taken down. But I mean, they're not going to give up the 3 cap here. They might be able to find a trade.
I don't see one on the board right now. Prince of Death a little bit low, but I believe he has his defensives available.
These guys actually geared up as well. The Globo Gym guys came out with much more A3 than we saw in the previous round.
Okay, well, they felt that they have the opportunity to take it.
I mean, like, the upper bracket is their best shot at getting into the prize positions. And if they can beat this team, they can pretty much beat anyone in this tournament, I would say. Like, with a bit of luck and a bit of things going their way, there's always like the little intricacies that you need to maybe fall your way once in a while. The timings on the rolls. Ochi gets absolutely slammed early on, and Lucrative knows it. Lucrative knows that Ochi's in a horrible position. He purges him as well. They geyser him up. Down go the Judy, so he should be able to tank up. Does have the cleanse available, and that's going to be exactly what they need. And Red maybe committed too hard for that. Lucrative has no roll for a few seconds. He needs to survive. There's the protection of nature, and now it's 4 versus 5.
They're also going to snag Prince here, I believe, with the... Where's the harpoon?
No, they're just looking for the angles. They're toying with him here. There's one pull. They're going to look for the caps, maybe. He needs a save. Is there a seed coming? He's got protection of nature. He's harpoon. Nice stun. He gets purged his protection of nature, though. Look at the turnaround, though. Ochi is capping. The healer is capping, and that's a good opportunity for some damage to come down. But there's the reset. And these guys, these Judies with that hollow fall is so strong. If they give up this cap, they lose. They have got the timing right, but they can't lose any players and they can't lose any caps. They should be back to 5 any second. They're back capping.
They're getting that back cap. They're getting the back cap, but they lost Aramis. But they did get the back cap, which is going to be great for points. These guys just need to man up on Prince of Death. That's what they should have been doing.
If Prince can get the interrupt here, Durenton's going to look for it. This one just got spicy, Shozen.
Yeah, but I think that might have been a little bit too far. Look how damaged the red team is right now. They are in a lot of trouble right now. And I think
Nick got flinked, and it procced after the blink. He's dead. He's one more jab's going to kill him.
Great attempt at a comeback by these guys, though. Really well done. Coming back into this third match and bumping up their gear, playing a little bit different. But
that was bonkers. That was nearly went the other way. Like, they were so close. That back cap was exquisite. They just needed to buy some space. I knew Lucrative was in trouble, though. When he rolled in for Ochi and then it stabilized, they were in big trouble because they knew Lucrative had nothing. He had no res, he had no roll. And against 2 glaives, you can't do that. You're just dead.
There's just nothing. Yeah. And I got to be honest, Lewpac, I thought if anybody had a chance at 2 glaives and being able to beat them and the 2 harpoons that they were going to face, it would be Globo Gym. Because if you can dodge a wrench, you should be able to dodge a harpoon.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Yeah. And that was a good round 1. I mean, that is only our first round of matches right now. We've got a lot more coming on. The next round, which I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Tazzik and Shozen, we're going to have a simultaneous 5 and 6 lower bracket. We got Bengalis versus the Bomb, Globo Gym versus Team Korea. We'll be saying goodbye to two of those teams in the next hour or so. So
yeah, and we're already in Lewpac. We're already on Elite, and it'll be Tazzik and I for this next matchup.
All right, well,
Thank you, Tazzik. Take a sorry, Lewpac. Take a quick break, and we'll be seeing you in a few.
I'll see you guys in an hour or so for the upper bracket match of a next Rex Wen vs Monkey Team. Tazzik and Shozen, take us away with our next round.
Before we hop into Elite 10, let's quickly just take a look at the bracket, right? So if you look at the bracket, we have losers matches starting now. Obviously, Globo Gym will be joining Team Korea in that bottom bracket. But right now we have Bengalis versus the big number team. And so that match is live. That match already started. So we can go in onto Elite 10 now. And then after this, shortly, we should have the other lower brackets starting. We're coming in right to a full wipe almost. It looked like they were going to ace them, but I think they only get 3 here, as Elite 10 and his team have had a very strong opening. It is currently 6-1. Yeah, it's currently 6-1. Don't hit tab for me, Bogul. Don't spoil anything. I'll share something with you after this match. But currently 6-1 as Elite 10 and the team are looking to hold out, go for a 143-0 win here.
Yeah, these guys, I'm really surprised. I think the Elite team is a very good team here, and I really hope that they can maybe be the one to pull through on the bottom brackets. I think they're a very good team.
Yeah, Elite 10's team is actually like a very, very strong team of players. I haven't seen Zero. I actually wanted to ask, is this a sub that had to come in for some reason?
I don't know who Zero is either. He came in late on the season.
Yeah, did he come in for the last 7, 8, 9s, I think is when I first saw him. Hoogla Boogla going to get hit by that harpoon, though. This is a fight, right? I thought Red Team was going back to tent here, maybe trying to rotate top. Instead, they all go down to half HP and now rotate. So by the time they get there, they might not have many healing CDs left. It depends on what they end up using to get people back to full Zapata. I'm not sure if he runs Protection of Nature or Breeze. Or Cleanse Heal even. I don't know which one exactly he's running. USAT is going to find that cap, though. That's such a misplay by Elite Ten's team.
They can't let that happen.
They had 3 people there. How did they let that happen? They had 3 people
that should have been interrupted. That should not have been a cap right there, Lewpac.
Yeah, and that might come back to bite them, right? That could easily come back to bite them if Red Team has a chance at comeback. We'll see. But as it's looking right now, obviously Blue Team sitting on top of DST, Elite 10 doing work with the Mystic Rocks. On the left side of the screen, though, Zero is getting dove by Hoogla Boogla. USAD rolling forward to try to take him out. Protection of Nature is there to keep him alive for now. Pretom had to drop Mystic Rock, so he did get full heals. But they're still going hard. They fling him away from USAD, though. USAD's dead. Zapata, I mean, they could find a trade here. DST and USAD dead. I don't think they're going to find Zero, so it's a 2-for-0 trade. And Red Team going to have to run to 10 after losing their healer. I think this is just over for them.
Yeah, I think this is over. I think we're going to have some filling to do, Tazzik.
Yeah, I think this is just over in a quick sweep here. As Pretom might even fall. They should have Harpoon up soon. There it is. Mystic Rocks might not be able to save him for long, as Elite 10 should have something. Maybe a stun run?
No.
Mystic Rock. Yeah, there's the stun run. They do find him. And with 4 points left, surely you just go back to tent and hide. I don't think Red Team should come out. They're down their tank.
I mean, USAD, what are you doing? You're just going to lose some 8-3 here. Come on.
I'm just a stun run and run.
That was almost like a kindness right there that they just left USAD alone.
A little side sweep here. Looks like this one is just going to end. We will have the next losers match. That's Globo Gym against Team Korea. That one will start in 7 minutes. So we'll have a little time to fill. We can maybe look at some player cards. Bogul, if you could get a browser ready. I have a link for you I'd like to show after this match ends.
Are we going to look at the stats, Tazzik, or are we going to go right into the link?
Yeah, let's take a look at the stats real quick after this. I'm interested to see. This one is going to end 10-1 in favor of the blue team, right? So just a clean 10 kill to 1 death lead for them here. And that's a lot of gear. This team is going to be down for the next match. Taking a look at the IP, USAT is actually down to an 8-1 staff. So is Hoogla on the glaive. The IP is looking very... That's 100 IP difference, actually, on USAT to some of the other team members. So it's a lot. 30k DPS or damage lead for blue as well here. As Bengalis just had a run of it in that match. 10-1. But Bogul, could you please put that one up and we could show how that 1 death actually happened for the viewers who... Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it in time. I was here watching, so I was able to just quickly cap it. Yeah, an IP gap of 100 is insane. That's a lot, right? That's a big value. You're missing out on damage, defenses, HP. It really adds up. So here is how blue team ended up losing a life, right? It was 10-1 at the end of this one. So if it's a gift, so we can just play this one whenever it should loop. They're fighting over by the tent. They just killed Pre-Tom. This is pretty early on in the match, and just the biggest harpoon into a root I've ever seen.
Oh,
My man gets
no.
100-0'd from the tent out of nowhere. Did not expect to see that one. Look at his HP. He really did get 100-0'd by 10. So just got destroyed. That's their only death.
He went from like 92 to 0. Let's be.
Okay, like
I mean,
92 to 0 is still
a little
insane,
bit
right?
done of damage there. But yeah, that he got eaten there, Tazzik.
Yeah, he lost an 8-3
That tent
set.
just pounded him down pretty hard.
He lost an 8-3 set. Actually, we can pull up that death. No, we can't. I forgot.
Yeah,
but
nope.
yeah, unfortunately.
You can in April.
Yep, in a few months from now, I'll be able to link what he died with. But he died with a lot of gear on him, is what I'm trying to get at. He had an 8-3 set. He had looted some gear. That was around when they were 4-0. So that was a big death for him, I'm sure, on Fame. We have 5 minutes until we go into the next losers match. It will be Globo Gym against Team Korea. Could we pull up Team Korea's player card? We haven't gotten to see anything about those guys yet. I'd like to check out Chicken. What his
big fan
stats are, yeah. I want to see his KD. I wonder if he dies a lot. I'm not too sure.
Well, he doesn't die that much. I mean, he's pretty damn good. I don't think he gets a lot of kills, though, as a healer.
Let me move my big-ass head. What does that say? Halberd, Curse, Frost, and Hallowfall. Wait, that's what they just played. Oh, but Glaive instead of Halberd. What? This has to be a mistype. Chicken does not have a 0.04 kill death. That has to be a mistype. Are we flaming Chicken?
He never kills anybody. He's just a healer.
Oh, I completely forgot.
Yeah, look at his win rate though. His win rate is real damn good.
I'm so dumb. I was flaming other people for that too who were healers. I completely forgot the way we're calculating kill death. I see. Okay. Makes more sense now. I thought we were just hard flaming Chicken with a 0.04 KD. all right. Ray Orbit, like in Stalker Jacket meta, that was a really cool meta for Melee, right? They had a lot more playmaking potential than a lot of other metas. So I like to see Ray Orbit with that. Stratagen, obviously, you saw earlier. He really enjoyed the Halberd meta, right? When Halberd was really OP and you ran just a standard comp with the Curse Staff Frost backline. Yeah, and man, two win-loss is really good, Chicken. That's great. Work on your KD.
That's
Try
pretty
to last
good.
it a
That's
bit more,
pretty good. 2-1. Yeah, I'll take it. Let's.
Does 0.8 or does 0.04 KD mean he's killed one person? Like, what does that actually equate to? He just auto attacked somebody down, I guess, or maybe in a level 3.
Yeah, just some random dude just got auto attacked one day.
What is Graf's favorite meta? I have to again move my head. I can't read it.
Something with the
meatball meta. Yeah, I'm sure he enjoyed that. He was playing it pretty well.
Anything where he can just stand there and press E. Oh.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm just guessing because I can't read it because your head's in the way.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. Team Korea is a great team, right? Again, they have Antarcticite, who is one of my favorite tanks here in the CLC. Besides Antarcticite, I just put Gargara above him, obviously, but I think Antarcticite's very good. I'm not going to say he's the second best tank because we do have a lot of great players. And speaking of that, can we put up Globo Jim's player card? Start looking at those guys as they're about to go in for game 2 of this series. Or rather, their game 1. Sorry. Prince of Death with a 0.55 KD, 0.96 win-loss. I think we already took a look at this one.
And of course, his favorite meta is that Arcane tank meta. He was so good at that for Durentin.
Yeah, him and Durentin both played Arcane, right, in that meta, and they played very well. And they actually, as we said earlier, right, made it to the finals of a CLC playing that. Lucrative, obviously, also liking that. It's crazy to see their win-loss is a little bit lower than I would have expected. I thought this team was doing really well early on, but maybe that's
they had a bit of a hard stretch there for a while.
Yeah, you also have to remember I'm sure this win-loss counts every crystal they've played, and I know Lucrative for sure, but a lot of people also just go in to mess around in level 3s sometimes with friends, and so that might skew that a bit.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if you're practicing with others and trying to grow teams for your guild or your play group, you're going to get a lot of losses. You lose more than you win when you're bringing a team up.
Yeah, so for the next match about to go in, I want to start on Team Korea. So I want to go on Antarcticite. I've been hyping him up a bit. Really like that
Yeah,
guy
big
as a
fan.
player. So I'd like to see him. Keeper Nature, what's up, dude? I see you in the chat. Uh, a lot of cool people in the chat, right? First of all, a lot of the GVGers watch the matches when they're not playing, you know, when they're regearing and stuff to try to learn maybe how to beat a team, what's working well. I hope people were watching that Ochiwin match because triple melee, right, is hard to take out, right? It's very annoying to play against. It's like old school double healing and stuff like that. Really, really annoying to play against for these teams. So if you can figure out your game plan before you go in, kind of like Durentin's team did, it might save you some time. Unfortunately, Durentin's team, their game plan didn't work too well, so they had to switch it up in the second match. And yeah, I mean, good luck to everyone watching who is about to go into these fights. Team Korea is going in right now, so let's hop over to Antarcticite. We have a guy saying he's here waiting to see if anyone plays Dagger Pair. I can give you a hard no on that. Maybe if you pay someone some money or something.
Maybe
for
some
a meme.
Death Givers. I think we saw Death Givers at one point in the season. Yeah.
Yeah, we could potentially see Death Givers for sure. That's a pocket pick option.
But not
Dagger Pair,
not
though?
Dagger Pair.
Yeah, that maybe take a look at like 2v2 Hellgates for that one. I don't know.
I engage, saying that he'll bring it, you know, tank with it. Might lose a healer in the process.
Taking a look at the gear here, doesn't look like any big IP disparities. Chicken actually having the least IP, but obviously that's from his Limhurst cape. Cape kind of throws off the IP a bit. 4-1 split standard from both teams. So Prince of Death, the one to cap it for the red team there. Interesting choice. Normally you don't see the tank getting that cap, but maybe he was a bit late, so they just sent there for mid and had him go for the cap instead. Nick VR in this corner is going to start getting comboed, though, but they did manage to find a stun or something onto Reorbit. He kind of harpooned it, did nothing. Not too sure what that was, but there's the follow-up onto Nick VR. Antarcticite in a great position to maybe look at Durentin here in a few seconds.
Chicken under heavy pressure real early.
Yeah, he better have his E ready to go. He's going to Cleric Rogue to start running down, but that Blight Staff not online for him maybe as he walks it out. Aramis solo in the back being sat on. He has no hots either. Durentin needs to start looking at his back line. He's not in too much danger because no one has potential to kill him. And I think Reorbit might be DC'd or something as my man is just standing still, not really. Yeah, he had a lot of potential, but now he's just standing still, not doing much. I think maybe a disconnect happened. Lucrative again in the front line with Protection of Nature, just running as he's supposed to, right? They're playing their comp very well. And he's doing very well. The Glaive, now that he's not up against a triple melee, and he has more options to hit with the
winning
fling
this
stuff.
4v5. Well, they were.
Yeah, they might actually find a kill here. Strategy very low.
Now Red going back for that kill. They're going back for Orbit finally.
Is he getting hit? Yeah, they're killing him. I mean, honestly, I don't blame them for killing him here. Like, it sucks, but...
Well, if you can't beat the guys who are playing...
Oh, he's back!
Oh, Orbit back just in time!
Wait, Chicken might die for that now.
Don't. No, he got harpooned.
The fling. Well, Chicken ran up to try to save Reorbit because he had called his back, and then he gets harpooned in, and now he dies for it. That's an absolute disaster. What a terrible way to start it. Calling in normally when this happens, right, we have DCs in the CLC. I tend to say it's kind of BM or dishonorable to kill him. Just get the cap and move it on. But in that case, he was literally DC'd in the middle of the cap. I'm okay with them trying to kill him there. It sucks, though, that in the end, he came back. Chicken hears the call that he's back, goes to heal him, and then gets harpooned and killed for him. A very unfortunate way to start off this match for this team.
I'd really love to see at some point in the future, and I'm talking about like way down the line after there's already been a more important update to the CLC, that we see a pause feature like you have in some multiplayer games where you get to pause for a short period of time to allow for a little bit of
for
more
any technical issues.
play.
Yeah, being able to call for a pause would be great, right? Because this is a very... I mean, they're also bringing their own gear, you know, like it's very rough if the technical issue like that happens because they're down so much, but they're coming back very strong. Lucrative already so low, the Protection of Nature immediately going away, so he could be the target of the next dive here. So Reorbit trying to find some pressure in that back line. Durentin holding on to his... Oh, what a play by Chicken. He's going to robe a Purity, but Nick VR blinks away. He was going to get that guy locked in the corner for a free kill. It would have been amazing by his team. They're going to start looking for this bot cap as they find some pressure to Lucrative. Prince of Death should be able to just walk up and interrupt it, though. And it looks like he will be doing that. So now Aramis stuck in a corner. could have potential to go for him. He is going to get flung, is going to get hit by that Cursic on the way back, harpooned as well. Chicken running a rampant with that Blight Staff, and Nick is the turnaround target. It's a great play by Strategian and Antarcticite to focus on Nick while Ryorbit and Graf are focusing on a different player, Aramis, and it just splits Durentin's attention. And he is running that one-hand nature, so he can't insta full heal 2 people. Chicken on the Blight Staff, trying to keep the boys on the choke alive. Blue team, remember, they don't have any caps, so even though they just got that kill, they have no more pressure from it than they did 10 seconds ago. And now Nick is back at full HP with every defensive. Prince of Death in a corner in a pretty bad spot. Durentin will be the target for now. He should have Fiend. Roby is going to pop it, roll away, but it's a big Stalker right on top of him. Strategian is going to be able to bomb a lot of damage, but does not have Blink to follow up. Ryorbit blinks a little too far. Is going to get Harpoon flung for that. And now Nick might find the kill onto Ryorbit. He needs to be careful. The Frost doing so much damage. He is going to fall. Chicken does not have the heals to keep him alive. Is going to meditate for Blightstaff to come back online. And still, even still, blue team is just fighting this. They don't have any caps. There's no reason to have fought this for so long. They're just out pressured so much by red team only because of the caps. They were even winning every engagement. But 20 ticks add up. 20 ticks add up, and they add up fast, right?
Oh, absolutely they do. It's the quickest way to lose a match is by not paying attention to your caps when you're suffering a 3 cap like these guys are. And they really needed to make something happen while they had that pressure. They got 0 caps, Tazzik. 0 caps. That's not...
Yeah, they finally find top, but like as you're saying, it's so late, and now in the 4v5, Chicken, obviously Blightstaff has a big weakness. If they're able to right-click on you, you're going to die, and that's what happens here. They didn't have their 5th member, and with a Blightstaff, not having your 5th member is much worse than with a Druidic Staff. So he is going to end up falling, and now no healer for blue. They got top cap, but they lose Chicken, and they're just going to get top capped right back. So it's not like they even won anything for that. They're just playing the macro
here. They got
very
nothing
poorly.
for that because they're not even going to get the pause of the 10-point rotation. They just lose 8 points and then 20 points as well.
Yeah. It's very, very bad macro play coming in right here. And it's a beautiful desync onto Antarcticite's death there as well, as they kill him right when sort of everyone's wanting to come out of tent and go play. Just now does he die. So it's another 10 seconds or so that they just buy for themselves, right? And those add up. The more you can do that. It's very strong play by Red. Looking at the beautiful camera work by Bogul on camera. Look at that, man. It looks so nice. In chat, we have some people talking about some weird stuff happen. As far as I know, Team Korea does not have a sub listed.
Their sub is Antarcticite, isn't it?
Yeah, as far as I can tell, they don't even have a sub listed on what I can see. So I'm not sure what's happening in the chat there. Ryorbit is going to find a lot of pressure off her if they'll look at him, man. He's running Aramis down. The Clerical already got used. Protection in nature has to get forced here, but now it's not up for lucrative. They could easily turn on this if Strategian has any damage, but instead Strategian gets harpooned up top. He's bombing Nick. He's standing still. They're trading red spot for red spot. Strategian is going to fall, but he tried to get some damage off for it, but it was such a miscommunication because his team was not there to help him damage anyone. Graf was sort of locked up. He didn't really get any damage off. And now blue team just in danger of losing right here unless they find Aramis to make it a 4v4. Ryorbit is going to get Stalker Hood down, but it's not going to have any value here as he will also fall. The 20 tick comes in, and with 8 points left, blue team should realistically sit 10.
So what I do have here is that I'm trying to figure out how this situation is with Aramis Irons, who I believe was listed as the Team Korea alternate at one point, their sub. Okay. But now he is playing on the lucrative team.
Yeah, he's listed as the sub for Globo and what I have. So perhaps some last-minute changes happen with that. Obviously, this match, blue team did come out. In fact, red team didn't even care to hold a 20 because they only need a 10. So they're just going to fall back mid and buy time. We can kind of just call this one as over. The next match is already underway. It's Bengalis versus the bomb team, 7688, 199, whatever. Okay. So for that one, we can go to Bengalis for our point of view. That will be Elite.
So we'll go to Elite. Yep.
Yeah, we can just hop straight over to that one as this one ends 7-1. Not really anything to talk about, just a clean win.
Take a look at the stats real quick before we do go over. Aramis going hog wild there with the curse. They're getting his 3 kills. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Taking the lead for the team. I'm kind of surprised that we saw this Antarcticite chicken team lose that hard. Do you think it was just that disconnect by Rorbit really threw the whole match off?
That way Orbit screwed them. Yeah, it gave Red Team instantly potential to just win the whole thing. They get 3 caps. They get the momentum from winning the starting fight, where realistically, when you saw how that match opened up, it was Reorbit finding a great harpoon and GCing, and he wasn't able to have any potential. Now we're over here on the Elite 10 match. It's 145 to 71 as they're kind of bodying the enemy team. Is this... He died to Tent again, dude. He died to 10 again. Elite 10 gets tented for the 2nd game in a row. How does that happen?
Dude, I don't know.
This is the 2nd game. He died to 10, man. All right, well, as long as he wins, it doesn't matter too much, but another tent death is kind of crazy to see. 145 to 71. I don't know if Red Team has the potential to come back here, as it looks like they're playing the exact same thing they played in the last match, where they got rolled 143 to 0. So we'll have to see maybe if Red Team can pull off a quick kill onto Relicer here. There is a Hood Tenacity down on top of him. He's going to walk out of that protection of nature as well. Pre-Tom very low. No force movement available for him. Instead, Zapata gets hit with a quick snap stun. And he could easily die for this. Pre-Tom eats the harpoon. Relicer not able to follow up as he got stunned, but Zero just bombing damage on the choke. And Red Team is so spread out. Look at where Hugel is. Look at where their team is. All 1 HP. They're about to get 20 ticked right outside of their tent. And it's just so disorganized here in this fight. They should hard reset and go top. Actually, they have kind of potential. They find a harpoon as well onto Relicer. This could be a lot of damage.
They could get a pull here, maybe. Yeah, they should rotate top at this point.
Well, honestly, if Blue Team is not holding a choke, they don't have to. Yeah, if they're not going to hold the choke, Red Team should auto walk up that and gain the space.
Yeah. As soon as you see them step back like that, absolutely take it. You're going to save yourself 20 seconds.
Usad going to get flung, but he does not care too much. He's going to try to put some Qs onto Zero. Zero dodging both of them, though. Good micro play from that guy. Usad, though, does get stunned on the roll. And now Relicer and Elite 10 are looking at a 3-man clump in the back line. Elite 10 holding Mr. Crocs for a long time here. As Hugla Vugla finally gets low, he pops them, and now it's a 4-man clump in the back. They will find Huga. Usad could easily die next year. Relicer should have Harpoon back up. Maybe looking for DSG or Zapata instead. Zapata will roll into Tent. Please, Elite 10 don't get Tent killed again, as he's so scared he will run away. They don't even go for Harpoon play. That's another 20 tick. Blue Team just bullying Red in their Tent. They haven't been able to make any space from it.
I'm just trying to get a little bit of information on what's going on with that sub situation. Sorry if I wasn't there for you when you're...
No, well, yeah, I'd love to get that sorted so we have some info. It's very strange that that's what's happening.
Nope, found it out. It was a clerical error. He was listed under the wrong team. He's in the right team now.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that it was just a mistake. Yeah, so Aramis is meant to be on Globo Jim's alt.
Yes.
And it was just a clerical issue.
Incorrectly.
Yeah, it's good that we got that update out of the way, though. That was a very strange thing. Over here, though, we do have...
Well, it was creating quite a conversation in chat there.
Elite 10's whole set shows and just got broken by overcharge. Oh, nightmare. These guys are running out. They're punching because the red team has given up.
All these...
They're botting Elite 10. They're gonna get a kill. They're diving him just like the 10 seconds ago. This guy is getting destroyed right now.
It's a slap match. What is going on here?
Look at Pele. He's come back fully naked. He's ready to bang, but you can't auto attack all 5 members, running them down.
No, run!
What is happening, dude? What are they saying in Satra? They're saying
for Thomas.
saying
yeah, something about me. I don't know.
Say it's some weird stuff. Elite 10 will make it back to the tent, though. Oh, what's he gonna do? He starts back in. Well, all right. In any case, though, red team over here is going to end up with another loss. So that is, I think Bengal is just fully 2-0ing them in the losers bracket, if I remember. Oh, no, sorry. This was game 1.
It's the first one, yeah.
Yeah, so that was just a 1-0. We do not have a start time for Globo Gym versus Team Korea's second match just yet. So we'll have a bit of downtime in between, as that was something. That was a way to end it for sure. I wish we got here in time to see Elite 10 die to the tent again. Dying 2 times in a row to the same team is generally not something you see. Let's see if I can actually find that. Pull that one up. But yeah, great match coming in from this blue side over here up against the number team, right? And so we'll have to see if Team Korea can pull something back here against Globo Gym. in this game 2. Team Korea obviously down 1 as Global Gym is 1-0 against them. Still don't have a confirmed time. We'll let you guys know when that is as soon as we have it. And here is that bracket for everyone to take a look at. A lot of 2-0s on the board already. Actually,
it's been a little
everything is a
rough.
2-0. Everything is a 2-0, but no pain, no
No,
gain
we
against
had
Glavo.
we had that one. That's it.
Which was a great match, by the way. That was a great match from Durenton's team as they almost came back in and won it in game 3. Unfortunately, they do end up going to losers, where now they're 1-0 against Team Korea, looking very strong. And so maybe they 2-0 and losers end up going to round 3 until tomorrow. So we'll have to see how that one will turn up. For Globo against Team Korea, again, I believe we should hop on to Team Korea's point of view, keep it consistent, go in Arctisite, and hopefully they can maybe make it a 1-1, go into a game 3. Oh, and we do have a confirmed start time now, 5 minutes away. So that will be starting at 19:10. Maybe we can throw up some player cards, Chosen.
I was going to say,
have
from
a little
the
bit of
player
downtime.
cards we just missed, we just watched the Eliten team. We can look at their cards.
Yeah, for sure.
Bengalas. So
maybe while we have some downtime, people in the chat, if you have any questions about the Crystal League, now is the time that we can answer them as well.
We do have a question. We have a question by Merps TV. Is Cargera still active in the game?
Yeah, I mean, Cargera is not only active, he's still on what's arguably the best 5v5 team right now. He's 2-0 in the tournament so far, looking to go far for another win. Sorry. As Cargera has, I think, every tournament under his belt as a victory, except for maybe one. I can't remember.
Yeah, he missed out on one.
Yeah, he missed out on
June
just one.
Yeah, June 1.
What is Cargera's team? Cargera's team is, what is it, another Rex? Something like that? Next Rex when? Obviously,
they're wondering when the next mount is because they've got so many of these. They've got like
is that
so many.
You know, there's a few ways you can read that, right? There's a few ways. Is it when do they get their next mount?
When do they get their next one?
When do they get their next mount?
Yeah, how long until you guys just give me another Rex? Yeah.
Yeah, when does the Rex change to something else? Could be another reading of that one, right? Because they have won this one multiple times, shows, and they won it a lot, actually.
Yeah, except for when Eric Wurr is here.
Oh, it was supposed to be. Oh, I see. Unfortunately, that cannot obviously be there. Bodavale with a win-loss of 5.33. Obviously, his favorite meta is Death Giver's meta. Heads and
wait. His win-loss ratio is 5.3?
Yeah. Dude, look at Graphisa's 5.2. They just win, man. These team just wins. That's all they do. Wow. And obviously, we have some people in chat. Little flame happening to my man Dazo. Hey, Dazo's up here, and he's playing better than all.
Where are they playing?
So I'm just wondering what's happening
watching
here, right?
And he's participating. Maybe he's there. Maybe this isn't a. It's not hate. It's like he's their dog. You know, like
my dog. Yeah, it could be. That could be for sure. I mean, hey, I will say though, right? Zakata in the chat is Zakata in the chat is here playing. He's 2-0 actually, so he's going on to round 2. So I mean, Sakata's the only guy you can flame. I'm just saying.
Apparently, Tazzik, you started this. Apparently, you said he was the underdog.
Yeah, he is the underdog. Dude.
Yeah, so that's where
I
this
didn't
all
say he's
dog.
I said he's great. I said he's a great player.
They're putting it on you, man. They're not taking
I'll take it.
The responsibility.
I'll take it. If I started it, I'll take it. You guys can keep spamming it. Go ahead. My bad on that one.
All right, yeah. I'm very excited because this has been just a very interesting CLC. We've seen a bunch of different matchups so far as what we're seeing gear-wise. We've often seen in the CLC that everybody, like you said, has. Yeah, we got to see 2 glaives.
I guess we've seen more than normal. Yeah,
like,
we have seen more than normal. I don't think we've seen what we expected, though. I expected to see much more.
I was told we were going to see a couple of surprises. I got messages from 2 different teams saying that they were changing up what they were bringing to the CLC, and this could be for day 2. This could be teams that are preparing for day 2.
A lot of this is day 2 stuff. Day 1, you kind of play what you're expected to play. Generally, you don't really see it too much. Random swaps and stuff like that unless they're needed, right? Unless you're about to get 2-0'd and you swap to something. But day 2 is generally when you see people bring out some new things. It's weird that no one's tried Spike Gauntlets. Obviously, the nerf hit it a lot. It really hit the main reason you brought it. But against that triple plate team, it could still have a lot of value. We have not seen any of the War Gloves. We've not seen any other melee than Glaive, aside from Iron Gage tanking with a carrying collar. Obviously, that's a bit different, bit off. We don't really see that every day. No crossbows have been played yet either. A lot of people have been playing crossbows in the 7, 8s, 9s and have not had the chance to see one here yet.
No crossbows yet. The heavy crossbow was out there doing some work the other day. It was, you've seen a couple of really good combinations with it.
Why don't we have a minute here to go. After this, we can take a look at some other player cards for the people in the upper bracket. As we're about to go into the last match here, it is a potential 2-0 about to happen. Glabo Gym against Team Korea. If Team Korea does not bring this one back, they are going to end up getting 2-0'd here, and it will be very sad for them. Let's see what they can do. I said that expecting them to start right now. It's a bit off, but here they go. They go in right now as we're trying to figure out some other stuff on the back end. Shozen, who do you think will win this whole tournament from what we've seen now? Is your answer different at all?
No, I've already given my answer on this one.
Yeah, I haven't
because every time I pick somebody else, every time I pick another team, I get embarrassed, and I'm wrong. And the team that I had kind of like picked in the back of my mind, and I just wanted to say was gonna win, and then picked Gargara to win anyway. The team I already picked is already in the losers bracket.
Speaking of shows and surprise stuff, Aramis showing a light crossbow, swapping out for the Great Curse. Expected. Did not expect it to bring out that light crossbow. Durenton still running his Fiend Robe. And this should just be a completely same match as game 1. I don't see anything changed except for Nick not eating his food, which is really bad. You should definitely eat your food. It's pretty important. And again, just straight off the bat, right? It's the same exact thing we saw in game 1. Antarcticite playing in the backline, very strong as Prince of Death getting the cap, comes back to try to make some pressure happen. Nick is going to get hit by the harpoon, not going to get flung instantly, instead waiting for the root to wear off, which is what you're meant to do. Orbit playing that one pretty well. Both Judy's used on this front line. As Prince of Death does have those cultist sandals, he does have a bit more anti-healing on that choke. Nick caught in the corner by Orbit, and Antarcticite still just going to bomb damage. Does not really care too much. Oh, and actually Chicken swapping things up. He's back on Druidic Staff, not on his Blight Staff. So maybe they said this might be a reason why we weren't able to win. Let's try it out. Try to see what we can do with Druidic. And Chicken is a good enough healer where he can pull off either. So I'm sure that won't be the reason they lose, hopefully. Graf Auto going to get taken down to 1 HP after that fling, however, and he's going to have to call for Antarcticite to help heal for him. Over on this choke, blue team not able to find any space. They're all down choke. They haven't been able to come up, find a lot of pressure. Instead, it's a lot of just Reorbit in the backline doing work. Nick very low. Durenton put down to half, so he has to hot himself a bit. And Antarcticite kind of having a free game. Not really getting 4-stacked. The stacks, in fact, might wear off here as he's kind of dodging everything. Nick in big trouble. Reorbit does not have any CC left for him, but the Protection Nature wears off. Graf rooted in the backline, though he cannot come to help out. Prince of Death very low here as well. Stratagen looking a bit in trouble. He's going to blink away. They will find Prince of Death here. Nick BR still very low in the backline. They could go down this and try to chase, but instead they're going to just sustain, get mid, and just chill out for a bit. Great first engage there, Shozen. Really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Just came in and dominated that one and took over the center. I'm surprised they haven't already moved down and gone, say, late. Put the pressure on for that 3 cap. We've seen how much that 3 cap can really take over a match and put a different level of pressure on your opponent. We've seen it time and time again be the meta of the way people are playing right now. These guys are giving it up. Just saying you guys can have that.
And I wonder how much of that is the fact that they already got 1-0'd and it was pretty convincing, that they just kind of want to play a very passive and just win kind of game. I think it's the wrong call, though, right? The way you win is by going in on weaknesses, right? By really trying to capitalize on those 3 caps as much as you can. So hopefully if they win this engagement, we will see it. Graf, though, already put down very, very low. Stratagen trying to peel for him with that Frost is going to get a beautiful blink back to the down choke. And now blue team, they do have mids. So they can't kite down, but if they lose mid for too long, they could easily get it turned around on them. Reorbit going to use his res spot to try to stay in. It's a big clump in that backline, but Antarcticite not there to capitalize on it. Nick going to get force moved back down on top of Graf. Is also going to get a massive Frost Staff off as well. He catches both Graf and Chicken with that. Durenton in a weird spot, trying to maybe look for a Fiend Row play here on the cap. Is going to just back up a bit, not trying to get caught out. Chicken, however, playing as if he does have Blight Staff when he's Druidic. Lucrative was going to find something, but instead Nick gets taken out. Graf very aggressively positioned here. So is Stratagen as they're bombing down damage onto Prince. They take out 2. They should get 3 as Durenton is pretty far up here.
Yeah,
the Harpoon does connect. They will find the 3rd, and they can just get that bot cap, get a 20 ticket. This one is looking very good for Team Korea.
Yeah, they've definitely turned this around very quickly from the last time, and I kind of expected them to play better last time as they started off with that very early disconnect from Rorbit, and that can be a very, very big challenge. It throws you off quite a bit when one of your guys isn't there, and then you take a bad loss on your healer.
Yeah, obviously, right in that game 1, Reorbit DCing, it really messes you up. You lose the momentum. You're now triple capped. You have a big way to go to bring it back to that even sort of starting that it was. And this one, no internet issues, and they're just kind of gaming it out. Team Korea looking very strong so far. Prince of Death maybe with a new idea here. They're running at Craft, trying to turn around now, looking at Reorbit as Aramis trying to stack up Reorbit. The thing is, again, here, the Staff of Balance doesn't really have 4 stacks the whole time. It's getting there pretty late, and then they're dropping. So Antarcticite has been able to stay in the backline a bit more than other tanks will. Again, you can see the 4 stacks dropped off. And Aramis actually using Clericope. It doesn't even pop. Durenton now the one who's in trouble here. It's a massive clump here on Prince of Death, Aramis, and Durenton. Just all the pressure from Mystic Rock's going to go in. They find the healer. They find the tank again. Lucrative. Look at where he's running. A little bit of perhaps a misplay by Blue to go up here to mid. If they went around to that guy's 10 cap, they could have caught him up there and maybe got another kill. I actually do think they should have went top choke there for sure. They could have probably killed Lucrative.
Yeah, they probably could have gotten that one more, but they are, like you said before, they're playing a little defensive. They're playing very tight. They just they feel probably a little thrown, having lost their first match, then gone into this one and lost again. They really probably want to find some comfort and safety, not take any losses, not take any overextensions.
Yeah, Durenton is going to again be the one that they're targeting. Protection Nature is used, no Purge available, but he might get rooted anyway. The Protection Nature falls off, and Reorbit, staying a little too long, is going to have to blink out of that one. The Harpoon misses Lucrative with a great blink to dodge that one, and Red Team rolls. They realize they can't really push up mid. They have to get healed. So instead, they're running up top to try to get some space before Blue gets there, and they should be able to all make it up choke, so this should be a much more even position for them. Already, they're actually even getting the cap as Nick. They're going to let them get that cap. Okay, they're not even going to run down. Instead, they go for a massive Cleric Sandal play onto Prince of Death. What a beautiful fling Harpoon. They're going to get some pressure off this, but not as much as potentially they could, or they don't want to burn too much. Instead, they wait for the team to clump and then go. And Lucrative already half HP, having to pop Res Pot, actually stacking Res Pot and Protection of Nature. And now if they hit him, it's kind of a waste. The guy isn't going to be killable for those few seconds. Instead, they wait till he falls, and now he could easily be the kill target here. A Strategen is looking at Nick and Durenton instead. Reorbit going to purge the Fiend Robe. Durenton's just dead here. The Fiend Robe gets purged, but the Protection of Nature is not enough to save him. Great purge by Reorbit. Again, though, I still think you don't need the Fiend Cowl for the Fiend Robe.
Okay.
I think me and Lewpac were talking about that actually too. I don't think you need that. Maybe a different helmet could be used for their for that play. But it works out for them there. It's going to be 148 to what is that, 18? And Red Team only has another minute on the clock before it ends up being a 2-0. Or sorry, a 1-1. And this goes
1-1, and we'll come to a third match, yeah.
Which means Shozen, how do you want to play this? Do you want to start match 7 around 20-25, or do you want to let this match fully play out and then go for the next round?
Let me see what we got going on right now. I think we should finish this bracket before we move on.
I would just maybe type over there. Let everyone
I'll
know
take
that's
care
the
of it.
plan. 30 seconds on the clock, though, as they should. Red Team is just going to sit tent and instead save some gear, try to loop back what they can, and try to go for a game 3. Try to go for game 3 win, rather. It's Team Korea with a great second match. They actually end up winning it 148-0. It was clean, no death. Very well.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by how strong they came back in this one. After that early mistake with Rorbits and then Chicken going up, having him die, getting behind, in the count with the caps, being down 3 caps, being in that pressure situation. We talk about it time and time again, Tazzik, that once a team gets 3 caps, you don't have to win the fight anymore. You just have to not lose so bad that you can't interrupt the cap.
Exactly.
And we've talked about it so much. You and I specifically talking about the time to cap at 7.5 seconds and what the current like gameplay timers are in the world of Albion, and how 7.5 seconds with just a simple screen to travel, not even a full screen to travel for an interrupt, you're going to be able to do that quite often. Your opponent has to have uh, two basically two stops. They need to be able to stun you twice in order to stop that. And if you send 2 or you send 3 to go and get that interrupt, you're going to do it 9 times out of 10. You might lose somebody, but sometimes that's well worth it. 20 points for 4 points. That's worth.
Yeah, often it is worth, right? It's all about the cap game in the end. That's the game mode that we're playing. It's all about the caps, right? And so the way these teams have optimized getting 20 ticks, what's worth trading and what's not, a lot of the better teams do it just at this point, just by second nature, right? It's just they already know how to do it. It's not really calls they make. Whereas teams like this, we just saw really bad macro from Team Korea in game 1. Here in game 2, when Reorbit didn't DC, they were able to just have very strong gameplay. They played it very well. And they look like a very good contender in this game too. We'll have to see. We don't have a confirmed time for game 3 on that match. And one thing, Shozen, you were kind of alluding to there with the cap talk is something we haven't mentioned yet on the CLC, which is this is the end of season 14, right? This is the season 14 Crystal League Championship here. What happens next season in season 15 is something Albion's not had in a long time. A new map in the Crystal League. That's actually never been done before.
Never
right?
been done before in the well.
We're bringing.
There was a change to the current map that we are using in the Crystal League, and then there was the addition of the 20v20 Crystal League, which is technically a new map.
Okay. Well, so they're bringing in,
like
the big
like
news,
this is a new one for 5v5
Yeah.
that is a complete change. It's back towards that Resource 2 map. That's on you. You were a big fan of switching over to this Resource 2 map. You've been preaching this for quite some time. Even if it was in some sort of random form, anything that we could see to bring back your favorite map.
I tweeted at Robin Henke's like in early 2021 asking about it.
That was too early.
It's been a long time of me asking about it. Yeah, it's been a long time of everyone kind of rallying for some CLC changes, and they've culminated in not only changes for the game mode itself, right? We have a lot of changes in season 15 that we can talk about as we get closer to there with sort of death timers and things like that. The major change that will also affect the CLC for season 15, however, is the map. Just completely different. It's a completely new map. You can take a look right on screen there. That is the new 5v5 Crystal League map for the entirety of season 15. As of right now, that's the plan. Maybe if everyone hates it, they swap it back. But as someone who played on this map,
I think it'll be here for the full season. I don't think it'll go out.
I think everyone was like, I think a lot of people will like this map.
Yeah, well, even if they don't, I think we're stuck with this one next season. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you like Resource 2. It's the map that you're gonna get.
What have we decided to call this map, by the way? Are we just calling it Resources 2?
I don't know what it's like.
SBI, give us some info. Give us map a name so we can have something.
Resource 2. I mean,
the reason this is called Resources 2 is because back in the day we had the original resource choke map, right? That was called Resources, and then they added this map, and they tried to name it something like Mountain Step.
It's Step
like
Territory.
Step Territory, dude. I'm not calling that a Step Territory. That's weird. It's not a Step Territory. That's Resources 2 in my head. So give me a new name that isn't Step, and I'll call it that one. But I love this map. This map, the
Crystal Map 2. Okay, we got this. Crystal Map 2. We're on it.
Maybe
like, simple as better.
Oh, that works. Yeah, I don't know. I like Resources 2. The caps are so close to the tent. There's so much play potential here, right? And it's a lot more skill expression on this map in terms of watching for back caps, knowing the timers to do certain things, right? When you have to watch mid, when you don't have to watch mid, there's a lot of potential to go through enemy teams' tents. Look at the bottom side there. Look at under mid. Look at over mid. This map was awesome back in the day. I'm really looking forward to season 15 as we play on it. And I hope everyone really enjoys it. I hope it also tries to maybe fix some of the issues that we aren't immediately changing with the game mode itself, right? But the map will have potential to help fix some of that. And season 15 has a lot of stuff coming in with it. Obviously, though, we're going back in 2 minutes to this game 3 of the losers bracket, Team Korea trying to go for a reverse sweep 2-1 in this 1925 starting match. So we'll be going in about a minute and a half.
Reverse sweep.
Yeah.
Isn't that when you just lose all of them?
Well, reverse sweep is when you go 0-2 and then come back 3-2 in a best of 5. But this is a best of 3, so it's still a reverse sweep. It's just not a clean one. I mean, every best of 3, if it goes 2-1, would be a reverse sweep. So, but we'll see how this one goes for this team. In chat, we have some people saying, I engage Q. Keeper is a great tank, first of all. Keeper nature, great tank. Unfortunately, Shozen, he had to stop his own stream due to just some lag on his side. So hopefully we can show maybe his point of view in his matches, depending on who he's up against. Generally, we just pick whoever we think would have the better angle, whether that's because they're better, if we think they're better or whatnot. It's kind of something we choose on the back end.
Subjective. Yeah,
it's
sometimes it's completely random, and oftentimes it's about keeping things consistent throughout. So we'll do what we can. But I have to say, I really do also agree. I enjoy watching Keeper of Nature, aka I Engage, has been a great tank this last season. It's been good to see him come back, and I like seeing so many of these old players return to the 5v5 scene. And we'll see how things goes. I really appreciate that he's streaming again, by the way. But they're in right now. We can head back in and watch this third, the rubber band match.
Yeah,
comes out ahead.
Just been sent everywhere. Have to hop back onto Antarcticite. They're going for that game 3 win. The question will be whether or not the other team has changed anything, right? Obviously, when you're going into a new match after losing, you kind of have the agency to change stuff, right? Because the winning team isn't probably going to change anything generally, right? So it's up to the losing team to try to identify if they have a good swap to make. Looks like as of right now, no swaps have been made. Prince of Death on the back again, getting the cap as he's done in the last 2 matches. Still playing Staff of Balance. Everyone's still sort of on the exact same thing. Chicken still on what worked last match, Druidic, and not the Blight. So should technically be very similar to the last match, right? Unless Red Team identifies something they were doing wrong in the macro or in the fights, right? Chicken immediately going to get put in a very bad spot. Has to use Res Pot. Very, very slow there. There is also a Hooded Tenacity dropped on top of him. Durenton with the Fiend Robe. Very aggressive usage there, and he might just die for this.
He's getting heavy pressured.
They might trade healer for healer.
Well, they just took down Chicken on the other side, and
they're not getting Durenton.
These guys have to turn. That's the right choice to make. They're already fully stacked. Prince of Death with the swap on Roarbit. They're going to lose him here. Nope. Blink. Okay. Didn't realize that was available. Good job. Just 1 down. And it's early, so they can get back in this.
Losing like that early on isn't the worst, although obviously now they have to fight an uphill battle with the 20 ticks and stuff like that. So we'll have to see how it goes for Blue Team's comeback, right? Again, we just saw in 2 matches in a row, whoever wins the opening, winning the match in a clean, just 3-cap game. Maybe Antarcticite and the boys will break that here in this game 3.
It's very hard to break that 3-cap once you're under it, and we've been talking about that this whole time, and that's why we see the changes coming in next season. But if anybody can do it, it's these guys here. They have some fantastic players. Graph, Chicken, Antarcticite, Roarbit, Strategen. These guys are very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, Graph is just one of the best range DPSs in the game, right? So this guy, if anyone's leading this team to victory, it's going to be these guys here with very, very high levels of experience playing the game. Aramis is getting run down right now, by the way. They easily could take him out. Sacrifice gets used, but it wasn't a protecting nature of Sacrifice, so they just take him out through it. Chicken might get traded here.
Is already going as well. I think it's
Look at Chicken. Look at Chicken, dude. He died once, and he immediately goes back to Blight Staff. He doesn't even care, and they win the fight with it. Great. I love seeing the play by him to just say, we didn't win because of the Druidic Staff. I'm going back to Blight Staff. They find Prince of Death. They find just a double kill to come back. Question is now, though, they sent a guy top. Will they be able to get mid-cap off this as well?
No. They're not going to get lucrative here. Lucrative's fine. Unless they get a flick and some pressure. Maybe?
I mean, Durenton just got here to keep the heals on top of him, right? This is a bad angle for him. If there's a Harpoon or something, they might get it. Why did Chicken Robe of Purity Nick on top of Strategen? Very, very nightmare scenario right there. They don't find mid. Strategen would have gotten that cap, but I think it was a great blink play by Nick to actually get knocked in that way. I don't think it was a misplay by Chicken. But they do find Durenton for it, so they lose 10, but they get a healer instead. If they find another here, it's not the worst, as now they can actually go for the 20 tick play and just get a lot of pressure. Prince of Death not running to the choke just yet, instead baiting them down. Swap shoes he knew were coming in. I don't think they find... Oh, they do actually find him out. It's a lot more damage than I expected. And now here it is, right? Here it is, blue team. They swing it their way. They get all 3 caps.
A really good play here on this, too. Going for the caps rather than the kills. That's why I didn't think they were going to get that kill down on the bottom. But I think the choice to try to do the bait play down to the southern corner rather than go to the tent may have cost him his life.
Yep, lucrative with a good attempt there, right? He did just try to rat cap top, but again, at the CLC level, teams should know how to count. And so Stratagen instantly went top and just stopped that rat cap from happening. Red team, a little weird play by blue because of where Stratagen was standing. Maybe blue team got afraid to walk at the choke, so they let red team up a bit. But also it might just be in their favor to allow red to have that space because they don't want to play on the choke against it. Prince of Death a little too far behind, I would say. Actually, he should have been sitting on Chicken there. There it is. Okay, he swaps out the Meditate, and now Chicken is in a bad spot. He did not get Meditate off for his spell, so he has to hard commit to running out of this fight. And blue team could be in danger here. They find a Harpoon off the Stratagen. The Blink is there. Dark Matter is going to be bouncing as Chicken now has spells back. He'll start to rejoin. And red team had a potential there, but instead they just kind of don't find anything. And Dark is like going to get CC'd.
Just done a really good job at coming back after that initial loss and not letting it throw them this time. The last time they threw it, they got really off their game. This time, like you said, goes right back to Blightstaff, says we're not going to do this Druid thing. We're going to make the changes we need to, come in hard, go full, and they bullied them off the point. And within 2 engagements, got some good kills on a 3-cap.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how fast these teams are able to find kills. They don't have an insane one-shot potential, so it's a lot of just great stun play and CC on the healers to go for those. Chicken again in a very bad spot. Robo Purity is going to fall. He's just going to die. It was a great play by Prince of Death there, able to just lock Chicken down. Durantin a bit far up for my liking, but he does have Fiend Robe, so blue team down a healer. They are going to start to kite back. Reorbit needs to get back to his team. He's kind of a little off camera there. Is going to blink. The Harpoon thankfully does miss. And now red team should be able to get at least 2 caps here, but I think blue is going to give up the 3 and just try to swing it back their way again. Very close, right? This is generally we don't see it. We have not seen a match swing this way yet, where it goes to one team's favor, then back and forth 2 times now.
I like it when this happens. These are my favorite kind of matches, when you have a little bit of a back and forth and a really good comeback. But here we are, pretty much tied up at 90 across the board. Full minute for the next rotation. Let's see how blue team handles this.
And I like this play, right? Even though they're aware that they probably aren't going to get it, it's a way to bait red team forward more, right? And into the open for them to fight. And it's just better because then they don't have to choke to go through, right? They don't have to make all this space for themselves. Red team is just sort of there on top of them already. And so they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep tapping it. They're going to make sure red is on top of them. And then when they're down choke like this, that's when they snap, right? They're looking at Nick. He's going to blink forward. And Darkest Light sees Durantin out of position, but the roll is there. Instead, they're looking for the Harpoon play. They find Nick with it. It was a great Harpoon. Judy is used on the choke, and Stratagen wants to go aggro here. He has Morgana used. They are just going to destroy Nick. That Frost Staff damage is insane. Prince of Death can go top to actually stop Stratagen from getting the tap on time. So red team will find a 20 tick, but that makes mid here a 4v3, which should mean Durantin dies, and it could even mean all 3 of these guys go down. But they don't actually have Stratagen here, which is a lot of their damage for clumps like this. And so actually no one dies here on red team.
Nope,
Instead,
they got to get back
still
for that
top.
cap. They're
all
still
fighting Prince up there. What is he doing?
And I was going to say they're all dotted too, so they're not even going to be able to go and get that center cap. Rorbit getting some heavy pressure. Prince of Death comes back on the other side. He's really low. Stratagen does get that cap, and they are able to secure the mid cap as well. But Rorbit under heavy pressure there. He's their target right now.
Yeah, Stratagen a great 1v1er. I think he won the 1v1 Frost play a few games ago. Again, he wins it, puts Prince of Death to half a bar. They get top, they get mid off of that, and now blue team has 10 ticks coming in their way, and they're trying to maybe get a play here on this choke, go for the 20. I don't think they'll get it this rotation. Instead, they need to be very careful of losing Graph here on a CC play. Chicken in the middle of everyone going to pop Meditate. No cancel on that. Again, it's just someone should be ready for that. Every time you know he's using Blightstaff, and Meditate's right after that. So just try to position yourself and be ready for it. But blue team had so much pressure there, it would have been kind of an int to go for it. Instead, red team rotates top. It is going to be a 5v4 here, as somebody had to go cat bot for blue. So instead, they're going to, again, give up top. They don't want to come down that choke to stop it. They just want to play their own game. Which isn't necessarily wrong, right? Like, this is the only team to kind of do that, I think. I don't
play
really
their
see any
choice.
other
Yeah,
teams
like
do
make
it,
them come up into the choke to play instead of playing down in the open. I understand the play, and we've seen this work for teams in the past.
I think it's they don't want to get caught, right? I think like they do go down choke often. It's just when they have it's a little more tighter that they kind of never go for it. Every other team, they go for it and they stop it. This team like, we might not stop it. We might get caught for it. Let's just go mid instead. And it works.
Lucrative.
They just body lucrative strategy, and again, just really putting out the damage.
Well.
Yeah, he's dead. This is looking very rough for Red
Death
team
as well. This is going to be a massive wipe here. 3 go down, 65 to 51. Rotation goes through in favor of the blue team only for 10 points. And Arctic Sight's going up, going to take this cap. And it's going to be very hard for the red team to come back at this point after those last 2 engagements. And look at all the fancy loot on the ground, Tazzik.
Yeah, that's a lot of dead bodies
tonight.
I mean, one of the things that you can say for red team is, right, like what are they doing to stop Stratagen? It's nearly nothing. I haven't really seen anyone sort of mirroring Strat. No one's really making sure he's not able to freely drop that damage. Stratagen has just been destroying them in the last 4 engagements in a row. It's been like the sole victory factor for his team. And now he's going, stopping the back cap. Again, just a great play by him to watch that. He knows how to count to 5. And he probably actually just saw Lucrative run up there. 4v5, actually 5v5 down here as blue trying to close out the game. If they do win this fight, the game is over, right? They have 2 minutes until they just auto win. So if they get 2 kills here, it could be just auto for red to go sit tent. Chicken in a very bad spot is going to get harpooned back. He did not find the runaway. Instead, he has to meditate way up here. But Lucrative is running at him. He's following with the right click. So is Prince of Death. They're going so hard, so aggressive for this play. I think they're just going to end up dying for it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Lucrative's on his way down right now. He just got hit by the curse. He's bouncing it real hard. He does pass it off onto Prince, who's the one guy who really can't take it either. And this is going to lead to both of them dying.
Position. Look at his positioning. He's just down there. No one's hitting him back. He had a Morgana KP, put 50 Qs in 10 seconds down. And he just wipes red. And it's GG here. So they have to run a tent. They have a minute before they end up losing. If they die 2 more times, it's also over. Durented is going to be rooted there. The Fiend Rope does get popped, but look at the play from some of these guys. Stay on the outside of it, not letting themselves just get auto-feared. It's a great route by Strat. Look at his Strat's aggression. He's actually way up in front. He's the one bombing on Durented. Aramis going to be running back to the tent. Prince of Death as well. Just going to maybe run to tent here. Try to find a kill on Stratagen, but surely this is a give up and go next. I don't know. And a little bit of BM, a little bit of smack talk in the Say chat here is if you remember game 1 of the series, right? The red team ended up winning. Glabo Gym won game 1. Sort of not off the bat up. They played it very well, but they won it because Reorbit ended up DCing at the start. They had a very solid lead off of that play because of that DC. And in chat, we have some people saying, hey, next time don't hit the AFKs, you know? And maybe this won't happen to you. A little bit of aggression from blue.
In the middle of the CLC, guys.
Yeah, you could say that. Don't DC, you know? But red team ended up losing.
Hey, at least he didn't punch his computer when he DC'd, you know? Like, some people get a little out of hand. Now, do we have Lewpac here? Lewpac, are you here?
Yo, I am here.
Okay, you are back. Okay, we do have the Cargera match already underway.
Oh my goodness.
Right now.
So
we're going to go right into it. Thank you, Tazzik, for joining us for that last round of matches. We're going to drop you for a little while. Head over to Lewpac again, back to Cargera, this time versus the Zayo team here.
Yeah, this will be quite the match, I think. Right now, Cargera and the boys on the back foot. Zayo with the 3 cap pushing onwards. This is back-to-back action today due to the couple of delays in the first round, and obviously as soon as the teams are ready to go, we need to get them in because we've got quite a few matches to go, and we've had best of 3s go to 3 matches in both rounds so far, which is always good. Boda drops as well, and Zayo and this Elevate team seem to have the number of the champs, but we do know there's a few pocket strats up the sleeve, including that Spike Gauntlets crossbow. Haven't dropped it out yet.
Haven't seen it yet, but they're about to drop something else here as Ruined Experience goes down. we don't see this very often.
No.
And I gotta say, I kind of like it. I mean, it feels like a victory for everybody.
A victory for Albion in general. So right now we don't actually have simultaneous matches, I don't think.
Yes, we're about to have another match start in 1 minute.
Oh, the other upper bracket one. Okay.
Yep,
Sorry,
the other one's
tomorrow.
about to start.
It's tomorrow that we
Tomorrow
watch each
with
match
everything is
individually,
solo. Yeah. So today we do have a lot of overlapping matches in order to get through them all and to show as much content as possible today. We
Always
probably
nice.
will be here for quite a while still, but tomorrow we will try to show all their matches in their entirety as much as we can. I believe there might be one set of matches that runs alongside parallel. The losers bracket might be going on, but we'll see that tomorrow, and we'll check on that for you.
Right, so coming out the 10 into the 3-cap situation. Bokik's getting rained down on. Aggro duty from Kagera. The boys trying to follow it up. I believe they still got their duty, though, for Zeo when he can find the space. Forsaken in a bit of trouble, though. There's the nasty wounds. Full combo. Can't quite finish the healer. Boda wants him. He rolls in for the hook, and now Boda's in big trouble. Like, very, very typical Boda, should we say. He's always willing to go all in for the kill. And obviously, if they get the healer kill, it's pretty good. Onion is still low. They are not out of the woods yet. Onion drops.
Onion.
Kagera in a bit of trouble, trying to kite those shards out. The shards raining. Sack's going to come down. Now, Bokix can't stick. He gets seeded. He's going to be okay. Nasty Wounds comes down a little bit too late to cancel the seed. Kagera looking for more. 4v4, but they need some caps. And Boda actually might run for the cap here. Nope, Boda doesn't do capping. He runs in and goes for the fight. They're going to lose another 20 ticks. Zeo might get caught behind. Boda once again rolling in. This time he's got full HP and he's looking for more. Goes for the flick onto Bokix. Bokix going to blink out to safety. Zeo caught behind. He's going to drop, and he's probably carrying a lot of loot from the 8 kills they had previously. That is the first 2 kills on the board for the reigning champs, and it does look like it's going to be a full retreat for the monkey team here. Bokix might get left behind. Sacrifice came out as he was flicked, and that saved his life. The sacrifice was already in the air, so it went with him. There's 1 cap for Grafis, but they're not going to grab the second one here.
No, not
There's already the respawn.
No, like, yeah, I like this. This has been a good job by Red, putting on a lot of pressure here, making it so that Blue couldn't go ahead and get control of the caps, as that's when they really do start to excel. Once they have control, it's generally all over. I mean, they're the best at playing under control. And
yeah,
the real chance to win is if you can keep them from getting it. But now with a double kill, no,
that's a trade. It was Grafis for Zerfax. Onion already low though. Okay. Boda trying to get the finisher, but there's the save. Ruined Experience going to sacrifice inside the duty. Area of Decay on top of him as well.
Ruined is
he going to be okay? Nah, he's gone, and that's going to be pullback, and that's probably going to be GG.
Bodaville's going to go as well.
Probably going to be GG game 1. Oh, Harpoon is going to miss, so that's a little something for them, I guess. A little
save for Boda. Yeah, he saves a little bit of long time. Good.
And there's the hook onto Zeo.
They're going to get another go at this, and I mean, if any team can do it, it's this team.
Boda though, he's stuck in that Mystic Rocks. He gets hooked back in. He does get saved, but it does so little healing with all this anti-heal.
He's still
trying to survive. He's got 3 stacks. The seed's going to pop. Forsaken's actually low. If they can find Forsaken, that could be the opening. That's pretty much their only chance. They need a double kill or they need a healer kill. Either of those will do it. Zerfax in a bit of a spot. Gets to blink out, though. That double mobility frost coming in handy. Onion, they could be caught on the choke here. The bullying is coming out. They're low, but the kiting is exquisite. They're able to stabilize. There's no more AoE left for that choke. And it's down to 7 points. Grafis might even tick out to curse stacks here. Karg playing to the absolute limits. And Grafis is gone. And that is going to be GG here. 4 versus 5. There is no way they're going to pull one out. The best in the game, for sure. But they are going to be going 1-0 down in this series. Of course, it is upper bracket, so it's not really the end of the world. Kagera might die to curse stacks.
No, he's okay.
He needs to mount here, though.
Yeah,
he survives.
Yeah, he survived. And he was going to be the last kill anyway, so it wasn't going to matter anyway. He would have kept his gear. But
12-3. That was the scoreline you maybe wouldn't have expected in terms of kills. Yeah.
Can you repeat that?
12 kills to 3. Grafis died 4 times. Boda died 4 times, which, you know, Boda.
Well, that happens. Yeah.
He's not a timid player, put it that way.
And I like that they're representing Gray today.
Back to the Add to the drawing board for them. They're going to have a look at that, and they're probably going to have to think about what to do next match. I wouldn't be surprised if we see their crossbow combo come out. Graphy switches to the heavy crossbow, Boda switches to the spike gauntlets, and they go for the blast, the tank strap, because that did take out the Zeo team previously. I believe we have another match imminently starting or live.
I Engage. Yep, it's already underway, I believe. I'm headed over to I Engage now, representing the I Am Newbie guild here.
I don't think we've ever seen the Cargera team in the lower bracket, by the way. I Engage and the boys, very comfortable start for them, it looks like.
No pain, no gain. Doing well right off the bat.
And yeah, it's gonna be Mythos looking to make things happen. Lasagna Man's had a very, very good season, but right now it's 2 caps to 1. It's not a 3-cap situation, but they are down 3 kills to nothing. And they've got to find that opening. And again, it's all about just getting those combos. And Lasagna Man running the Great Hammer. You love to see it straight out the bat. It was very effective in round 1. Nearly gave us a bit of an upset there for the lovely, lovely boys in Globo Gym, but it's definitely the way to deal with it. You need stuff that can punish them for stacking up as 3. You need to be willing to kill those guys. Like Barak now just pops his res pot after that repositioning. And this is your opportunity. You know that Judy's just gone down. You know Barak doesn't have a res pot. You need to catch them as 3, and he's the one you want to kill. You've got to keep track of those defensives, because 2 Judys and res pots, they're basically unkillable. But as soon as you can create an opening, we did see it in the last match where 3 of them caught on the choke with no Judy. All of a sudden, it was a different kettle of fish. Lasagna Man, nice Guardian Helm. Just about kept him alive. He bops to survive. Does he swaps himself back in? He should not still be alive. So
that was a very nice
left.
series of plays there by Lasagna Man. I got to give him credit, even though he did not survive till the end.
He gave himself a shot.
He gave his healer a shot, and that's what you want to do every time. You're absolutely right, Lewpac.
If there was a sacrifice available, he probably would have survived, and he may even been able to turn that one, because I think he had stun just coming off cooldown, and you know, obviously they would have tunnel vision for him. I Engage. He's not mounting. No, I was going to say he's not dropping off loot. The rowdiness. But no, it's in the upper bracket, by the way. It's 8-3 all the way for every team. There's no money issues here like we've seen in the previous matches.
And we have already gotten a time for our next match. It will be starting at 1950.
Okay, so we'll probably be jumping straight into that from this with these overlapping matches. We do have one more match this evening to bring you as well, don't we? A second round of the lower bracket. So
we're going to see all the teams that are out. You know, we probably should talk about that in between if we get a moment. The 2 teams that are already out for the day.
Oh, Ochi gets caught in the stack there. The Raven goes down on the front line. Ochi guides it up as well. Lasagna Man trying to do something. Hook onto Tuka. Ochi gets swapped back. He pops the res pot. Barak running in. They can't stack on this choke, though. Is there a freezing wind? Oh, there needed to be a freezing wind on that choke. The punish would have been absolutely epic. Lasagna Man gets a nice stun onto those front liners. The shards are raining down. They need a cap or they need a kill, though. They cannot let them escape. This is the problem. Right, you let them escape and it's all for nothing. They just reset. They keep the 3 cap. They continue to play. Aang's in a bit of trouble. Pops his res. Fatnex dropping low as well. Rains those shards, but this time it's into the Judy. There's the full heal from Ochi into the Judy, and that's just going to be traffic going in the other direction. I Engage actually runs in with not a lot of HP. A little heal comes out. He may drop here. The shards are raining. The leap comes out. It's just not enough. The Judys, the heals are endless. You have to interrupt Ochi if you want to kill someone. You can't just leave that man at the back. I mean, he is, but if you don't interrupt him, anyone could heal that.
True.
He's just
you got to
get
pressure on the healer
cooldown.
In general, yeah. Hey, well,
like
there's a little bit more to it than hitting it on cooldown. Oh, that's going to be a massacre. Are they going to get all of them?
It might be an ace here. It might be an ace, yeah.
It's an ace. It's got to be an ace.
Bang.
Wow.
Wow. And do you even like, you might not come out after that. Whoa. You just lost 5 sets of A3 every single piece.
You just got flexed on right there, guys.
And you're about to go to 11 points. So you probably sit this one out. I don't know. They're re-gearing. Listen for the overcharge.
Mythos is quite a good team. They're going to come out with every opportunity, maybe not overcharging it.
No, you're not going to fall in for 60 seconds.
Yeah, maybe not an overcharge with 60 seconds left to go.
Okay, they're stepping up.
There they go.
They're stepping up and they are OC'd. Okay, these guys, it's going to be an anti-heal play. So the hammer's gone away. The anti-heal comes out, but this is far too much freedom for the 3 frontliners. They're looking for the cap to try and buy some time, but it's not going to help them that much. Shards coming down on the choke. Brendan Rage from Iron Gage just to lock them down for a little bit. And a Bobo taking a beating. Where's the anti-heal from Lasagna Man? He needs to get those rocks on top, though. Looks like he's looking for Ochi. Cartwheel's nice as well against the Holy Healer if he's running that. The first Q as well, threatening smash or concussive blow rather, is pretty useful. But against the Holy, I really do like the cartwheel if well timed. It's quite a short cast time, the heal, but you can time it for the interrupt. Barak's looking to stop the cap here. And they're looking to basically hurt him so much before he gets there. Ochi's going to be controlled. He's going to have to roll towards Barak and throw the orb down there. But there you go. GG on the timer. They didn't lose any more deaths, so it was worth going out. But that was simply a 3 cap that was never recovered.
That happens. We talk about that. We just talked about that the last match. What pressure it puts on a team once you're under the 3 cap. It's so much harder to come back. You have to make hero plays sometimes because the other team can continue to just fall back, and they have every advantage.
Absolutely. Right now, by the way, the Cargera team's going back in for their game number 2. Monkey team with a 1-0 advantage. Next Rex win. The current, or most of the current champions with one new player. They're going to have to make something happen here. It's going to be difficult. We've never seen them in the lower bracket, and they probably don't want to see themselves in the lower bracket. But Zayo and his team from Monkey Team are looking very, very comfortable. Will we see anything changed? Will we see the crossbow switch up? If they are switching it up, they're going to be bringing a second weapon, which isn't unfeasible. Because for you guys that aren't maybe familiar with the Crystal League, you get to see on the scoreboard what people have equipped. So quite often people will either not equip something till the last second, or they will equip something different and switch. But obviously that means you've got to risk more gear in your backpack. Cargera aggro on the 4-1 opener for both teams. Ruin gets completely shut down for his Morganas there. He got just stun locked for the whole thing. Boda taking an absolute beating. Zayo needs to be careful when he's going super aggro. There's a very offensive duty for Boda. Grafis is in it as well. Big hits onto Zerfax. Zerfax has to blink to safety. Cargera wants to get on top. He's going to switch to Forsaken. And there is a lot of forward pressure right now. But the rest of the team is stuck behind Zayo and his Mystic Rocks. Ruin doesn't have the HP. Grafis gets flicked out by Bokix. The save comes down. Both sacrifices come out very quick succession. Bokix and Grafis receiving them. But now Grafis is in big trouble. And again, they find that pick onto this man. And he's got to switch something up, I think, here, because they are bullying him. Bokix is just finding him after the roll every single time. Cargera's going to drop. More 8-3 is dropped. Grafis comes back on a curse, and Zayo and his boys, these guys want the upper bracket. They don't want to be in the lower bracket. They don't care that they're against the reigning champions, the 4-time, 5-time, 18-time champions, whatever it is at this point. They're just like, right, we're gonna kill you, we're gonna 3-cap you, and then we're gonna farm you.
I'm really impressed with just the push that these guys are putting out, and just they're not backing down in any way. They're meeting
you love to see it. You absolutely love to see it, don't you?
And they're taking a little bit of extra risk, and I think that could be the only thing that plays against them later on, as we've seen them maybe go a little bit far for those extra kills, as that's been what's working for him right now, being a little aggressive.
And Boda here is forced to use his harpoon defensively to pull Zayo back off the front. Nice roll from Ruined. Aggressive play, though, from Monkey Team. They don't want to give up that 3-cap. They can maybe play a little bit more defensively. Onion's in big trouble. He's going to roll. He's going to get swapped back. He has nothing defensive-wise left, and Boda's going to find him with that next jab. There it is. Ruined Experience going to pull back. He'll be okay for now. There's no trade on the board. And do these boys want to keep playing for the 3-cap right now?
They are.
Because
they're holding out.
You know how aggro this team is. And the Cargera team is a ferocious team when they get on top of you. And now it's going to be a full retreat.
And they're going to lose.
I think they're going to go for the full
careful.
dive on Forsaken here. They're going to go for the Forsaken dive. They know there's not really a lot of peel. And that'll be what shuts down this fight.
But they're going to lose Bodaville.
Zayo is really doing a good job of holding this position. He might die for it, though. Forsaken trying to save. Does he have sack? He's trying to pop the cleric so he can sack, I think. He doesn't want to sack with such low HP himself. I think he was trying to get a cleric sack off, but Ruined experience
there goes Ruined, and they
is
really
taken down.
do
It's
have
back to
Bodeville
5v5. They have to kill Forsaken now. He hasn't got a cleric available. He's stuck in the rocks. Can they find that healer kill? One more hit will do it for... Oh, they get him! Boda rolls in and dies for it, but it is worth it. And now Zerfax is going to die. Zayo is going to die as well.
That is quite the trade. Now, we were talking about them going aggressive here on the red team, but it was blue team with Bodeville going in with
Onion
the sacrifice play to get Forsaken.
Look at that timing.
And that's a 4 cap right there. That's a 4 kill right there. Going into a 3 cap. They're going to get this on rotation.
This one just got spicy, Shozen.
Yeah, it did. Well, it was already spicy. Let's be real.
Coming in but here like the last match was pretty convincing, but now that the champs have the 3 cap, and like you said, they're a team that you don't want to get the 3 cap against. You want to have the 3 cap and be in control. The second you give it to them, they will use every trick in the book to run down that timer. Anything they could do. And Forsaken, if he's relying on a cleric, he could be in trouble here because the purge will be instant. And he's just dead. He's literally dead here, 100%. Like they're gonna swap him, they're gonna kill him, and he's gone. And that's straight back to 10.
Now they're on a 4-minute timer.
What is this match? And Onion, there's no purge available for Onion, but he's going to get stunned by the next concussive blow. He's going to die.
We've seen this before.
Yeah.
People coming in thinking that they have their number.
Look, like, they just don't kill him. They just don't kill him for that few seconds.
Remember that had their number all season long. And they just kind of, every time they ran into him, they just put a stomp on the Cargera
I'm telling you, Shozen,
right until the finals. And then they hit the finals, and Cargera's team 150-0'd the Durenton team and sent those guys home hard. That is, it's hard to keep these guys down.
Shozen, you're old enough to remember the turbo button, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Yeah. This is what these guys do when it comes to the tournament. They take no prisoners, and my goodness, it's always fun to see. And after a crazy round 1. Suddenly, this match got flipped on its head. It looked like business as usual at the start for Monkey Team. And now, their healer just got assassinated at the start. He's playing so much more passive this time, which is exactly what he needs to do. So they're switching their attention to Onion. Boda's sitting there waiting for the cleric. He's not getting as much pressure this time. He's going to flick Onion. Onion's in... Oh, Onion got swapped. I love it. Onion just mans up. He knows he's got no mobility. So he just throws out damage instead. He might die for this. And Ruin gets killed, though. So Onion played absolutely god tier from Onion there. He knew he had no mobility. He knew his only option.
On this, if they keep it up, they've got a lot of pressure. They can't give this up. Don't let Cargera get away.
His only option there was to do so much pressure he didn't die. And it worked. Shekri and Cargera, they're stuck inside this duty. Shekri with the flick. He's got the seed. One more hit's going to do it. And this time they lose their healer. And now, Monkey Team, they've got an opportunity to do something here. They're going to kill Cargera. They're going to get probably Grafise. They're going to get Boda as well. It's going to be all 5. Onion dies.
Oh, Onion, that was not the right blink.
It's fine. No, it's fine. No, they got enough kills.
Yeah, they got 4, but, like, you got to...
Onion will be back the same time as Boda. Like, it's no problem in the grand scheme of things.
We'll see.
Like, Ruined and Shekri and Karg want to do some sort of contesting, but they're already 3 capped, and that's all that matters. And this one is 9-9. 18 sets of 8-3 have been dropped so far.
Such a good match. I kind of want to see Cargera and the boys win this one just so we can get a third match of this. Yeah, this has been amazing. And
they've got 3 minutes to do it. And Grafise is playing this cap. He's sitting on the close side, which is not the one. I think it was
more. You got to go backside, Grafise.
I think it was more of a bait than anything to try and get them on the choke.
He's trying to bait. Yeah, he's just trying to get somebody to pull off and come down the stairs. They know they have a better shot at the bottom of the stairs than they do at the top. So,
Bot kicks on the area of decay. He's going to get a bit of pressure forwards. Cargera, he's trying to get them. They want to get that cap right. They want to drag them out into the choke and then hit them with the rocks as they try and retreat. And there we go. 3 of them caught in the rocks on the choke right now. They need to put that forward pressure. Grafise needs to step up, use the cleric if necessary, just to get that forward pressure out. Onion, is kind of clock blocked here by this Mystic Rocks. But if nobody is under threat of dying, the Mystic Rocks aren't that useful. And Karg is forced to drop them to receive the heals. He had the seed, so he had to time it perfectly, which he did do. But now Zayo's in their back line with the rocks. Zerfax, he's going to blink to safety. No problem for him. Ruin. Oh, he blinks, but he gets flicked. The timing on the flick means that he comes back after the blink. He wastes the blink. He comes back and he dies. Zerfax raining down on Grafis. This could be game right there because this is going to put them onto that fateful 20 points. And this next rotation is done. And this is it. The champs are going down to the lower bracket. Monkey team is going through to tomorrow. They have guaranteed a top 4 finish right now.
What?
I know. In fact, no, it's a top. I think it's a top 3 finish they've guaranteed now. Cannot finish lower than 3rd, I don't believe. So there you go. They are in the money. Very nice play from them. Everybody grabbing a bit of loot at the end as well. And I mean, it got a little bit hairy in that second one, but very convincing nonetheless. We saw some flashes of brilliance from those guys. But the Eye Engage match, I believe, is starting in less than 60 seconds, Shozen. I think we have no time to even process what we just saw because the action is non-stop.
No, it's in 5 minutes, I believe.
Oh, okay. So we do have some time to process. I saw people zoning in, but I did realize it's actually the official GVG time now. So regular crystal matches are happening.
Yeah, it is that time, but a very exciting time for the Crystal League here. This is going to be interesting to see how Kargera and the boys do later today. Their tournament is on the line today now. I don't think we've ever seen them with their tournament on the line in day one.
No, absolutely not. So they are going to have to face off against Team Korea, which will be happening in a bit after these next matches. We might even have an overlap. So this next match we're watching might go straight into the next round of lower bracket with me and Tazzik. So expect a quick handover there. Tomorrow is a bit more of a regulated affair where we'll only have one match at a time. And once we get down to those last 4, we'll be talking about it a lot more in depth. The matches, the results, stuff like this. Day 1 is just non-stop action, which is always fun to see. But we maybe don't get the analysis that we would like of each individual match. But that was very, very smooth. Honestly, there was one hiccup during it for the Monkey team, and we saw what happens when you do get taken down by the champs. They just kill everybody very quickly.
They're very, very good. We're gonna be watching the Eye Engage team very shortly. It's gonna be No Pain, No Gain versus, I believe, our Monkey team.
Mitos.
Mitos.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, we just watched Monkey team. These names changing every season.
I mean, at least we got rid of the team called 768819917111.
Let's talk about them real quick. Let's give them a little bit of props. The 768819917111 and
so we were calling them the bomb because apparently the first few digits of them is the bomb code from Counter-Strike.
I was calling them Team Social Security because there's enough numbers there to be their Social Security number. Maybe they're just getting statement. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, you could try phoning that number. Tazzik's suggestion was let's ring it and see what happens.
No.
I think he might be doing it now, actually.
I don't know what country code that is.
I wouldn't do it live on stream, that's for sure. Goodness knows what those boys will put out there. But no, credit to them. They gave us a good showing. So we did say goodbye to them. And we saw goodbye to Globo Gym, which was actually a team I was hoping to see more of. But both of those were the wild cards. They were the expected bottom 2.
The Globo Gym, I think, needs a little bit more time together. There was a last-second swap on this, and they had to change things around, bringing Aramis Irons in for Bogo Swasti or Sawitsu.
We still also potentially are going to see the top 4 seeds are the 4 that progress. The only people standing in that way of that happening now is Team Korea and Bengalis. They're both going to have to pull out a win. But this is where it starts to get exciting. None of these guys are out that we're watching right now. But obviously, none of them want to go to the lower bracket. because a win here gives you top 3, gives you a decent prize to go home with. And as Tazzik pointed out earlier, you know, once you hit top 3, your tournament's kind of paying for itself, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah. You're in good shape at that point.
Nice. It's nice to be through as well and get to watch everybody else losing sets when you're already through and sitting on the top 3.
Oh yeah, when you're just sitting there and just going, okay, at least we're in good shape now. Yeah. You know who else is gonna be in good shape, Lewpac?
Who?
Whoever wins this next raffle.
Oh, a segue into a raffle. He does it to me every time. Every time I think I've got a little break, and Shozen's like, let's do some raffles. You better hurry up though, because we're about to get game number 2 here with no pain, no gain. 1-0 up against Mythos. Mythos obviously looking to even things up and push a game 3. But the first game was pretty savage, wasn't it? They had moments of greatness, but this is a truly unique comp, which you've got to hand it to them in no pain, no gain, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Carry and caller double glaive. Like nobody
else is doing
running
like
it.
that.
Nobody has run anything like that. And that's always nice to see. So they're making it work.
3 brawlers, no tank. It's interesting to see. I like it.
And what's very interesting is they've been doing it for a while and nobody's copied them. Usually if a team's having success with something, there'll be a few copycats.
I've seen copycats in the lower rungs, not in the higher
but not any
levels.
of their peers. Their peers haven't been popping that out just yet. All right, well, here we go. Game number 2 then in this best of 3. 1-0 lead for no pain, no gain. Mythos, they've got something to do. And I'm sure they're capable of doing it, but they need to deliver. They need to be hitting everything just right. Will we see the Staff of Balance opener or the Hammer opener, do you think?
I would imagine the Staff of Balance, but we'll see that very soon coming up around the corner.
No, it's the Hammer, and I like it.
Okay.
I like the Hammer. I still think Aings maybe on the glaive could change things up. I think there's more potential for synergy in terms of AoE on the stacking front line. Volnazera, very aggro opener. Double area of decay onto 2, pushing them off the choke. They do have control of the mid, and no pain, no gain are going to have to break out of this mid. I engage, taking a bit of a beating, immediately pops his Judy down. Nice stun into the choke. Ochi there, flicked out position. He's going to jump back in, though. Nasty Wounds goes down, but not before he's got the bulk of his healing off. That's nice pressure on the choke. There's a flick onto Lasagna. Is he going to find the angle for the stun? He wants to get Ochi as well. He does a short stun, but he waited so long that the cleanse was back off cooldown. Guys are up. Nice curse pressure going out. There's the pull onto Fatnex. He's going to pop his res. He's going to blink back and roll. Needs to be careful now. Raining shards on that choke point. We might see a cap attempt here. Guys are onto 3. Area of decay used to shut down that choke. Aang's in trouble, though. He's going to get pulled. He's going to get killed. Shards down, but it's going to be full retreat. Fatnex has no res pot. He has blink. He has roll, but now he has nothing. If they can catch Fatnex here, he's in big trouble. He has nothing to get himself out of there. They're going to look for Volnazera and Lasagna. Volnazera are going to get flicked. Nice stun from Lasagna. They might try to hold. They are getting their reinforcements very soon. Aang's coming in on foot. Area of decay. Nasty Wounds goes down. There's the area on the choke. Though Volnazera are going to get rolled down. Even the Judy not going to be enough to save him. Lasagna Man may drop as well. Rending Rage going to land, and the anti-heal is going to be enough to kill him. And that's going to be a reset. That's going to be a 3 cap. And all of a sudden, no pain, no gain. They're looking for their spot in tomorrow's finals, or upper bracket finals.
This is definitely getting juicy. Just check something here. Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to get our next situation set for our next round of matches.
Okay. Let's see. I think the admins will give us a time on that as soon as possible. They might end up starting like straight at the end of this, though. In which case, Tazzik will leap in with me, and we'll give you all of the action as it happens. We have to say goodbye to 2 more teams today, and it could be one of these. Both teams vying to stay in the upper bracket. No pain, no gain, though. Looking like the favorites for it. They have that 3 cap. They're already 1-0 up in the series, and it just feels like Mythos are banging their head against the wall, expecting a different result. Like doing the same thing and expecting something different to happen. Lasagna Man They're 3 stacked for him. He's going for the single man stun onto Ochi, who has a cleanse. I mean, I just don't see it. I think you stun the 3 and you guys are Ochi.
Yeah.
They're going to have to do something.
Yeah.
They're going to go for the second one, though. They get some good pressure. They get a secondary stun on him this time. He's forced to use everything. He's used his cleric, his roll, and his resist now. He does have cleanse available. But what's happening is because Ochi is kiting, everybody else is taking a lot of damage, and they're going to need a full reset. The next stun is coming any second, and it's going to go on to Tatuka. They have survived. The area of decays on the choke point. They man up. Fatnex is already looking for the cap,
rolling
though.
back, but look, this is a little late. Blue team's
He's
already rolling forward.
He's going to go for the far cap, though. Iron Gauge can't change the far cap.
Yeah, he's going to let him go get that.
You know, if it's the mid cap, he stops it. If it's the far cap, he can't do anything.
But what they need to do is take advantage of this and turn on somebody.
Well, they're going to look for Aings here with the double pull.
They've got him too.
And now, I mean, it's kind of worth it if they're able to hold the 1 cap and not die here. It's kind of worth it. But the Frost, you know, these guys hate Frost for a reason because it's so good against their comp.
He's lost. He's already used his defensives. Zakata's, I believe, out of defensives here.
Yeah, he's got to be very careful. Lasagna's just trying to body block those harpoons because if he gets pulled in, he's going to stun. And Barak's looking at the back cap. I like it. That's a really good back cap, actually.
That was, that was.
Like, just pulling him out the fight, pulls the pressure off of them. Fatnex, oh, quick blink from him. Have to be careful with the blink, right? If it gets mistimed and the flick actually connects, you still blink, but then you get flicked back anyway. And that's like the worst case scenario. I would always use the roll first, I believe, if you have it, just because of that. I actually might be using double blink right now. Let's have a quick look. No, he is using the roll as well. Okay, so 2 caps to 1. They did manage to stop that 3-point bleed, but the other bleed they need to worry about is the bleed from this carrion caller, that Morgana's Raven and the normal Ren stacks, all causing anti-heal. Added on top, the Hood of Tenacity, the nasty wounds, and the Cultist Sandals, as well as the Area of Decay removing your hots. It's a very nasty comp to heal against. They do have some good pressure. 5-man stun could be on the cards here. Lasagna with the bop. I like it. There's a nice 4-man stun and cleanse. They're trying to hold their ground here. I engage in the boys, but they're very, very low. No pain, no gain. Have to retreat. Dark Matter comes down, bouncing around.
Heal there.
But they need to find a kill. They have to get a kill. It's going to be the Bobo. Surely no, he's going to get knocked back. There's a 3-man stun. Iron Breaker on top. There's 4 stacks on everybody, but they're still pushing. And Fatnex is going for the cap. Barak's going to try and... Oh, what a flick! But the Raven doesn't connect.
The Raven didn't get there?
Can anyone stop the cap? They can't stop the cap.
Oh my God, Lewpac.
For the first time in this match, Mythos have a cap advantage.
I can't believe that Raven didn't make it there, Lewpac. I thought they for sure had it. I thought it was great. I thought they had just manned up with the exact amount of HP that they needed, lasted as much as they could, turned it when they needed to. That
was really quick thinking there as well from Mythos. They pulled out immediately at the right time. Lasagna, oh, what a bop from him. I like it.
Because it saved his life.
The bop actually annoys Ochi's stuns as well. He's going to pay with his life, though. There was no big heals to save him.
Dark Matter is able to kill him, and then they're going to get a 3 kill on this, I believe.
Vonazero definitely dead. Unless Sakata goes... Nah, Sakata's thinking about it. And now, can they really contest this cap? I mean, Aings can maybe block it with a single hit if he wants. He probably shouldn't, though. Oh, they body blocked the harpoon. The healer. Oh, okay. Okay, Fatnex says no. Grabs the 10-point for his boys. And the respawns are happening.
Man up. Like,
it costs
really
Fatnex his life, and they get it anyway.
Go here.
But that was not worth. That was spending 8
at the end of that.
Spending 8 to gain 10.
Yeah,
when you're already
down. They're going to lose this into the 3 cap on a really bad timer with about 20 seconds when they come up the stairs. But they're getting the back cap.
Nah, someone's already seen it.
No, they got it.
They're going to run. Yeah, I think they're going to run it.
They got the back cap.
Oh. Maybe the respawns were quick enough. I wasn't expecting the respawns to be in there, to be honest. But
I can't believe that they got that back cap. Wow. Well done not losing anything from the red team there. I mean, they're going to lose rotation and lose 10, but it could have been so much worse for these guys.
Yeah, it's a rough spot now. That is really going to buy them a lot of time. They got 5 minutes to play instead of 2 minutes, which is very, very handy. But they're still not really like they're getting the pressure. But it's 8-0 shows, and they haven't had a single kill because Archie saves them every time, and it has to be the bot. I like the bot helm play, but they're just not. They're not securing the kills when they have to. As soon as both Judies are gone, they have to look for those stacks. They have to shut them down. They just don't have the kill pressure. This is why I like the armor pierce. They need more burst and less constant damage because it just gets outvalued. As soon as the Judy goes down and the AoE starts to drop, they're screwed. Fanex gets pulled out of position. There's a 1, 2, 3, and that is going to be GG. I don't think there's going to be another kill, but Archie gets 1 point for the cap, which puts them on 20. And then the rotation means it's a 20-point rotation, and that is GG. So we have 2 teams through to tomorrow. No pain, no gain with a very, very clean 2-0. My goodness.
That was really impressive and a little unexpected, to be quite honest. That was really well done.
Yeah, I love the way they play it, though, as well. Like, Mios were doing their best. Against the double glaive, they were body blocking as much as possible. They were doing everything they could to try and make it happen. They got them low time and time again. But the thing is the glaives, the utility of the 2 glaives and the constant roots is that when they're on the back foot, the glaives just switch to defensive mode.
Mm-hmm.
They just start harpooning anybody that's putting forward pressure, gets harpooned and flicked. They've got constant roots as well. Like, it's not the biggest root in the world from Rend in Rage, but the consistent roots from the axe are so annoying to deal with because you can't use your boots. You can't use your boots to get out of that root. That would just be suicidal against 2 glaives. And so those roots just get value every single time. I believe Tazzik might be back here already. Is he here? He's looking like he's warming up for the next round. We've still got 2 lower bracket matches then simultaneous. We've got Bengalis versus Mythos. Team Korea versus Next Rex Wen in the lower bracket. Did you think you were going to be seeing that today?
No, but I think that's going to be a very good matchup.
The first match starting was supposed to be Bengalis versus Mythos. So I imagine Mythos after that are going to need to go and buy 8 more sets. And this is an interesting point, right? Because here you're fighting for survival, you're fighting for day 2, but you currently have no prizes. So do you go, if you're a team struggling with budget, do you go all out here to try and get that top 4? Or you know, because the Kagera team's obviously going to run the Gucci gear. I expect Mythos to run the Gucci gear, but Bengalis and Team Korea could be forgiven for gearing down a little bit. But again, that's almost an auto loss at this level.
And like, if you're the Bengalis versus Mythos, and you know that your next match is likely running through Kagera.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. Like, I mean,
exactly.
I hate to say,
exactly right.
I hate
if
to
you
say
win,
to you know, like Team Korea, but they are like, they're the underdogs in this coming up match. Team Korea versus the Next Rex Wen. Best of luck to you guys. Big fan of Chicken and Arcticite, as we've said before in the past, but they've got a real steep hill to climb. We've never seen them out on the first day. So,
no, absolutely not.
Like, this
and
could be
I don't think we're going to see them out on the first day either today. I'll be honest with you.
I don't know. I think Team Korea is a pretty good team.
I think they are.
Yeah, and I think that.
But I do.
It's
think
unexpected that they're in the lower bracket already.
Yeah, I do think that it's a different kettle of fish. The difference between the top 4 and the bottom 4 is quite a difference. Yes. I'd say there's not a lot between most of the top 4. I would say it's more about who has the form and the comp on the day. But we'll be getting right into that. Do we have a start time for our next match?
Yeah, in 2 minutes. We have another match in 2 minutes. I could pull one more raffle.
Give me a POV for that one, camera people. Let me know where we're at.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'll pull one up for you guys. That's match 10.
Exclamation mark raffle if you want to enter, by the way.
Just you could just follow. Why don't we go on to Team Korea on that one and do Antarcticite?
Is it Team Korea first?
Yeah, it's Team Korea versus Rex. Next Rex when? That's the
Okay.
first matchup, and we have to let Mitos, have a little bit of time to
Yeah,
gear up.
I was gonna
So,
say like they need a little
yeah,
bit of time for
they
gear.
need a little bit of time. But we've watched a number of matches from Cargera's perspective. I don't think anybody gets more time being covered than Cargera. So let's hit up Antarcticite and give his team a little bit of love here.
Yeah. I agree.
All right, and Tazzik, are you back yet?
Yeah, I'm
All
here.
right. All right, just
here,
go on to make
he's
sure
ready to
everybody's
go.
here.
So this
And
one's
I'm going
getting
to pull
underway
that
in a
last
second,
raffle.
man. All right, Antarcticite and his boys, by the way, they are here to qualify. 8-3, excellent, Judy. And I do like to do this for the people at home because quite a lot of people come in and they're like, oh, GVGs in shiny gear, right? But just to give you context, and we'll go over Antarcticite here. Helmet 2.4 mil, staff 5 mil, chest 5.6 mil. So you got 11, 12, 13, 14 and a half, 16 and a bit. So about 16.6 million plus the Grey Wolf, 17 million round plus food and pots, right? For a single death here. A single kill on this tank is 17 million silver. And there's people in chat that would be chuffed if they had 17 million silver to their name, right? And we're talking a single death. And we saw a match with 18 kills at like the 6-minute mark. Like there is a lot of money gone during this tournament. But likewise, there's a lot of money to be won, Tazzik, isn't there, at the top end?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money for sure, especially if you can loot it, right? Like the thing is, a lot of these guys leave loot on the ground and then they just keep fighting, and the winner gets to go out and loot so much stuff, right? It actually ends up being so much.
When it looks like the end is nigh, everybody starts looting. I've seen that a lot. Like in that final 60 seconds, everyone's like, all right, especially if a team's going out. If a team's going out, you have never seen people loot so quick. Like they are like, right, grab everything we can.
Speaking of Lewpac, I just dropped an image from iEngage, Keeper of Nature here. He just picked up some fat loots, 276 million worth of fat loots to be exact.
That's pretty good. I mean, there's some shiny.
Look at all the glaives in there. Dude, he should honestly be selling those glaives right now, right? Glaives are in high demand.
Yeah.
Be trying
sell
to
them back. Sell them
from
back.
his team.
Trying to sell them back right now.
There's always one team, right? Without fail, there will be a team that is buying from the market on the day.
Oh, it's always so bad. It's always so bad.
Well, shouldn't happen.
Might be doing that right
shouldn't
now.
happen. But
all right.
Oh, we have a delay actually. We have a delay on Next Rex Wen versus Team Korea planned for 2030. Now.
Okay. The Mitos game was scheduled to start at 25 past. But the other match also needs to get more sets. So why don't you guys give us the prize list? Right? Not the loot off the floor. Obviously, the loot off the floor is great fun. But what are the prizes that these teams are actually playing for? Because if you thought the loot was crazy, then wait till you see the grand prizes for this. Like, these are not hard to obtain mounts, but nigh unobtainable unless you have very, very deep pockets. I don't have any saber tooths. I don't think Tazzik does.
I don't have
Shozen doesn't. Bogul has one of them, I believe.
He does.
Bogul has the Rex. I mean, I could have bought one, to be fair. I've been offered them. But I like having enough money that I don't care rather than one skin. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I've never, it's never been my priority to score high skins, but having enough gear that I can go out and int all day long, yeah, I'm into that.
Well, I mean, so we can pull up the prizes, but I linked it. You just have to scroll up to the top post. Obviously, there are 8 teams who compete in the tournament. 4 of those teams actually get rewards. So 4 teams who lose maybe 50 sets of gear during their matches, probably closer to like 20, 30.
Yeah.
They're out tons of gold, right? It's tons of silver. They lose so much because they provide their own gear. It's the best gear in the game. And you bring the best because you want to get into top 4, top 3.
And
But so we
what's
have it up.
crazy is the better you do, the more you make as well, because you're losing less sets. You're not just getting those crazy prizes. You're also looting a ton on the way, as obviously we saw with Mr. I Engage, aka Keeper. There,
Yeah, I
he's
mean,
like,
he had
look at
so
all my
much.
shinies.
Yeah, it's so much in that bank. So for the prizes, right? 4th place, they get the alpaca skin along with 5,000 gold, and that's for each member of the team, including your sub. 3rd place, they get the occult cougar skin along with another 5,000 gold for each member. 2nd place, they get the white tiger, which is where you're really in the money. That thing
Yeah,
worth a lot.
I've got that
5,000 gold each as well. And then 1st place, this is where you get the Saber Rex Swiftclaw, and 10,000 gold each. So that's where you're making the big bucks if you end up winning, right? Making a lot of silver there if you end up selling it. But we know a lot of people pop it, right? Lewpac, like a lot of people have popped the Rexes when they get them.
Yeah, they have, but only Ruined Experience probably doesn't have it.
Yeah, that's true. He's probably the only one.
So you can't pop it twice. So at that point, you do try and sell them, and then that's a meme unto itself. The top end of skin trading is like the most time wasty trading you can do at Albion. It's like when you try and sell like a nice sports car, and you just get a bunch of people phoning you that just want to have a quick drive in it and have no interest in buying it. Like they're like, oh yeah. The amount of people that claim to have one for sale, then actually don't. And are just like, maybe you don't notice. And then the amount of people that want to buy one, but they don't want to pay too much, and the seller always wants more money. It's very hard to actually make a sale. Put it that way. It does happen. It does happen. The price is probably around the 5 billion silver mark, I would say, fluctuating depending on who's buying and who's selling. Bogul, could you say what you paid for yours? Probably wasn't that much back then.
I don't know if Bogul wants to say. Bogul, do you want to say how much you paid for it?
Government secret.
Yeah, I think it's a secret, mate. I think it's down low.
There's any
I mean, it's more if you can quote unquote pay in skins, right? Versus cash.
Silver. Yeah. Well, a lot of people, I don't want other skins though, do they? It's not often someone's like, oh yeah, I'll take other skins that I then have to sell in trade.
I think Vok. I'm pretty sure Vok has like every skin sitting in a chest on his island, right? He has a collection. I think that's Vok.
He has most of them. I don't believe.
Maybe he doesn't have the saber tooth.
I don't believe he has saber tooths. I think he's got a ghost wolf sitting on his island though. Bogul. I know you've been looking for one.
I don't think
that's the other thing is everybody comes to Bogul and goes, "Oh, I've got a ghost wolf," and it's actually a spectre wolf, and everyone gets confused.
Well, when
someone comes and goes, "Oh yeah, I've got 7 ghost wolves," it's like, no, you definitely don't.
We have both matches scheduled, so we're going in 3 minutes onto the Darkness site, and then 5 minutes after that, we'll have Mitos versus Bengalis. So again, we'll have some concurrent matches, as day 1 is kind of just action-packed. Day 2, as Lewpac said, will be where we go match to match, kind of watching everyone progress through the Final 4. But today we've already said goodbye to 2 teams, and now we're about to say goodbye to
we're about to lose 2 more, and then we'll
Mm-hmm.
be calling it a night here on Albion TV and resting ourselves ready for an action-packed day tomorrow. You can join us from 5 p.m. UTC or 1700 for you 24-hour clock people. Where do you stand quickly, Taz, on the Fiend Sandals versus Cultist Sandals for tanks right now? Because I'm seeing about 50-50.
Yeah.
And I'm Fiend gang myself. Because
So
I've seen a lot of kills secured with the Fiend.
Yeah, I think it depends a lot on the comp, right? Like Fiend Sandals help out a lot with Glaive because it's another forced movement, so they're forced to use a defensive, and then you get the Glaive stuff coming in. I think a lot of the Cultist Sandal is probably for teams who don't think they have the one-shot potential. Like we have been seeing teams just instantly kill people, right? And those are mostly the teams that have Fiend Sandals, which is crazy to see because you would think that these teams aren't one-shot capable. They just have good CC, they lock down healers, and they just one-shot arranged, you know?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the teams that have cultists probably run that not because they can't do it, but probably because they just play for the
worried.
wins in the fights, you know? Yeah. I think that's
I
probably what
consider
it
it
is.
overkill though. With an SOB and a Hood of Tenacity, I consider the Cultist Sandals like slight overkill.
Yeah, I think Fiend is
and
better.
and IP is very interesting. So obviously the IP is quite high in these matches, and it actually increases as we go through the tournament. But everything scales with IP, right? So HP goes up, damage goes up, armor goes up, CC resistance goes up. Everything scales with the IP gain in these matches, but the kill potential, the time to kill, and the damage scales harder than the armor and the health does. Like the people die a lot quicker at this tier from mistakes. Like if you ever see someone, if we call a mistake, like someone gets caught with no defensives, you'll notice that commentators will call that they're dead 3 to 4 seconds before they die, and it still happens because once you're out of position with no defensives, you are going to die. Like bar an absolute miracle, like Ochiwin flying through the air with his Halafall. Is he the only one playing Halafall, by the way?
He's the only one who's played Holy so far in the tournament is just Ochi. Everyone else has been playing hard on nature, whether that be Druidic or Blight Staff, depends on the healer. But everyone's been really hard on nature, which is what you expect, right? At the high level, a lot of teams prefer nature. Nature is better for the cap game in general, right? I think I can just make that statement. When you're down a member and it's a 4v5 or 4v4 and you're trying to hold a cap,
it's a lot nicer to kite with.
Better. And that's a lot of the times what happens in these fights. Sorry, that's a lot of what goes on, where you'll see Carrera's team lose Boda Vale and they have no kill potential, but they stay in the fight 4v5 because they want to get the cap.
Well,
and we're going in right now, and
here we go. I mean, it's shocking that we're gonna say goodbye to some of these teams. Like when you look at the names and the pedigree of them, with the fact that we're losing one of these teams is absolutely bonkers. But it is going to happen, and it's going to happen within the next 45 minutes. So let's get it underway. Game number 1 here. Next Rex Wen versus Mythos. We are
Team Korea versus.
Team Korea. Team Korea versus Next Rex Wen. Mythos is our other match. This is going to be a banger. Chicken, is he going to start on his Blight Staff? No, he is going with a Nature Staff. Still no crossbow comp, by the way, from the Cargera team. Maybe they have full ditched it on Next Rex Wen. 4-1 split. No shenanigans afoot here in game number 1. Everybody with a nice, honest start. Rawbit blinks in for Shekri. Shekri has no boots, by the way, and the anti-heal, and they're ready with the purge. The Ruined Experience.
Strat up here.
Very quick purge. That was super good from Rawbit, but Ruined Experience did exactly what he needed to do there. Absolutely pounded the guys trying to run down Shekri to create the space for him to escape, because he had no way of escaping other than on foot, and Ruined had to go front to back to drive Rawbit off of that kill. Very, very nice. Strat took some pressure in the meantime, but now things will slow down a bit. Both Frost Mages have used their Morganas and their Speed Casters. So they're going to just be chilling until the next rotation of cooldowns. But Boda taking a lot of pressure here. 4 stacks, got the roll. Can they find the hook on him? Rawbit looking for it. Gets the harpoon. Boda stuck in position. The freezing wind as well. Going to be pushing back though. Antarcticide takes the pressure. Cargera maybe looks like he wants to make something happen here. Big heals. There's the Judy come down. It's an offensive Judy from Cargera. They're trying to stop that cap, but Strat's going to grab it. Antarcticide, he needs to get out of there. Big heal comes down though. Sack was available. Going to stabilize. Cargera now has the switch. They're going to flick Cargera. Look at the kill pressure. Chicken is right on top of him. Trying to body block anything onto Strat. I like that as well. Like the people with mobility body blocking those harpoons from people that haven't got their mobility available. Little stuff like that. It's not like a big flashy play, but it makes all the difference. Rawbit though, he blinks to safety, but it's landing in the Mystic Rocks of Cargera. Somehow he's alive. Boda's trying to finish the job. Boda gets the flick, and now Chicken says, all right, I've got nothing else for you right now. The sack comes online, but Graph is low, and this is bad news right now for Antarcticide. Team Korea in a bit of trouble. Strat's going to be first to drop. Chicken rolls the harpoon. Antarcticide probably not getting out of this one alive. It's going to be 2. Is it going to be 3? Can they find one more? Boda's looking for the angle, but he respects Rawbit's harpoon. I like that. No, Boda's not one to shy away from the tent, but he saw the angle and he saw Rawbit positioning, and he thought, all right, this time I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let it slide just this once. But
I don't think you were
messy
here,
opener.
Yeah, I don't think you were here actually. Earlier we had Elite 10 die to tent 2 times.
I was watching. Yeah, I
games.
was like, what?
In 2 different games, he died to tent, and his team ended up winning with no deaths but that one. That was crazy. And yeah,
Absolute
Bogul
mad
experienced
lad.
player does not go to 10.
Bit of charity, you could call it. Ruined has actually burnt both mobilities, but when you play in the open like this, like the Frost is able to play on that high ground, and it's kind of nice. There goes the concussive blow, but they pull back, and Graf, mad anti-heal onto Graf. Cargera's there, and he's just gone. And we saw this in their previous game, actually. It was Forsaken, I believe, that was absolutely annihilated in those openers. They ended up losing that match. But when they do grab someone with no cooldowns, I don't think there's any team quicker for getting the kill. Like, I think this is like the most aggro team I've seen for pouncing on somebody. So these guys, Team Korea, they got to be so careful, haven't they?
Carrier and the guys play stupid aggressive, right?
Yeah.
Even when they're down a member, they will just run at you and they don't care. Zeo was able to hard commit to just taking advantages whenever they tried to do that.
They let them cap.
And we need to see if Antarcticite can do it as well.
They literally just allowed the cap.
Yeah.
And like, there's
sure
no
though.
way. They made a conscious decision to just 4-man DPS somebody, I think, or 4-man hit somebody. Rawbit, no, he's in the duty now, finally. Does get saved, but the Mystic Rocks do so much. And it's like, it feels so bad for Chicken. Having to sacrifice into the healing debuffs is an awful feeling, but sometimes you have to do it.
I feel like Antarcticite wasn't playing that fight correct at all, too. He was kind of sitting on bow, whereas the backline was 3-man stacked up. Easy cartwheel there. You have Mystic Rocks up. Graph ends up going down. I think they get Antarcticite 2 here.
What's interesting is this switch to concussive blow as well from these guys. I kind of like it. Like the mini stuns, the damage is actually reasonably respectable. There's less stuff to interrupt with the cartwheel, but I mean it's such a good mobility as well, and knockabout. I still think cartwheel's kind of strong. And Cargera was the cartwheel king back in the day. It must feel really weird for him to play concussive blow. Oh,
I mean, cartwheel's been nerfed like I think it's been nerfed 2 or 3 times. The resistances
at least
you get
2,
from
yeah.
it. Yeah, it's been nerfed a bit. Concussive blow, I don't think it's been nerfed. I think it got buffed, not recently. But
cartwheel used to give you move speed and resistances on like a 6-second cooldown.
Yeah, it was.
And it got
insane.
nerfed to 8. Then the resistances got nerfed, and I think the move speed either got removed or nerfed as well.
I think it got nerfed. It's still there. If you take damage now, is when you get the resist while you're.
No, it was always like that. Yeah, it was always like that.
But they nerfed the movement speed you used to get. It was way higher, and so concussive blow is like. It's a good call, right? You get those mini stuns. You have just another way to control the enemy healer, the enemy frost.
Yeah,
I mean, they play it very well.
We've actually seen some people using the stun passive as well. Like the greediest tanks are doing like stun run, stun passive, everything. It's.
I mean, Antarcticite's running that too, and he's not having mana issues because he has the Druid Cowl and he has different ways to get mana back.
Although he is running for his life right now. He might just about survive. Oh, that was a good seed. Cargera overcommitted for this. He's going to get swapped out, swaps himself back in, trying to kite those shards. An absolute brawl going on right now. Somebody's going to die, but who is he? And he's just in. He has no HP, and he just tries to hold them up. An honorable play, but it does end up in his death, as well as Rawbit. Chicken now is trying to get out of dodge. So is Strat, and I think we might see maybe one more before they hit a 10.
Strat's dead.
Respawn's coming in the nick of time. No, it's going to be
Chicken
Strat
as well.
and Chicken.
What a bad death timer on Sync, right? Like now they have to wait for their healer to come back. They also almost lost Graf. He sidestepped that harpooner. He would have died too.
Nearly the full 5, but as you said, they're going to have to wait on those respawns because Graf can't get healed until Chicken is geared, and then it's another 10 seconds before he can cast. And they're going to eat a 20, and all of a sudden 120 seconds away from dropping this game number 1.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Antarcticite's team, especially because if we hit tabs, look at the scoreboard, they're down 9 kills. They're 0-9.
9-0. And again,
it's a very rough position to be in.
Like Rawbit, it doesn't seem like a lot going from 8-2, 8-3 down to 8-2, but it's 8-2 good, you know, versus the 8-3 excellent. He's 60 IP below some of the other guys. And that's nearly a full tier. It really does matter. Every little hit matters. Chicken has brought out his Blight Staff, which I like, but I feel like Blight Staff's better when you're on top and you're on the aggressor, which they are absolutely not right now. And it's just not doing anything.
It didn't even heal him.
It's
Yeah,
not
he still
even
took the
healing
damage.
Robert inside of Judy as well. It was not healing him. And that's where you need the big ones. I see 4 as well. There's no back cap going on. I mean, I'm going to say this game number 1 is all but done right now, especially if they do end up getting chicken. The Blight Staff does make it so he's immune to all CC and positioning. So it's a good survival tool for the nature, and it suits Chicken's play style. But it's the output. The output is just not high enough. And you called it earlier. He forgoes sacrifice for meditate, which makes sense.
Kind of. Yeah, it does make sense for sure. But like,
Yeah.
you're missing sacrifice. He has no way to quickly heal up.
He
an
has
ally
no
in
big
danger.
heals. He has absolutely no big heals. It's all about heal over time. So if they could just blast people and get them low, it's so hard to stabilize.
Well, look at him eating that
they've
harpoon
got to
with
play
the
around
Blight.
this Judy. But even then, as soon as the Mystic Rocks are out, Chicken is doing nothing. And how does he save Graf now? He doesn't. He just has to sit and watch him die.
Yeah.
And it's like it works against mid-tier and below teams. But at this level, I think, oh, wow, actually, no, they're actually
They
going to
did
find
find
check
check
rate.
rate just now. Yeah, but it's nothing,
It's
right? They have to
over.
get a cap.
It's still
in 4
over,
seconds.
but
Still
yeah.
over. Look,
Bogul
they're all
doesn't
trying
wanna
to
die
pounce
now.
on the loot. They're all
Yeah, of
pouncing
course.
the loot. Yeah, it
Of
makes sense.
course.
It makes sense. They need the gear, especially because they just lost 1 to 11, right?
Yeah,
Two
you
of their guys
just
had
lost
3
11
deaths.
sets, so anything you
Yeah.
can pick off the floor is kind of nice.
Yeah, that was a clean show from Courier's team, right? And even when they brought out the Blight Staff, they know how to play against Blight Staff, right? He
Back
popped
to
E,
camera.
just kill someone. They can't heal him through it. Just kill someone
Absolutely.
easily.
Well, yeah, absolutely not. I don't know if our other match has started yet, but we might be getting straight over to Bengalis versus Mythos.
Yeah,
It's
so we
already
have
underway.
Yeah, we have that match ongoing. We're just giving Bogul a second to swap some stuff around. We're going to go Lazan Haman for the point of view. So we're watching from Mythos' angle.
Yeah,
and we'll have that up in a
Mythos,
second.
Mythos have had a good showing so far. I definitely put them favorites, but this has been Elitan versus Lasagna Man has been a match that we've probably seen on Saturdays, like a minimum of once a weekend. It felt like this season. So these two teams know each other inside out, and right now, Elitan it's 90-90, 4-4 with Elitan and his boys, Bengalis actually having the cap advantage and holding it despite a death. Although there's the Fatnex dip and cap. We saw this in their previous match, right? They did a really good job of that dip and cap. Like just run at them and look like you're going aggro, and then the frost is perfect for it. Because of that double mobility, they can cover so much ground. They might be going underground in a minute though, because Sakata's low, Aings is low. Lasagna Man doing a really good job of holding up the 3 at the back though, saving his boys and actually creating enough space for Relica to take a beating. Zero's all in for Fatnex. It's going to be a death for Fatnex. It might be a trade though. Zero's going to die to the next tick unless he gets something.
I don't know. They missed
There's the
Doctrine.
harpoon. They find him. Great harpoon from Aings. Patient play. 1-for-1 trade right now. Volnazera's getting run down. Imagini's in a bit of trouble. Aings is, I don't know what Aings is doing. He's looking to peel, I think. Maybe he should have just pressured Imagini there. Fatnex has respawned. The fight is right in front of the tent, but you know that the Bengalis respawn is going to go straight for a cap. If he can grab mid, he absolutely will.
You should absolutely start it, right? They're fighting down mid. Blue still has it. Zero should easily start that cap right now. And
Yeah. He is going to do it, and Lasagna Man can't contest. They're going to find Pele, though, and that's the healer. They find the healer pick. Aings goes. Lasagna nearly goes. Zero grabs the cap. They will probably get this rotation, so it was still a worthwhile cap, but right now, Mystic Rocks and Resistance Pot is not going to save Elitan. Because Lasagna Man, he wants to set off of his counterpart right now. There is no healer. He is forced act. He keeps the rocks on, by the way, for the extra resistances and somehow survives until Pele gets there.
Would have died if Lasagna Man had Fiend Sandals. He would have swapped him and gotten a kill.
Yeah.
He runs Cultist instead.
And if he dropped the Mystic Rocks, he would have died because the extra resistances counted. But Relica, yeah, he's going to drop. The cap's going to go underway. Elitan's going to look for the interrupt with the Cultist. He's committed his rotten ground here. So now Elitan's in a horrible spot. Anti-heal goes down. Is he going to drop here? Oh, nice root. Oh, so much damage on the choke on the front too. Aings and Lasagna Man taking a beating. And this cat, this is quite the game number one right now.
Very even. Yeah, they should be able to easily stop this. Remember, Reliker just now is getting back, so he'll have every defensive, every offensive up, which is much more important. Because look at Fatnex.
Doesn't reset your pots though if you die, does it?
No, you're right. But you will have all the offensive tools. Look at Fatnex. He immediately had to blink away because Reliker just walked at him. He knows he has Harpoon Fling. There's the Fling onto Zakata. And this could be easily a win.
And he healed, no cleric available, or he's holding it. If he's got it, he's very big balls because he's holding it. I don't think he does one shard, two shard. The tick, nah. He's going to survive, though, somehow. Relica's all in, and Fatnex and Elitan's going in, looking for it, but Zero gets taken down. Elitan, madman. Absolute madman. Aings is going to drop. This is turning into a 8-3 bloodbath right now.
Aang's effectively traded himself for those 2 kills, right? He kept these 3 guys up choke the entire time, off screen. So his team was able to get those kills. That was a very good trade by him, 1-2.
And how does Imagini survive with no one to peel?
Yeah, they get hit. Now they should be able to get caps.
And they're gonna get Relica or Pele on a horrible timer right now. Like just as the other guys are coming back. Oh no, good debate on the blink. They're trying to cap, but Elitan's already back. There's no way. There's no way. They got it.
Oh my god.
How did they hold him? There's no way.
Pele's in trouble. I don't think he has blink or roll or anything. Oh, there it is.
He really should have interrupted that cap. I thought they'd screwed themselves by going too late. Pele, oh, there's the harpoon. One more hit, and there's the healer. That might be GG, actually, because Relica's going to drop here. By the time they've re-geared, they're going to be on a 60-second timer.
That might be GG. They have to instantly go out and get a cap.
Mythos coming out hard in number 1. And remember, Mythos, both of our top 2 seeds are now in the lower bracket. So no pain, no gain in the Monkey team going through. We're our 3rd and 4th seed, respectively.
And they ended up getting through to now top 2, right? They ended up just a free
top
buy.
3. Yeah, top 3.
Top 3, you're right.
Guaranteed, for tomorrow. But 1 minute on the clock then. And I only see 4. We know what that means.
Yeah, they have some cheeky stuff happening. Remember, this crystal map isn't the exact choke map, right? That you and I knew from way back. They don't have those side paths. So it's hard to actually do some sneaky stuff.
Hey, you used to be able to go right round, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do remember the old layout was a bit more interesting that way.
And I still think there is some sneaky stuff happening. Look over in middle.
You could go wide. The problem is that you have to be convinced that if you pull one of them away, you can win 4v4. You have to be able to get a kill 4v4. They need at least 1 cap to stay alive on this rotation. They're all in for Sakata. No purge. They get the flick. Can they find this kill? He rolls the opposite direction. He's on top of the enemy healer. I love that from Sakata. He goes through them and out the back end, and that's going to be enough.
Look at blue. Yeah, they just run back through mid.
They're just going to hold that time. Actually, can they defend top? Aings has no HP. Voltazera's going to drop. Nah, they held long enough to win. That was beautiful. Really good play, but
super close on that one.
Not a convincing win by any stretch of the imagination.
That one was incredibly close. 12-8 kills, deaths. We've closed damage, healing. But Relica with 4 deaths, I'm worried for that man's gear. I mean, he's in the 8-3 good, right?
Relica's got the money. Relica's been around the block, mate. He's not gonna be skinned, right? So right now we got the Cargera, the next Rex Wen versus Team Korea, game 2 with a 1-0 lead to next Rex Wen. That is going to be starting in 3 minutes, Tazzik. So have you got anything you thought about that match that you can get across in 3 minutes? You did say about the Fiend sandals would have been a kill.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lasagna Man plays it with Fiend on purpose. I think that's kind of his preferred play style, right? And they do something a little different than other teams. I think Fiend sandals, they would have capitalized on a kill, but maybe they wouldn't have gotten to that part, right? Maybe they wouldn't have gotten to have that kill without the Fiend sandals.
No,
I don't know if there's anything specifically different they have to do. I think they just kind of run the same thing and just play the actual
it was close. I mean, it could have gone either way, right?
Yeah.
And this, if one of these matches is going to a game 3, I would put my money on this one. I don't want to say it's bad blood, but I feel like you know, this
a
match was
rivalry, right?
inevitable because they've
Yeah.
I've just seen them fight so many times. Like I have Shozen's here, but he would back me up on this. Like we have casted this match, Elitan versus Lasagna Man, so many times this season.
Quite a bit, yeah.
And,
This
and
is
they
a
must know
classic.
each other inside out. I don't think I've ever seen it get toxic though. The only toxicity I've seen this season is people against no pain no gain. Just saying, like this disdain for the double glaive.
Ochi went talking about that they play Fiend Sandals with Bop Helmet to Purge to full of. Who has Bop Helmet? No one on this team is running Bop Helmet.
They put it on Fiends. They can put the Fiends cowl. Yeah.
Oh, does he mean
the force field? Any cloth helmet.
Well, no, but Aang's ran Purge the whole time, right? He wasn't Bop Helmeting anything.
No, sometimes the tanks run it. Like sometimes the tanks forgo the anti-heal.
I just didn't see it any time.
We saw Lasagna Man run it in the previous match.
I get you. Okay.
He actually survived with it a few times.
Did he? Dude, I don't know. This match is very interesting. I'm really excited to see the game 2 for this one. We have a game 2 for Next When in like 30 seconds. So we'll have to see if they can end up 2-0ing their own match, right? Who expected to see Cargera in the losers bracket about to be sent home?
I mean, he's not about to be sent home.
He won his first match.
They're 1-0
nearly almost being sent home against Team Korea.
I mean, they can only kill the people in front of them, so one match at a time. Team Korea though, they've definitely got an uphill battle, and this is like you said, this is Chicken, Strat, Rawbit, Graph, and Antarcticite, not a lineup you would expect to say goodbye to on day one.
Yeah,
but there is so many good players in this right now.
I really expected this team to go to tomorrow for sure, and like maybe they lose their first match, but I really thought they'd make it.
There's like 6 teams you could see going through, and there's only 4 spots, and they're not out yet. They are 100% not out yet. That is doing them a disservice. There is no reason.
They could easily 2-1 this. Yeah, we've seen them pull it off already today. They could easily go back 2-1, take out Cargera.
They are against the untiltable, formidable wall that is the 4 times champions. I mean, not anything against Ruined, but you can definitely feel that they are not the same team.
Yeah.
More, not so much skill level wise, but more because of just synergy.
What the hell?
Antarcticite.
What the hell is happening? Go down to Antarcticite. They have a carving sword. They have reorbit on tank glaive. Oh baby, Chicken's still
double duty setup, which means they are going to be fully reliant on a druid cowl. Taz.
Why carving? Why carving sword though?
Armor pierce. I mean, again, splitting slash is your CC. They can't roll it, right? Because it's too short cooldown.
This is that pocket
stuff.
pick, baby. He's carving around onto Graffice. Look at the damage increase. It was nearly nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I do think carving makes more sense than the birdie, though, right? Than the carrying collar. Let me see. Orbit going down.
They both play different. I like anything that gives mobility, but Chicken is on the Halifall as well.
Yeah, he's not very big.
So when we said about pocket picks, this is an all-in situation. This is sudden death for them. They lose one match out of this one, or potentially the next one if they win. Oh, Cargera into the 10.
Cargera with 10.
And
fling back in.
He's dead. He's gone. Nice.
They need a hard pressure off of this. Robert knows it. He misses the harpoon, though. They need to keep running for this. They have to make pressure off of losing Cargera in the 5v4 here.
The carving also moves really quick, right? He gets constant move speed from heroic strike.
Slash too.
So he's got splitting slash to root them. He's got constant move speed, which means his rotten ground and his nasty wounds will always like be in a good spot. Like he's able to position, and
Cargera with hammer.
The fearless strike is amazing. Yeah, Cargera's actually switched up because of this. So right now we've got some serious metagaming going. My only concern is I haven't seen them run this once. Now, obviously, they know what they're doing, but
it must have been something they prepped and scrimmed against.
Maybe like Cargera's getting choppy chopped. He's getting knocked about. Fearless strike should come through any second. I don't think I saw him use it. So if you've never seen the carving sword, which if you watch the GVG show, the Crystal show, you probably haven't seen many carving swords. Fearless strike is like a dash ability that slices through everybody. It does damage based on stacks. It also reduces resistances pretty significantly, actually. It's definitely an armor shred that you need to worry about. They've got this double duty with the Hullaful, and Kagera's going to get assassinated there. Boda's going to find the trade onto Strat, but without Kagera to peel, these guys, I feel that this benefits Team Korea. They could just run them down.
Yeah, it'll always benefit the triple melee, right? You can just keep running them down. I wonder, it's interesting too why he's running Curse and not his Frost that he's been playing so well on. It must be another, again, something they just said, we'll just run Curse and we'll go for the longer fights. But for Feast, he did just get Carving Sorted. Graph might go down to the Curse dots. Chicken rooted in the back line.
In a bit of trouble as well, Raw bit. And they're obviously not as practiced on this comp, but it must be really nice for Kagera, who their team famously said to the No Pain, No Gain team, it's like, this comp gives me like...
Strat just come back from dying to instantly die again immediately. He did. He just did. Yeah, he just did. He walked out the second his bubble
ended. He's feeling generous. Yeah, this comp gives me dementia, or this comp rots my brain, or something.
Yeah, that's what Keeper's saying, right? Like, Keeper... I mean, the thing is, right, comps like this suck to play against. Antarcticite's swapping to Carrion Caller, by the way. Clearly, he must prefer what Keeper does.
Wow, okay, so they are literally imitating now.
Copying, yeah.
But it's not just a case of copying a new comp. You need to practice it, because it's safe to say that this play is completely different.
Yeah. And how many times has Ochi's team lost to Froststaff, right? And then complained about it before they figured out how to play against it. And now they've won, right? It's a very different play style. You have to figure stuff out.
And they're 3 capped against the world champions. Kagera's made the hammer switch, which we definitely think is the play. I mean, I like the pole hammer as well.
We called it out earlier, right? The hammer.
I like the pole hammer because it allows you to, like, so having a mobility is always nice. I'm always a fan of having mobility, but for the tank, the pole hammer allows you to get the stun off on the entire team, but maintain your position, which means you can continue pressuring the guy you were pressuring. Whereas to land a good stun with the great hammer means you have to completely reposition. So it's not always what you want to do, but you have to land those stuns. Rawbit 4-stack there. Double Resi's been used. Antarcticite with no Resi, Graph with no HP. So now Rawbit and Antarcticite don't have res pots available. Chicken comes in with the Hullaful leap, but Rawbit's going to drop. And this one started off spicy, but this one's going to turn into a bit of a massacre. I can imagine Kagera not going into the tent too hard this time. There's the knock up onto Chicken. Here's the flick onto Chicken. He gets bopped the other way. Does get the Hullaful off, but that's a really horrible death timer as well. Yeah. And it's going to be another 20-point rotation. Oh, Strat, no! They pulled him out of the tent. Naughty, naughty. Kagera needs to be respecting that tent. Wow. He sidestepped that harpoon. Double glaive and you go in front of their tent. That takes some stones, Tazzik.
I mean, we've seen Kagera die to tents way back in the day, right? But
we still died to 10 in this match.
Yeah, I know. But dying to tents today, we've just seen 3 tanks do it. Elite 10 twice, Kagera at once. I mean, it happens, right? Especially when you have those long harpoons and stuff. Antarcticite swapping to staff of balance.
They're like, all right,
mixing.
Forget it. Back to the base. And this is why I hate to see, right? When you're in this like sudden death situation, changing your comp every set never feels good.
It sucks.
You never get to
how you play so much. This is 2 very different play styles, and they're just switching between them. They're not playing them well, and I would have rather them just stick to the original and just come in and try to win it.
Oh no, I think they actually did okay with the double glaive carving. They actually got the Kagera kill. They got the Ruin kill. Like, I think they should have stuck with it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would have much preferred them to stick with it, right? And maybe they lose another fight, but they learn again and they get a better chance the next time.
But yeah, like switching your comp, even having discussions about the comp slows up your game. Shekri actually caught now. Quick purge onto his cleric. Grafis has got 4 stacks onto Rawbit. Graf is pushing aggro. Nobody's peeling right now. Shekri does manage to survive long enough though. Good job from Grafis to just put enough pressure out that they had to pull back. Rawbit could be in a spot here. Boda maybe going to flick him before he retreats, but Boda's going to drop. Rawbit should get traded 1 for 1. Both glaives are down, but any trade always benefits the team that has the caps. And right now, that is next Rex Wen on the verge after a shock, potentially you could call it a shock, drop to the lower bracket. They look like it's smooth sailing on to day 2. An
And
early
Darkness Knight
hiccup.
just ate his food. Maybe they're going back out, right? They want to keep going. I mean, there's no
Yeah.
reason not to. You brought the gear for this purpose. If they can make it a game 3 by some miracle, it's always
Nobody
worth
wants
more.
to sit there for 90 seconds live on Albion TV, right? While everybody types keg W in chat while they sit there for 10, like 90 seconds. They have to fight till the last second. Just to save face.
I also agree in the Bobo in chat. I really wish Strategian, like I said, stayed on Frost. I don't know why he went Curse with that triple melee comp. I think it would have been a lot better.
Yeah.
Especially with the carving, right? To be able to follow that up, it would have been much better. But
yeah,
they
yeah. Do you remember the
carving
perma? Do you remember that back in the day?
Yeah, carving perma Claymore was like a meta for a very long
just
time.
Like bam, and you're gone. Yeah. But here, talking of gone,
GG.
wow. No time to drop a keg W in chat.
2 to 12,
Clean.
very, very one-sided at the end there. But I mean,
one of those, no, through is actually 3 because the tent doesn't count as a kill, but it does count as a death.
12 to 3.
Yeah, Boders was a trade, and that was conclusive. Okay?
Yeah, it was very one-sided. I mean, they did catch them off guard, right? They had something, and then they just couldn't capitalize, keep it going with the triple melee.
And of course, that does mean we do say goodbye to Team Korea.
Yeah,
the reigning champs will finish top 4. And you know, that is them saying, okay, we got knocked down, but we are not done.
Yeah.
That is word on the street. That is what they're putting out there. We're not done though, either. The champs are not done and we're not done. We do have one more match to conclude for today's show, but we are back tomorrow with a full evening of action from 1700 UTC. That said, Bengalis and Mythos. It is 1-0 right now to Mythos. There is only one place available in tomorrow's matches. Somebody's got to have it. Let's get into the grudge match. I don't want to call it grudge match. They probably like each other, but I believe these guys are going in the next 5 minutes for their match.
5 minutes away till that one starts.
Versus Elitan.
Can we get Bengala's player card up on camera? Let's take a look at that while we're in the waiting. We do have about 4 minutes to go for that one.
Yeah. That's up. Elitan. With I mean, I don't like KD ratio because certain classes don't get kills. Healers are always going to have a bad KD ratio.
The KD ratio is so funny. 0.04 on Juliet as well. Like it's just not it doesn't matter, right? Because they never get kills. So what does that mean? Win-loss.
But the win-loss ratio is what matters. 1.5. Yeah. You know, anything positive is always good. Anything above 2 is significant. But at the same time, like there's a higher percentage of low-level matches. Mm-hmm. Like win-loss ratio at level 5 and above would be like a good statistic, I think. Arcane Shield meta was Elitan's favorite. We did have a whole tournament where Arcane was just running rampant. We saw double Arcane setups. We saw Royal Jackets for days. We saw a double Royal Jacket one-hand crossbow comp with an Arcane tank that was just like,
I mean, that tournament was crazy because we saw Arcane cloth, leather, and plate. We saw more than one Arcane on a team.
Yeah,
it was a wild tournament, right? That was a good one.
It was super good. And what I was looking forward to was the return of the leather bruisers. Like, spiked gauntlets basically forced bruisers onto stalker jackets for a little while towards the end of the season. And then all of a sudden we were seeing like these gauntlet bruisers leaping around doing a lot of damage to the backline as well, and it was super cool. And then that spike gauntlet nerf wasn't like crazy, but it was enough to push it off the radar. And I was so looking forward to seeing that crossbow spike gauntlet combo.
It was I hope super sad, right? Spike gauntlets, they do, if people don't know, they do way more damage with the E to people who are wearing plate armor, and so they were very strong. People ran them in 5v5. And it forced you off of plate. But then when you get forced off of plate, you can mix and match stuff, right?
Yeah.
So you had people running axes, daggers. You had people trying out different spears, stuff like that. It was super cool. We had crossbows being played with the spike gauntlets. And then the thing is, running multiple spike gauntlets in ZVZ, very overpowered. You were just one-shotting
you see the clips from 10v10s as well, the hell games.
Yeah, I mean, in 20v20s, have you seen the clips? Yeah, you're one-tapped back to your hideout, back to the city. And so we had the spike gauntlets get nerfed a bit for the plate damage, which then in 5s, right, it brought it back to where now people just say, it doesn't matter too much, right? You can still play plate into it. So we've been seeing a lot of people going back to the old glaive play style.
Yeah.
Again, I'd
the
love
old
to make a
faithful.
plea. Yeah, the old faithful. I'd love to like plead a retro for some leather armor buffs or something. I really want to see leather bruisers come back.
Well, I think
We've never seen
I think
melee for a
plate,
while be playing it melee.
I've always said that plate should give you a negative offensive
damage.
debuff.
Yeah.
You get a small buff for leather and a decent buff for cloth. I think plate should be minus DPS.
There's been a lot of
outside of the soldier armor. Soldier armor is the only one that should have neutral. Maybe give like soldier and demon 0, and then the others like Judy armor should be like is like the most offensive armor.
That should have the least
like
or the most
minus
negative
80%
bonus,
or something. Just no, maybe not that much, but
can we get monkey cards, monkey teams player cards on screen? I guess Zerfax wants to see it, so we can show that one. No, monkey team. We actually never got to see monkey team, unfortunately. We did not play their cards, but they 2-0'd their way straight into the best of 3 tomorrow.
There we go.
Yeah,
and Zerfax and the boys, right? I don't think we were able to show this one earlier.
3.45 win ratio on the Forsaken, 4.12 ratio win ratio. These guys, these guys, the majority of them are on a 4.0 win ratio. Like they lose once for every 4 they win. This is bonkers.
Yeah, and I'm totally with MSSJ in chat. I really want to see plate melee DPS get put to bed. Bring back leather bruisers.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel like unless you're willing to run the DPS options for plate, it shouldn't be viable as a DPS. Like
exactly.
minus 25 on Judy and Guardian.
Like, you see Bokix is there? He said favorite meta 15. Was anything with the boys or anything with friends. That's cool, dude. I like to see that. Bokix.
I mean, it's the having a consistent team is amazing. Like
Onion flaming his healer. Favorite meta, hard to tell. His healer is sleeping most of the time. All right. And then
is sleep.
I think we're actually going in right now for Mitos' match on Lazan Haman.
Oh yeah. All right. I was so busy reading player cards that I didn't notice they had gone in. Lasagna Man then and his boys with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, potential to be the last match of the day, right? The very last match we see today. We're about to send somebody home, right? So we'll have to see.
Yeah, well, we might have one more match of this
if it
series.
goes to game 3, yeah.
But that is going to require a win for the Bengalis boys as Mitos are second seed in the lower bracket. They're looking to get through, but this is a match that didn't look comfortable. They got the job done in match number 1. It did not look comfortable though. 4-1 split. Both teams playing it very, very standard. Especially when you're the team that's 1 away from elimination. It's not unusual to see like all the curveballs come out. The 3-1-1, like anything you've got in your arsenal that's like there's a lot of strats that will only work once in a tournament, right? There's a lot of stuff you could do in this game. There's a lot of interactions that will only work once, but if it buys you 20 points, it's fine. And Sakata, there's a healer pick early on. That was really, really nice from Bengalis coming forward, getting that healer pick, getting Ains as well. I don't think Relica's going to pick up anything else, but Mitos.
Looking very strong on that opening. Very good.
And Lethal actually didn't bring 8-3 this time. He downgeared to 7-3, but if he can kill Lasagna Man, there could be some 8-3 for him to use.
He might upgrade on it. It's not like he's down too much IP. 1543 versus like 1560s. It's not the worst we've seen today, but it still
could be
less.
life or death at these peak moments. Lasagna Man actually was controlling too, but he knows the danger of the frost, right? He immediately switches attention to the frost there to shut him down a little bit, because unchecked frost is how you lose, right? The damage these guys can put out, like especially once they're speed casting. Zero actually in a horrible spot here. So is Ains. Ains gonna get saved. Zero may die. He rolls the safety. He's in the Judy, but Ains, one more jab's gonna do it. Zero goes down. Pele gets caught in the freezing wind. Fatnex went aggro. The Dark Matter, though, did give Ains a little bit of moment to pause. Pele caught back. He's going to get flicked. Healer kill on the cards, and Mitos find that healer kill. They did eat a couple of 3 ticks, though. They're going to get it back under control with the 3 cap.
I don't know.
Imagini.
Will they be able to
I
get
like
top?
this from
Aang's is
Imagini, by
going
the
there.
way. He just stacks up Volnazera to slow his capping up.
I
Yeah,
don't think they
Elitan
get
and
top
Relica
here.
need heals. They're gonna have to wait for it. I don't think they're gonna get the 3 actually. I don't know. Elitan, he's gonna run through a Morgana's Frost to get this. No, wow, okay. They're gonna start the fight at half HP, which is kind of rowdy, but looks like it's not gonna punish them. And you did call it, Tazzik.
Yeah. So this swing, right, when they don't get top cap like this and they're holding for the 10s, Lasagnaman and his team, they did this earlier in the tournament as well. Obviously, you want to push for those 20s, but in that situation, they sent too many people bot. They were afraid of Volnazera.
Yeah.
They were afraid of that stack on Volnazera, and they couldn't get top for it.
Yeah, you've got a hard split as soon as you have momentum, especially off of 2 kills. Time and time again, like we see this even at the top level. Teams win a fight and then not get the caps off the back of it, or not get like all of the caps or enough value. And every 1 cap advantage is 10 points, right? Whereas a kill is only worth 4. So you have to prioritize caps, even when there's 8-3 on the floor. If your goal is to win every match, caps should always be your priority. Because one of the current issues with Crystal League is that 3 cap is just so strong that we're literally changing to a different map where it's not as strong. And we still want to change the cap system. Nothing should ever take priority over getting caps if you don't have them. And we saw like entire rotations and pushes actually be a fake for a Frost to dip back. Nick BR with those turbo caps. Brilliant play earlier. Relica dropping low in the back, but just hugging
This is
the
looking
outskirts.
really good, by the way, for Blue. Like, they've had these guys down the choke the whole time. This fight's been so good for
Elitan's
them.
in trouble here. Good sack to save. His Judy's going to give him some space though. And this is nice from Blue. They immediately just pull back away from that Judy. They're not going to let them fight in it. Pele's in trouble. This could be the kill they're looking for. And there's the jab. Aang's will die for it as well. Like, any day of the week, Aang's will die for the healer kill. If he gets the healer kill, it doesn't matter. Like, if you could trade your set 5 times for a healer kill, you would just do it over and over again. And
do they find more here? Actually, FatX links forward. They could easily find another here. Aang's might have our...
Nah, he used it on
Jesse's
zero.
Got it. 20 ticks will finally start coming in for Blue.
Yeah, and that's the power.
Favor.
Like, all that time they had the advantage. They've only just about to take the lead now because they didn't get that 3 cap. Like, the difference is night and day. It's twice the amount of time it takes to get the same points. Wow, Lasagna Man, that resist though. That was a misclick, surely.
Yeah, I
Surely
think he tried to maybe go in. What is happening? Why did they stop that cap? Sorry, why did they go down?
He could have just walked in and capped.
Yeah, he did. He just danced in a circle. That was such a miss. Maybe he was stun locked. Maybe he was so stunned.
Maybe his brain was stun locked.
Yeah, he just lagged.
In a res pot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe he was so shocked.
Aang's is now in serious trouble. But look at this. Elitan just can't put... Oh, wow. Elitan was trying to push the choke and they said, oh, you want to come up the choke, do you? Well, come on up. Come on up to Volnazera and Fatnex's House of Pain. Come on down. Sets are discounted, but they are yours, and we're selling them back to you. Relica now. They want to hold it. They can't. They don't want to give up this 3. Despite losing a man, they do not want to give up this 3. Defensive harpoon from Relica. Imagini caught on the choke. Area of decay. They're going to find Imagini, surely. Yes. And now Elitan. Can they push here? Elitan's got health. He doesn't have a res pod though, and they're going to go for the rotation, not the cap. Okay, this is a weird match right now. I feel like nerves are definitely playing on both teams here.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, Lasagna Man wants to close this out. They do not want to go to game 3.
Yeah,
and they're going to be playing a little bit off as a result. Right, both teams are very nervous. You know.
Yeah, and obviously Elitan and his boys, the Bengalas.
What a harpoon!
They do not want to get eliminated here. They will do anything they can not to. Lasagna Man getting the Mystic Rocks on top of 3. Freezing Wind comes out. Only connects with Relica though. Counter pressure goes out onto Aang's. He's taking a beating. He hugs the Judy though. He's tempted to retreat, but he has to stay in that Judy. Anti-heal comes down. He's holding his ground. Pele is super aggressively positioned. They want Sakata. It's the healer dive. They're going to get it. Surely one more shot. He rolls. The stacks are out though. Sakata is going to go down. Elitan will get traded. Surely he does.
That dark matter.
But yeah, dark matter. Fatnex and Aang's drop. Lasagna man, he can't. It's
Are
2
they
versus 4 with no
what
healer.
are they doing?
They just suicide him for it though. I don't get it.
Trying to put some pressure in. I think maybe it was actually good play because they wanted to die as fast as they can. Lasagna man should be able to make it back
the
to
dark
10.
matter too. Yeah, he can. He could Judy if he needed to as well.
Yeah,
he didn't want to
he's
use it
fine.
though.
Yeah, great. I mean, great swings. Another swing back into Red's favor. They're gonna get a 20 tick, put it back, 69 to 47.
Healer
7 to
dive.
6 on kills already too. Yeah, they just sat on Cicada that whole time. I mean, they had a beautiful opening onto Pele, and then Pele knows there's no harpoon, no fling up, so he played so aggressive.
Yeah, he's
healing his guys on that dive.
And like when he positions like that, it allows his frontliners to stay in that much longer. Being able to keep them 3-stack just means they're not constantly being driven out. The only thing that ruins them is the area of decay taking those hots away. And if your frontliners can stay in, and now it's a counter healer dive onto Pele. Judy gonna go down super aggro, and even if they don't get Pele, what usually happens is enough counter pressure comes out that somebody else will be in trouble, and Pele's gonna survive. The Mystic Rocks have expired. He doesn't have Seed for a while, and he cannot sacrifice himself. That's an important thing, actually. Back in the day, you used to be able to cast Sacrifice on yourself. And like I said, Taz, he's so much stress of being driven back. It actually opens up the kill onto Elitan, possibly Relica as well. Ains is looking for the angle. He's trying to lead that harpoon. They might just go for Pele here. He's going to blink after him. Imagini body blocks for Pele. But Ains is on top. He gets the insta-purge. I'm pretty sure the flick's going to come down if he needs it.
Actually, he already used the flick, and Pele rolled it. Yeah, I framed it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. And now, actually, Sakata is going to get counter kill potentially if Relica can find it. Lasagna man body blocking, though. The harpoon's going to miss. Fatnex, one shot, bang. Done. Pele dies.
Yeah, Pele still died.
Ains finds him at the other end, and now it's got it all in. All in for Sakata is their only play right now. And Sakata knows this. He's like, I am gone, boys. I am out of here, but they're pulling him back. Ains drops harpoon. Sakata's gonna die. Healer for healer trade.
This.
2 caps to 1. Vulner Zera. Oh, he uses the cleric to kill Relica. It's enough. And now it's 3 on 1. Lasagna man is dead. Fatnex is up though. What is this match
gonna do? He can't do anything.
This match? I mean, he can interrupt Imagini.
How can they stop him?
Yeah, he can just
I don't know. I think this is a misplay. Yeah, he just popped his Morgana Cave solo 1v3. Now his team's going to come up. He doesn't have Morgana or Scholar Rope. I don't know.
I mean, if Elitan doesn't have res, he takes a lot of damage there. But Elitan can just shut him down with stun, run, and concussive blow. Like, yeah, it's not a good... Like, you can easily... The tank can never win that fight, but he can delay that fight. And we're back to a 5v5, but all of a sudden... Yeah, 60 seconds. Like, less now on the clock. It's going to be an all-in. They need 1 cap to stay alive. Kills won't do it. Fatnex is all in. He blinks out. And I think Pele's just going to be able to hold the ground here. Lasagna man's going to drop inside of Judy as well. Had no res available.
GG.
And
this is going to game 3.
Game 3 confirmed. We could be... Our number 2 seeds are going to be 1 game from elimination. And there's 1 for the road. There's going to be a break here. I might need to take a breather here. We might need Bogul to talk for us, Taz, because dude, we've got another match to cover. This had 23
in
kills.
11 minutes, 23 deaths. That's insane. That's crazy to see. You never see that. 23 deaths in 11
and
minutes.
Almost everyone was still in A3 at the end after all those deaths.
Yeah, everyone still has like 1570,
Bogul,
1560.
put a shirt and tie on, mate, and get on camera. Because Taz and I need a glass of water.
How about Shozen?
What a great match that was. Yeah, Shozen, you there, man?
Yeah, I'm here. That was wild. I am in a little bit of shock. I know these two have faced off against each other so many times this season. It only makes sense that they would go to a best of 3 between Lasagna Man and Elitan. These two have just been so many great matches against each other throughout this season. So absolutely great to see them take it to a 3rd.
You could just see how badly Mitos wanted to close it out as well. Like, you could just see from their play, they were like running at the caps. They were like, I do not want to play another match of Albion this evening. Like, we have lost so many sets. We need to get through in the lower bracket. Like, they just wanted it done. And now they've got to do it again. They've got to go to game number 3. And honestly, honestly, Bengalis are probably like, lads, we could do this. We
Yeah,
can take them.
I'm leaning toward the Bengalis right now after that last match, and they just had that fortitude to come back when they were already down and did it again. And did it again mid-match. They came back as well,
Yeah,
not
there's
just
two different swings there.
taking the
Yeah.
match themselves and coming back to tie it up 1-1, but in the middle of that match, they were down, and then they were down again in that match, and twice came back to take it. So,
It's
well done.
crazy. Like 23 sets of 8-3 there. And a bunch of them aren't even running off to shop. So I imagine these guys are going to get a little bit of time.
Yeah, how long do they need to regear? 23 deaths? Give them 10 minutes, you know. They need a breather. They got to take a rest after that one, regear up, find new pods.
I need to take a rest after that one. Woo.
Yeah. That was a game. That was a match, right? It swung back and forth so many times. He did not know who was going to win until the very end there.
First
it was
match.
just healer dive after healer dive towards the end as well.
First match was 53-0. Second match was 33-0. So logic would to know that somebody wins 13-0 in this final match.
And it could happen the way these guys are playing. You never know.
I usually give the momentum to the team that wins the second game. Like they've got that high. They've also probably got that loot off the floor. Like of those 23 deaths, the winning team probably collects a lot of it because obviously it was 13-10. But
yeah,
the teams are focused on pushing the fights. They're not focused on loot. And when the match ends like that, like right on the timer, the loot is usually on the floor. So those guys are not. If you're sat at the bank spending money for your next match, doesn't feel good, does it?
No, somebody's at the marketplace right
to,
now. Yeah,
they always get to run around, right? Loot everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure everyone is out there at the marketplace, right? You have to buy more pots and stuff like that. Generally, they just buy it from the auction house. They don't really prep 500 pots before the day because you never know how many you'll need. Sometimes you just 3-0 every match, right?
The teams have been given 10 minutes to sort their gear
2-0
out.
every match. Yeah. Although, you know, we could have a 3-0 final, right? Or
technically, yeah.
Yeah.
Tomorrow will be an insane day after seeing these last few matches today. We do have the last game 3 in that series coming up in 10 minutes. Seeing who will be fighting next Rex when tomorrow in the loser round. Monkey Team and No Pain, No Gain, obviously, in the upper bracket tomorrow, so they're guaranteed a top 3 finish.
I will just give a quick cheeky spoiler, by the way. I was on Twitter yesterday, and Robin Henke's posted, the CEO of Sandbox Interactive, that he had just recorded a dev talk about the roadmap. So next week, maybe. I don't want to say it's going to happen next week.
You just took my announcement of an announcement, Lewpac. You know how long I've been waiting to make the announcement, there was announcement coming. I've been waiting for quite a while. But yes, you're absolutely correct, Lewpac. There is a...
I'm sorry.
When we come back, Lewpac, when we come back, we will be able to announce the date of the dev talk when we come back.
Yeah, we know there will be one though, right? Robin Henke's did tweet it out. We don't know the.
He did.
Oh, we do actually know the.
You know what else he tweeted? Because... You know, was talked about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Controller support.
Yeah. Controller support's coming. He also tweeted out about that dev talk, right? I remember not Robin Henke's, but our Robin Hood asked him whether it was a dev talk or a roadmap update, and he said, "No, it's a roadmap dev talk."
Yeah. I'm going to be destroying kids in Corrupted on my Thrustmaster, my trusty Thrustmaster from the Flight Sim days. People are going to get wrecked.
Yeah, it'll be cool
I'm picking up a Steam Deck, and I'm definitely looking forward to gathering on my Steam Deck, hanging out in the family room and chilling and running around on that thing and doing my gathering and everything. Maybe even doing some mobile
It's nice
PvP.
to ignore your family in the same room as opposed to ignoring them from a separate room.
They really do appreciate it for some reason if you ignore them from their vicinity. Like if you're in the immediate area around them, ignoring them, just they're so much happier. But yeah, I am so looking forward to controller support for Albion. I feel like the game really lends itself to it. So much of what we do is contextual and can be supported by the weapon on like a controller layout, and I'm really looking forward to it. There's very little that I think will be difficult to do on
No,
the
I think
controller.
it's got the right amount of buttons for controller. Like it's not
Yep.
like it's not like we got 17 toolbars of different abilities.
There's been a number of games recently that have been doing, that are isometric like Albion, that have the same number of skills as Albion, and they have played very well. What was it, the Magic the Gathering MMO came
Yeah.
out, could only be played well with a controller compared to the mouse and keyboard. Diablo 3 on controller, I think is a step up from Diablo on the mouse and keyboard. And I feel like I'm a mouse and keyboard snob in most situations, but this style of game with a
What about Dark
controller,
Souls games though, Shozen?
Dude,
You
Elden Ring on a
you don't
keyboard
play
and mouse
Dark
sucks.
Souls games with mouse and keyboard.
They
no, I don't.
suck.
No,
It's
like they're
terrible,
yeah, I'm not doing Elden Ring on my mouse and keyboard. It's not.
I tried it
happening.
for
I'm doing
10
PC,
minutes or
but,
so, and I gave up. I just am waiting to play with my
like
controller now.
it's like the Witcher on
Yeah.
mouse and keyboard. You can do it.
Yeah, but I mean,
Don't,
for a game
but
like
don't.
this, yeah, for a game like this, I love mouse and keyboard for competitive stuff, right? But the controller is gonna be awesome to just chill and play Albion on.
yeah.
You can fame farm, gather, craft. I know people are gonna crystal on it. Can't wait to see those.
Like
Yeah.
the
Cheeky
lean back
videos.
and chill and play Albion, not the lean forward Albion. Like, I'm looking forward to leaning back and playing Albion. I just got to say, that's my favorite part about the playing on my phone, is just like leaning back, playing Albion.
I will play crystals on my controller for season 15. Zerfax said it here first. I mean, dude, if you're playing Frost Staff, you really good. You just sit there
Yeah,
in one
copy.
spot with
We
this
have yours.
span.
Pretty easy,
Yeah.
Well, how is targeting going to work on that? Like, we're dropping those
Well,
shards.
I think they talk about it in the post, right? About like not snap targeting, I don't think, but they talked about how like the joystick is going to get used. Sorry, the right joystick for controllers, things like that. And they want to try to have every controller be compatible with it, right? Or sorry, not every controller, but they're going to have compatible versions come out on launch and then try to expand for more, if I remember right.
Mhm.
But it'll be cool to see, right? People playing on controller. The Steam Deck will be the most important thing for this, I think, right? Being able to chill back on your Steam Deck and playing Albion will be sort of the best way to do it. If you're already at a keyboard and mouse, I don't know if I'm going to opt for controller though, right? If I'm
Well,
already at my
say you're
computer,
chilling and gathering, right, Tazzik? Like, you're in the middle of a
maybe.
3-hour long gathering. You've thrown up something on the side of your screen there, so you're watching some, like, a movie or some Netflix, and you just want to chill and do some gathering. That whole lean forward and be like in it sometimes is a little much. Now you can just chill, relax, and for a lot of Albion, you don't need to type so much anymore. A lot of it is, the Discord conversations, just sitting there chatting while you do something. This is perfect for that. This is really a great way to play Albion in a more relaxed sense. And I feel like this will keep people playing for longer. Like, I feel like this with mage rating, like open world
Yeah.
roaming, depending on how
I
well
mean-
this works, that slightly lower than high. Yeah.
What's the next step, Chosen? When can I play on my PS5? That's what we're looking at next, right? When is it coming to console?
I would say I don't expect it in 22. Like, I just don't. Like, I would honestly say 23 is probably unlikely. But after that, I think that it's the next logical step for Albion. After, say, if Albion can fix its worldwide networking issues, which has been something that's been discussed time and time again. If you look at old AMAs and some other areas, it's been noted that, Sandbox Interactive has interest in making the gameplay smoother, like improving overall performance over time. And if they can improve Albion's performance once again and just bring it up like one step better, you remember how much better it was after Queen, like comparatively to pre-Queen and post-Queen?
changed completely. Yeah, ZVZ, the game changed completely when all of a sudden it was smooth and you could play through it and it wasn't lag and stuff like that, right? Their networking has improved a ton. It'll be very interesting to see what they do for international play, like how they're going to sort ping and stuff like that. I wonder, because a big draw of Albion is the fact that it's all one shard, right?
Mhm.
So I don't know what they'll do for that, right?
Well, I think that Albion, if you look at the way that the the world is laid out, it really has always been made in a way where it could be expanded. And I think that that would, if you expanded to any console, you'd have to expand the world, or unfortunately go to a split shard system. And I don't want to see that. I would rather see Albion not go on to another system than create a split shard, because I'd hate to see the people who play here go there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
the
think
way
that could
that'll
be
be
that
interesting
would
to
be the
see what
only
they
way
do.
that could be the least good thing for the game, is something that would
Mhm.
hurt this world to create a new world. And I don't ever want to see that. I'd rather see our world expand and bring in new players in some kind of way, because I do feel like it would run well on a lot of the consoles. I think that the Xbox being an extension of just a PC, it makes it very easy. You look at what the Switch does as a system, and you go, "Ooh, that would be, you know, the shit for Albion. That would be the way to play if you don't
Mhm.
have a Steam Deck." Um, like, I
Bringing
think
back a
that
Lewpac?
it's the next eventual progress, but it should never be done until the the networking is solid for the entire world. You know, until you can play from Europe and be on par with the people who are playing in North America, and you can play in South America
Yeah, I
and
mean,
feel
it's
like
an
you're
issue that you
on
can't
par.
solve almost, right? Like
Well, you can't make
and if
it
something
perfect,
like
but you can make
this,
it better.
yeah, but as far so for example, we're here with the CLC. When they go into CLC, right, the servers are still where they are for everything else when they're fighting that 5v5. So me, who has 17 ping on the game, I
Mm.
go into a crystal, I still have 17 ping. The guys from Brazil who have 190 come in with 190, you know,
Yeah.
and so they can't play. We have Nick VR who plays Frost, right? But a big thing people are talking about is, dude, Frost is only good for NA players because they have low ping to spam Q with, and they
Oh,
can play it,
the
snap
difference is night
judgments.
and day
Yeah,
between 200 ping and 20 ping.
I had what's his name? The lazy peon, right? He started playing Frost, and then I gave him a battle axe, right? And I told him, dude, just spin. You know, he plays from Taiwan. He has incredible ping. And so we swapped him, right? And he
Yeah.
instantly started doing better.
And he liked it. He liked
Yeah.
the old battle.
And that's a very hard thing to solve. A lot of games try to solve that, and how you do that in Albion system will be very interesting, right? Very interesting to see.
If even possible. I know it's something that they've been looking at. We'll see how it works over the
Mhm.
next year and a half or so.
The fact that
Yeah, and
people play with that ping though says a lot about the
it's
game.
crazy.
Because there's
Cargera
very
plays with like
few
190, right?
competitive multiplayer games that I would
Mhm.
play with 300 ping.
Yeah,
Like,
for
do
sure.
you know what I mean? I'd just be like,
Yeah.
uninstall.
I mean,
See ya.
Lewpac, what's your ping from EU?
110.
Yeah, you're playing with 110. I have literally
100 to
19
like
ping right now,
110.
you know? So
I hate
I
you.
just
I
do
hate you
everything
so
with
much.
19. Yeah. It's a rough time. Anyway, our match is about to start in 5 minutes. We
Okay.
just let Lewpac take a break. I'm gonna go get some
Yeah, you
water
need
before this
to.
last
We need
one.
water and bathroom. We've been sat here. My legs are actually
Yeah,
sore
it's been like
because
5
I've been like
hours.
bouncing around.
It has been
casting.
quite an event today. Lewpac, while Tazzik is gone, we have a lot of changes coming with season 15. The rewards are changing. The map
Yeah.
is changing. I believe we spoke briefly about the changes coming with the map earlier. What are your feelings about going to the Resource 2 map, as we've called it in the past, if Bogul wants to pull that up for us?
Yeah, I like it, but it'll be interesting because the last time we saw Resource 2, or whichever one whatever we're calling it now for Crystal, was before like the dominance. People used to just sit on a 2-cap and play defensive, right?
It's true, yeah.
This was way before people realized how quick you could close a match out with a 3-cap, right? So I'll be interested to see how it plays out with the 3-cap like meta, because I think people remember it fondly, but they also forget that we haven't had this like crazy amount. I still think an inherent change to the capping system needs to happen. You know, you and I have talked about this at length. And I also believe that it's time for us to have, if we want to take Crystal League seriously, I think we should have a pool of maps. I think the target should be 5 different maps that are all completely different. I might put pen on paper at some point and draw some designs. I'd love to sit down with like you and Tazzik, and like I'd love to come up, like have a little not a round table, you know, a little like focus group of
brain pool
GVGers.
session.
Yeah,
Like
and come
just
up
like
with 5 cool maps.
throwing things at the wall to see what kind of elements in a map create different types of gameplay.
What we need, right, is a Crystal League map, but every 3 meters there's one of the hook mobs from Corrupted Dungeons. I think that would be a hit with the players, Chosen, if I had to invent a map. That'd be really fun and interactive. But no, I definitely think like it'd be cool because different comps would excel on different maps. Like there'd be different strategies. Like I think adding a lot of depth to the system would be amazing.
I think that the most important thing for Crystal League before even adding new maps is to find a way to increase the base, to bring up the lowest level of players into the pool,
Yeah,
to
well, I
make
mean,
it more approachable so that a higher number of players play at the lowest levels and that there
did you
is
see the
a
season
degree.
stats? Did you see the season
Oh, the
stats that were
rewards. So,
posted? No, the season stats that were posted, like in terms of participation. Actually, getting people into crystals isn't the issue.
it's getting them to level.
It's getting them
1
from
to 2.
non-full loot to full loot.
Yeah.
Is a difficult task.
I believe that Tazzik and I both had outlined different ways to try to expand that. And there were differing ideas and thoughts on how to make more non-full loot PvP available with some kind of scaling in there, so you feel like you're making some sort of progression before you have to make that leap, because there is no perceivable progression when you're at level 1s and playing against level 1s, and when everybody, despite their particular skill level, is all playing level 1 matches with new players. Like it can be 5 very, very skilled players, but it's their first time playing together. So
well, I'm sure we could pick this apart at length tomorrow in the downtime between our matches.
Yeah, we've got lots of time, but we got to go in.
Producers in my ears saying this match is about to get underway. We got a best of 1 situation now. 1-1 is the score. Mythos and Bengalis. The match that we've seen many times this season. This will be the most important meeting of the final meeting of these guys for this season, because one of them has to leave the tournament and one of them can go through to tomorrow. Tazzik and I are going to bring you through the action and we'll find out who is going to be facing off against. I mean, what a prize. Your prize is a lunch date tomorrow with the reigning champions.
Yeah,
but
what a battle this is, right? You're literally fighting against the people who have won every tournament except for one.
Except for the first one, I believe.
It's insane.
And in fairness to them, in the first one, they did have Derek and Scuzz. It was a very different lineup back then, wasn't it? Holy moly.
I mean, now they have Ruined, right? And this is something we can talk about tomorrow, though, is Lazan over here against Elite 10. These guys brought it to game 3. They won it.
I'm disappointed, Taz. No one doing a 3-1-1. Like, if there's ever a chance, like, these guys are just going to play, like, the safest game they can. Fatnex is in Morgana mode. Elitan trying to shut him down. He used nasty wounds, though, on Fatnex. Elitan with a big misplay there, like, just popping that hood of tenacity on somebody that wasn't under pressure. And I think, talking about pressure, both these teams, like, there is no mistake. This is the biggest match these guys will have played in the last 6 months.
It absolutely is. And I think blue team is starting off with a little lead in it. I feel like Red has used every defensive they have so far.
Yeah, I saw a few mistakes from Bengalis here, and they're going to be driven down the choke. Pele, if they can fight Pele, that's going to be a big early pick. But Elitan's in trouble. He's anti-healed, ticking away. They're trying to grab him. He hasn't died yet, and he's kiting it out. Beautiful footwork from Elitan, but Fatnex wants the cap. He knows they're low HP, so he's going to try and force them onto the high ground. Relica immediately 4-stack, still pushing, but he can't go deep right now. They know that. Freezing Wind going to catch him on the choke. Elitan going to be pulled out. No res pot available, and he is going to die. The Dark Matter does not bounce the Relica, but Mythos comes surging down looking for more. Relica, is he going to... He can't take the cap off.
He can't stop.
Fatnex, nah. He pulls out. He knows. They're going to hold the 1, though. They're not going to give up that low ground. And Mythos need to be careful about pushing out because Elitan's already back up.
It's about a screen and a half away. Elitan has to sprint to get over there. But Relica actually easily is going to be able to stop
they'll be fine. I mean, at that point, like, someone could nip up the mid and run to the other side. Like, if you have confidence in your team to hold 4v5, that's when you can make a play. Like, because...
Is that a play you make in game 3, though? I don't know.
I mean, is there any better time? Is there any better time to make it than when all of the chips are on the table? Because I feel like face fighting, Mythos seems to have the advantage. Like, they just seem to play that little bit more consistently. We've seen mistakes from both sides, though, which they're definitely going to have to iron out when they face next Rex Wen tomorrow, potentially. One of these teams will be facing them in our first match of the day. There'll be a lot of talk before then and prep, I'm sure. But, yeah, these guys, they're not winning the face fights. And Relica, no. See, I think Relica, I think you've always got to ride north there, in my opinion, Tazzik, just to keep them honest.
Yeah, it's like, pressure. They have to come back for it. And his team's kind of winning.
And one time, I don't think anyone was watching it either. I don't think anyone was watching it. I think Relica might have got away with that. Looks like they might find Lasagna Man here. Yeah, they're going to find him. And that's what they needed. But will Mythos give up the high ground? Or will they just fight on? I think they have to give it up here.
I think they should start getting capped right now. Yeah, they should start getting this mid cap.
Oh, double kill! Beautiful, beautiful shards there from the high ground. So Cat and Ains go down, and it's going to be a 3 cap. And again, we did say...
Still on top of Fatnex. They might kill him.
They should.
That's an ace, then. Oh, okay. Quick ace to come back.
Yeah, two deaths against them, and then 5 in their favor. 0 getting 4 in that, including a double kill with 1 shard. That was...
Yeah, that dark matter bouncing between them. The shard comes down for the quick kill. What an opening. I mean, they're both playing very... It's not like they're playing scared or nervous even, right? But they're playing just the standard stuff. No one's really trying to like bring out anything crazy in game 3. They're really just trying to play to what they know, like have experience on. But these teams have fought each other like 10 times, right? In level 6.
Yeah, exactly. They really do know every move inside out. And that's why the spicy stuff could come out. Like, I don't think anyone was watching. I think Relica could have grabbed the back cap. It ended up not mattering, right? They got the kill onto Lasagna and they got the ace, which was phenomenal, into the 3 cap. But if that fight had just ended in another stalemate, then, you know, potentially they just lose points because of that. They could be losing 10, 20 points. An ace is worth 20 points, though. So it's always nice to get because it's as good as a 3 cap.
And look at how powerful the 20 ticks are, right? This team just swung. They finally got him. And now in 10 seconds, they're going to be in the lead by considerable
big trouble
amount.
Again. Is there no sack available? Wow.
Nothing for him.
Sakat is getting run down as well. They got a hook there? No. Relica settles for Ains. He's going to get flicked any second. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he should have been going for that kill onto Magini right there. He should have known the glaive had that stuff ready to go, and he was just going to get taken out. His whole team was running 10.
And just like that,
79 to 120.
Our second seeds are shook. They've just been staggered by a cheeky 1-2 combination.
Yeah, I didn't
ace
expect
into the 3 cap. And now
if you asked me who would have won, I would have said Lasagna Man's team for sure. Right?
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking going into this best of 3. But they're shook, as you said. They're 2-7. They're about to be down 59 to 120. What do they do here?
Well, they're going to do what they do best. They're going to go for the Mystic Rocks full dive onto Pele the second he makes a positional mistake. They hook him at Genie. What they'll do is they'll open up damage onto somebody else to bring Pele forward, and they'll switch onto him. That's the play.
And Fatnex just dies off camera. Just off screen, dove by Relic or Elite Hand, 0, blinked forward, got some damage off.
And Fatnex is their big burst. Honestly, it's Sakata drops, and this is turning into a nightmare all of a sudden.
Yeah.
From a lower bracket upset into an absolute nightmare with 3 dropping. They are getting farmed right now. And I'm pretty sure they're only going to have one more shot at this, Taz. Like, they're going to be on to 27.
Yeah, they have one more engagement here to come in. It's 2 to 10. Maybe if you have anything left in the tank, now's the time to try it, right? But by the time they get out here, it's going to be 27 to 120.
I don't think so, though, because they've won playing default strat. True. I don't think with 2 minutes to play, I don't think you want to do anything spicy now. I think you threaten back caps constantly, though.
I think Ains is still not eating his food also.
Like,
there you go.
Yeah, there you go. He did now. But a back cap buys you a hell of a lot of time right now. It's insane. So if there's any opportunity for it, you got to go for it. And as I say, even if they rotate with you, right? You've then got the 1v1, right? You've got a 1v1 and a 4v4, and you can win that 1v1. Like,
we've seen people win it today,
yeah,
multiple times,
or force them to give it up through threat of death, and it just messes up the fight. It throws a spanner in the works. Every team in this tournament is practiced at grinding out the 3 cap in a 5v5, right? They know how to kite, they know how to tank up, they even know how to die for caps at the right time. It is so hard to break a 3 cap when you've got 90 seconds to do it. You have to find another way, but this is not the way. Pele drops low. Ains was trying to grab him, but Lasagna's gonna have to pull out. Relica's in trouble. Fatnex is all in for this. Relica might drop in trade, but it's already 2 for nothing. It's gonna be Sakata running the other way, and that is gonna be GG. And GGs are called in Say Chat. I like to see it. Good respect.
Bengalis taking it clean in game 3. Just a very,
I told
very
you
clean
that game 2.
Yeah.
That game 2 momentum carried on, and it looked good for Mythos at the start. They looked to have it in control, but you said about the 3 cap, and you saw how quick it flipped on its head. 1 ace, 1 3 cap, and then you blink and it was over. Unbelievable.
It's so fast how quickly you can, or it's so crazy how fast you can just lose, right? And even though you were in control for what seemed like a lot of the match, Mythos going to end up going home.
I did say it was going to end with 13. I didn't realize it was going to be 13 kills.
Yeah, 13-2 here in the end. And the last match before this had 23 deaths. The one before that had also like 14, 15.
Yeah.
This has been like a 50 death best of 3. That's so much.
Bengalis, right, who didn't win a level 8 this season, right?
Yeah.
The highest they won was a level 7. Mythos won a 9, an 8, and 5 7s. Like that is a huge difference between like the placings. And with a bigger top-ended season, 2 7s wouldn't get you into the tournament, right?
It's true.
We've had seasons where like 2 8s didn't guarantee you. Like it had to be 3 8s or a 9.
Yeah, CLC 1 and 2. I remember there were a lot of teams, so I was just so sad didn't make it in because there's so many good competitors who are winning 8s, winning 9s. There's a lot of cool competition. In that match, by the way, that we just saw, I've never seen Zero before last week. And he, in that last game, I think like hard carried. His position, his damage was insane in the last match.
Yeah.
That was a great play by him.
I noticed he was always like hanging in a position that a double mobility would get him contesting an off cap as well. Like he really did have one eye on that. There was an opportunity where I think maybe they could have grabbed it. But yeah, like you said, Frost is just so powerful, right? If they position correctly and they're not getting pressured, they could just drive back the front line. Tanks without defensives will melt to a Morgana's Frost.
Yeah, right? It's insane how fast we see these people die, how fast the swings can happen. You can be up for 5 minutes, and all of a sudden 2 minutes later, you're losing. I think that's the way they go. Tomorrow will be an insane day, though, right? We're going to be seeing Bengalis against Next Rex when we're obviously going to have that first match, which is Monkey Team against No Pain, No Gain as well. Tomorrow is going to be crazy. And when they get to the finals, by the way, for those who don't know, the IP goes up. Instead of a 1,500 soft cap, it's now 1,700. So people are bringing even better gear for that.
And the final's 19. The final goes up to 1,900 or 1,800, I'm pretty sure. So it's going to be bonkers. And of course, all of the action, every single match will be shown in its entirety. No more bounce in between. Tomorrow, we're down to 4 teams. Every match gets shown. It's going to be a banger. Day, so join us tomorrow from 1900 UTC. We hope you've enjoyed today's action, and congrats to our 4 qualified teams. Commiserations to the 4 teams that we've said goodbye to today, including Mythos, our second seeds. But respect, you're still in the top 8 teams this season in Albion. So that is nothing to be sniffed at. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they lost an insane amount of silver. In the
well, you know, we don't talk about the silver. Shozen, anything last to say to everybody?
Yeah, it's 17 UTC tomorrow, not 19.
Oh, not 19.
UTC.
Yeah, that'll be 7 p.m. Yeah,
17 UTC.
17 UTC, 5 p.m. Yes. I don't do 24 o'clock. I just say 5 p.m. UTC. But we'll see you then tomorrow. This was Albion TV from all of us on the casting desk, and of course all of our wonderful behind the scenes team and moderation team. We'll see you all tomorrow for the conclusion of this season's CLC Championship. Good night, everybody.